1v1 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. Players are only allowed to pick champions from this draft pool. The ban phase is out. No champions will be banned. Only champions from the draft pool can be selected. Each champion can only be picked once per team throughout the entire regular season. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 1v1 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met, when a player is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy's turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes. The winner is decided by first kill or first turret destroyed. And watch out, the ring of fire closes in fast. Fall to it, and your opponent claims victory.
ソフトバンクホークスゲーミング ADC のマーブルです。
マーブルの母です。よろしくお願いします。
今週が大事な試合でもあったので、3試合目最後の試合でペンタキルを取ることができてすごく嬉しく思います。
1試合目で負けて何もできなくて負けてちょっと悲しかったんですけど、3試合目でペンタキル取ってくれてすごい嬉しいです。
そうですね、これからも健康優先で健康第一に末永く暮らしてほしいです。母の日おめでとう。
我们曾经强大，但在最关键时刻却倒下了。
Tụi mình đã đánh giá sai trận đấu. Giải đấu này khó hơn tụi mình nghĩ.
応援してこれるペンに報いたい。次はチャジャコで行く。
This wasn't the goal. This was only the first step.
Tụi mình đã làm cho mọi người nghi ngờ LCP và đó chỉ là nó bắt đầu thôi.
やるべきことは分かってる。言い訳はしない。この勝負にかける。
Tụi mình đã giáng một đòn chí mạng với team mạnh nhất. Giờ thì tụi mình sẽ hạ gục họ.
从没人看好到谁都不该小看鲁蛇。不，我们是那支势不可挡的队伍。
我们掌握了战局，但却让他溜走。这种事不会再发生了。这一次，我们会牢牢抓住。
あとは結果で証明する。僕たちの本当の力を世界に見せる時が来た。
Cả thế giới sẽ biết tụi mình là ai. Đã đến lúc vươn tầm thế giới.
Tụi mình luôn có niềm tin rằng mình có thực lực. Bây giờ là lúc chúng mình bung hết sức.
勝つために必要なものは全て僕たちの中にある。Đẩy đối thủ tới giới hạn là chưa đủ. Lần này tụi mình sẽ bứt phá vượt qua.
The real battle starts now. It's time to prove you deserve our place.
曾经被看轻的我们，现在是让你们打鼾的存在。
here tomorrow. The wind is calling my name. I whisper all the souls who never leave me. Collect your silver tears. Pray I reappear tomorrow.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, now into week number 4 of our mid-season here of the LCP 2025. And what an exciting night we've got yet again. It was last week when the Chiefs demolished the Vikings in game number 1. Now they get a chance to do it again, this time up against the other VCS team in GAM.
Yeah, I mean, one of the most devastating losses that the Vikings have suffered all year, and the only team other than the Chiefs to hand them a loss like that is CFO, which is the crazy thing. Even the game they lost in playoffs to TLN wasn't that brutally one-sided. So, I mean, look, the pieces are clearly there for the Chiefs.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, tonight I will be your host, Vestian. Alongside me, it is Blue Panda once more, but yeah, it's going to be an exciting night. And the reason I say that is because obviously game 1, Chiefs very dominant. The same thing happened against the DFM, and if you notice the trend between the two of them, both times that they got these dominating wins, these really successful runs, it was off the back of Xin Zhao Ari. I do not believe this team is getting that ever again this split. I think it's too much of a volatility. You don't want this team that's currently sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard to pick up wins against you.
Yeah, and the other thing is series fatigue. Phenomenal game 1. The drop-off between games 1 and game 2 is there is no way to describe it. It is that severe at this level of competition. So, look, I have to say things have dramatically improved from Split 1, but that is the biggest weakness that this team needs to overcome, is the difference between games 1 and 2 for them in the series.
Yeah, absolutely. As players now on the stage, here come the two coaches, Archie and Poltron, coming out, both looking dapper and both ready to draft their teams away in for success. Now, I do believe I did see Biopanther again. I might be wrong, but before we even get into the game, once again, it's going to be those 1v1s. Jimmy now, unfortunately, does find his first loss in the 1v1 last week. It did, however, lead them to a massive game 1, and they chose the same side after they got their loss and their win. So it seems like the teams usually they're going up against are wanting blue, and they are preferring the red side. So the 1v1 seeming less consequential for them than other teams, perhaps.
But yeah, again, we see this trend of teams on the lower end of the leaderboard winning these 1v1s out of nowhere, and then the side selection doesn't really matter because the team that they're versing is better than them. And so it does skew those results just a little bit. But yeah, coming into the 1v1, Jimmy looking to reclaim a bit of form, I think.
Yeah, we'll see if it's even him playing.
Oh!
It's Biopanther.
Oh, that's rough. One loss and he's been benched.
Yeah, Brandon Brown going to be taken to the Howling Abyss up against Artemis for GAM. Top laner versus bot laner. You see Jimmy in there right behind him.
Now.
he's got the coaching role. Poltron step aside.
That's rough. One loss and he's been retired from the 1v1s. That's heartbreak for Jimmy.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunate for him. Oh, again, I just can't understand it.
No.
One of these days, one of us will speak Vietnamese.
Potentially. Potentially. It's a lot of work.
It's a big undertaking.
I struggle with English, so learning a new language on top of that might be a bit hard. But I mean, look, coming into it, GAM looked like the team they were in playoffs last split. They are looking very, very scary coming into this competition. They've really done a lot of damage, not necessarily, I mean, beating every opponent soundly, but at least putting a lot of teams on watch and putting those that you would consider top teams in this competition on notice.
Yeah, there have been moments where it's a bit shaky, right? I believe it was against Team Secret Wales, if I'm not mistaken, where game number 3, realistically, they should have lost. It came down to a sapling steal on a dragon from Levy that eventually sealed the deal. Teemo up against Darius here.
The Evi factor. Unfortunately, it lost Evi that game, but maybe it's a different factor for Bio. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this should be a pretty decent matchup as long as the Teemo is able to create the distance. If, you know, Darius doesn't get that slow with his W because of the Teemo blind, you can find yourself in a pretty
if he doesn't get the upper hand off. Oh, look, there we go. That's what you want to see in the crowd. Oh, okay. I'm hoping that also then doubles down on supporting the Chiefs.
It's probably something to do with Hoosier or Jimmy. And one thing I have noticed is that those two players in particular, even across every team, have a lot of fans that come to the arena to support
Are you
them.
that surprised? Individually, those guys are kind of crazy.
They are. And Hoosier especially, I think ultimately for the side of the Chiefs, has been their best player. And unfortunately for them, he's also the player that speaks the least English. So while that won't matter in the game where you are pretty capable of just either pinging what you want to do or saying fight, fight, or no, you know, pretty easy to sort of discuss that way.
You know what they say, though?
hard in the post game where you're trying to actually learn your mistakes and develop as a team.
But you know what they say? Art transcends the language barrier, and what Hoosier does is pretty darn close to art when it comes to the Rift. The guy is just, he's a wizard. He's just drawing all over that place. He's got everything locked down. He is probably one of the most, I suppose ballsy would be the best word to describe him, junglers in the competition at the moment. There you go. On to the Abyss. And all of a sudden, Artemis has changed his mind immediately.
Yeah. Going for a bit of magic resist. He's got just the 2 regular potions, which is not what we typically see. Quite often just that refillable, if any at all. And you see Biopanther not opting for any. Actually has the Electrocute, interesting. Now, I wouldn't have thought, like, Electrocute will give you that damage burst. There is, of course, things like Airy, which will give you that consistent poke damage, or even the Phase Rush, which just lets you consistently clear the distance from the Darius, which is less important if this ends up going to sudden death and that circle does approach.
Well, it's pretty easy to proc the Electrocute with the Teemo. You just Q auto attack with the passive. It should proc it, so I can understand it. He wants to be a bit of a lane bully, which, I mean, to be fair, Teemo, when he's doing well is, when he's not, he's essentially a giant plushie.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage here. Does get the blind. The Ghost now gone from Darius as Biopanther gets a massive amount of damage onto himself. Unfortunately, stacking up that passive.
And no potions either.
Yeah, that is the Ghost down now, so that's a lot of the threat gone from the Darius, ultimately.
Yeah, unfortunately, Teemo doesn't have a slow until 6, so it is going to have to be a case of Bio needs to be careful, because theoretically Artemis could wrap in and try and go for the pinch, but I mean Flash is going to deny that, but as soon as that Flash is burnt, yeah, there you go. Yep. Does have the W up, so no.
The apprehend lands, that might be it for Bio. Gets the proc off, Artemis just biding time, and we'll find that first blood, unfortunately. I think that might very rarely just be all she wrote for this one.
Yeah, but certainly. This is plushy Teemo territory right now.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got the refillable down now, though, so he's back in with a grin, I think. He's grinning, he is, certainly. He kind of expected this to be the case as soon as he realized that he was versing a Darius, but yeah, there are not really that many matchups where Teemo's going to do all that great. Most of them are going to be your marksmans, and even then, there are definitely avenues to deal with it. Darius is probably the worst of the melee matchups for a Teemo.
Yeah, I think, funnily enough, we saw right there that having the phase rush would have helped a lot in both those trades. well, not something you typically associate with Teemo. I think in the 1v1 it actually adds a lot of power.
It almost might have been better for him to go lethal tempo or something, just go full attack speed. Realistically, there was no good answer, I think, in this situation. As soon as he got caught, it was he kind of needed to burn the flash so that he doesn't lose as much HP as he does. But he didn't. He saved. He still got it. So theoretically, he's a little bit better off.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for him, Artemis now is going to be level 6. He does have the shrooms, so he has that sort of defensive ability and you know, running over those slows and disallowing Artemis from just sprinting on him. This big minion wave also will disallow that, but Hex Drinker, rather, now picked up. So any dreams that BioPanther had of taking down this Darius is very quickly fading.
This genuinely might be a just sit in the bush angle until the zone comes in. Hope that you can stack up enough shrooms in the bush. Yeah, okay, Bio's in trouble. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, unfortunately now that the blind runs out, he's in a world of hurt.
Yeah, okay.
He is laughing. And unfortunately, one of the most one-sided 1v1s we've seen thus far.
Yeah, look. That was always going to be a bit rough, I feel. Teemo has his matchups where it succeeds, and it's matchups where it just gets absolutely rickrolled, and that one was definitely Rick Astley going to work.
Yeah. It very clearly is GAM time, as GAM will select the blue side of the map. Chiefs are going to be happy with that. They've been selecting red side as is anyway, but still a big leg up for GAM as they get their preferred side of the map and take the momentum. I didn't see any paper, scissors, rock coming out, so they're just 1-0 up.
Yeah, no, I think unfortunately it was always going to be the case, even in paper scissors, rock. Levi's already got his one so far in the last couple of weeks. Do you really want to take that challenge?
Yeah, it's a bit daunting to possibly go down 2-0 before the series even really starts. Now, what is the most interesting? I mean, Levy against Husha has to be the talking point of both these teams, right? The legacy that Levy has in just Vietnamese League of Legends and global League of Legends cannot be understated. This guy is an amazing player. He saved them against Team Secret Wales. He consistently is the guy on the team that if they're falling behind, you can rely on him to find avenues back in, while Husha, for the Chiefs, has consistently been the one to find them those leads. In the 2 victories they found, almost entirely off the back of Husha, his early game and continuing the game 1 against Talon, where it was a very close affair. Husha was very far ahead of Castle the entirety of that game. So really, if you're the Chiefs, you're looking to back up Husha on whatever play he's wanting to make, because you can be almost sure that that is the play to make in the first place.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, going into this, Chiefs were always under the pump. They were going to be under the pump every single game, bar the DFM, potentially the SHG one, which we'll have to see going into the final play day. But yeah, look, going into it, I mean, to be fair, the red side has been their most successful side, so this may not be as big a deficit as we thought.
Yeah, absolutely. Still, as we head into draft, it's going to be interesting to see, do they get the Zinzao Ari? I think that has to be the focus here. If Zinzao Ari is open and GAM don't take one of the two, you have to imagine that on the red side, first and second pick, they are just going to slam it, because it's been by far their most successful duo. I believe that Jimmian and Husha play very, very well together with it. There's the gank setup that Ari provides. Anytime there's a mobile mage against them, they've been punishing it. And in split 1, you weren't seeing those angles between Mira and Jimmian. This time with Husha, they get the flash out mid lane. They then gank him another 3 times, and most of the time pick up a kill on the back end of it, snowball the game from there. So we'll see what they're able to do here. I think as well, it has to be stated that that being their general win condition going forward, especially against a team like GAM, where Ares has been a little bit quiet here in the first half of our mid-season. Could be a way forward, but Zinzao is banned. So they've taken that. Shen gone, Sion gone.
Yeah, they've been doing their homework. And
what has BioPanther cooked up though? The Yorick is open. That's been banned quite a lot. There comes the Nico, so that's going to be picked up by Alio. We'll see if they do pair it with the Kaiser, which
the Callista is open.
It is. Does Violet feel confident enough to pick it? We saw in the last series that Chiefs played.
They need to.
They didn't pick it.
They need to pick it. You cannot allow Callista Nico to go through.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's just going to be too much. But okay.
Answering with the Varus, so it is a strong laner. I don't think it matches up to this this Nico we're seeing. Neferi, again, Husha played 1 game of it against Talon. He looked good on it. They didn't get the win, but he did, again, look very strong on it and was putting himself in a position to possibly find that victory.
This has to be a Callista pick. No, Nocturne. Oh, Nocturne and Callista.
Oh, God.
Like, surely there's no way Yeah, Nico, Callista, Nocturne. I'm sorry, the Chiefs.
That's a rough start.
The one boon they have is it's not going to be available in Game 2, which is...
Yeah, and look, I don't even necessarily hate the bans that came through from the Chiefs.
Oh no, they're strong picks. You need to ban the Vi Rumble, especially if you're red side.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's hard. It's hard. Every champ that has been banned has been a good ban.
I don't think the Jace is necessarily justified compared to the Callista.
It might just be because the Scion Shen were taken away, and the Scion being a good answer into the Jace generally. Maybe Panther felt a bit left to not having something that he really would feel comfortable into the Jace. But in any case, it's gone. They have probably the 3 most difficult to deal with VCS picks.
Oh yeah.
In League of Legends. So, I mean, here, second phase of bans coming through. You have to ban the Orianna. You have to feel like that's a given. Talia, Orianna should be the next ban here for the Chiefs. On the other side of things, taking away some supports. What do you want to take away? Renata's not likely a pick here simply because you do have that Nico and the Callista. The Renata's not actually going to allow this Varus to punish the lane.
I don't know. I just think that this is a pretty catastrophic draft for the Chiefs. And look, not to their fault by any stretch of the imagination. You've just got so many picks at the moment on red side that you just want to ban away, that one of them was bound to get through.
I think what could be a problem is Neferi in isolation is a stronger champion than Nocturne in the current state. It is a very, very strong champion. So instead of the Nocturne, they take the Neferi. But
Hold on.
Okay, the Annie ban's good. The Annie's been picked a lot into Ahri.
Yeah.
And it does very, very well in that matchup. Plus, it just complements the team fighting that we're seeing out of GAM so far. So I really do like the Annie pick. You'll see the Korean solo queue ladder. Almost every single LCK mid laner right now goes into solo queue, spamming Annie into any matchup. It's very, very strong at the moment.
Yeah, those changes, a lot of people were... The Annie mains were in shambles when those changes came through. But realistically, they looked sleeper. A bit sleeper, honestly.
It happens every time. It happens every single time. The one trick's like, this isn't enough. Wrong. Nautilus.
Okay, I rate it.
It's fine. I mean, if you are able to find some crucial hooks, it can be a turning point. You can pair it very quickly with a sort of assassination coming out of Neferi. You've got the Chain of Corruption and the Charm that can follow up on it.
It's also pretty good at burning through the Nocturne shield, so you should still be able to lock him down pretty freely if he does dive in onto Violet, which is more than likely going to be the case.
The problem is, okay, Orianna's open, they're not going for it. So they're going for the Rise. Does fine into the Ahri. You're not really that killable. There is the gank potential, of course. You are vulnerable to ganks.
I'm just very concerned. The Rises we've seen this split have been very, very scary, even on the losing end. And you look at the roster that GAM have already drafted, it just doesn't feel like there is a clear answer for the Chiefs. The best case scenario is they do have a comp that deals well into what is already, oh boy, what is a very aggressive comp coming out of GAM. So as long as Chiefs can play positioning well and just draw GAM into these overextensions, which they have not been avoiding. They have a couple of times just overcommitted their hands and thrown some pretty rough fights. And look, still won the games, but they're not infallible.
Look, I'm looking at GAM's champions, and I'm thinking they have somehow managed to draft themselves the 92 Olympics NBA basketball dream team. They have all the pieces there. That it's, where is the avenue for the Chiefs? Of course, they've got good champions too, but you have to look at this logically and how good GAM are looking currently versus how, I won't say bad, Chiefs looking, but shaky, right? They look good in Game 1, but this Game 1, they're really up against the wall because it feels like GAM got everything they want. And admittedly, Panther's got himself a really good matchup in the top lane. The Gwen can beat the Jax, but it's a lot easier for the Jax to play that matchup than it is the Gwen. The ability to dodge out of those auto attacks and disallow the Q passive from stacking up. You also have the gank potential on mid. Pair that with Luon. If you're able to send the 3-man mid to look at some attack on Ares on that Rise, you can find an avenue through this game, but all that means is Ares just has to play safe for the early stage of the game, and it just gets harder and harder and harder as you progress.
Yeah. I mean, look, they're... Oh, boy. Yeah, to be fair, I'm not completely...
Wait, that guy crossed out the Chiefs!
After that draft, I'm not entirely surprised.
They have a good draft.
They do.
It's just when you look at a VCS team, this is almost exactly what you'd imagine they want. The Chiefs draft is perfectly fine. It's just very scary that GAM got everything they want.
It's a matter of execution at this point. Chiefs... If they give an inch, unfortunately, they then give a mile. So they need to play this pretty cleanly. To be fair, their Game 1s have been pretty clean. Husha, again, has a pretty big job on his hands, because as soon as that 6 happens, he's going to be very up-paced when it comes to engaging in team fights. Because Nocturne obviously can clear things from a decent gap away.
Look at GAM. GAM showing off the fact they went to Worlds last year. They have their GAM time emotes. Chiefs, unfortunately. I mean, there are some Chiefs emotes out there. See whether or not, we didn't get to see if they had them or not. Actually, I think it was, wait a second, Chiefs were the one with the GAM time emotes.
Yeah, look, hey, might as well have a bit of fun with it.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I mean, look, nothing crazy that we're seeing out of these runes so far.
Oh, this could be really good. Okay, great start. Flash found already an advantage. That doesn't lead to much in the immediate time, but when it comes to laning now, Nico is going to have to be a lot more scared.
You mean Darius? Because it was Rise Flash. Technically. Eco things, baby.
I'm just not going to pay tribute to that. Now, it does mean, especially with Husha going bot lane, it's an advantage. Not an advantage. Well, it is an advantage, obviously, but it's not necessarily going to net them kills in the lane. Of course it can, but it does mean that pressure... The pressure the Nico can have is a lot lower now, being that she is missing that summoner spell. Husha, immediately he does his Raptors. He's now headed down to his bot side. So possibly looking for an early gank, but also possibly trying to find a way to be a little bit unknown in his pathing. He was spotted, however, doing his first camp.
Yeah, I mean, look, to be fair, again, at this level, GAM probably has a decent idea of where he's going to be looking to exploit things. I mean, up on the top side, Bio, not the most aggressive player, so you wouldn't expect him to be doing too much up into Kiaya. Mid lane, yeah.
Yeah, and the Jax matchup, not amazing, level 1. As really all Gwen needs to do is hit the minions to get her passive up, but as it progresses, you can find yourself with a pretty decent advantage, being, again, Gwen cannot auto-attack you and get those stacks up if you are in just a plain 1v1. Ari's doing a great job mid, though, wearing down at Jimmy's health bar and keeping his nice and topped up.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see what the avenue is for the Chiefs, what their best bet into this game is. Likely going to be Jimmy, and I think.
Yeah, quick bot gank could be it. Unfortunately, Husha looks like he's looking for the invade. No, he's just going around. He's gone a long way, and he sneaked in here.
Oh,
this is great. Keep in mind, there's no flash on the Nico, but Nico's headed mid. Artemis being left alone here. Levi, not too far away. Okay, Elio, he's going to be spotted. Hook's going to connect, and this should just be first blood for the Chiefs. Husha does manage to find the gank. Luan will pick up the kill, and Artemis trading aggressively. But again, first blood, game 1 here. Goes to the Oceanic representatives in the Chiefs.
Unfortunately, the kill goes over to Luan, but Ignite can be like that sometimes. It's a kill nonetheless. It puts Elio a little bit behind the 8 ball. It's a little bit less XP that he's going to have now that Luan has 3. Artemis can't walk up to the wave, and it gives Violet that avenue back in to equalize the farm count. Eases up the pressure that was on the lane. And it's a brilliant read. They identified the fact that, look, the easiest gank possible was down this Nico and Bio.
Oh, Bio.
Okay, yeah, luckily doesn't have to worry about Kiaya bashing in.
Husha's just neglecting his farm, by the way. He is so far behind Levi, but he's playing savior for his lanes. Kiaya's going to come down. He's going to spot out that pink ward, and Levi in the air. Oh, dear. Husha, he's going to be able to get out, but again, he is so far behind because of what he's been doing for his team.
Yeah.
Levi's going to be able to come back and start his second rotation. Husha's still yet to take his red or Krugs.
No, I mean, look, to be fair, we've seen from Husha, he's no slouch. So he is behind, but he should be able to at least get himself moving forward with some momentum. I doubt it's going to be a situation where he's just perma stuck behind. He should be able to at least close that gap somewhat.
Yeah, see, I don't even know if that's true. Unfortunately, Levy's going to hit 6 very early in comparison. And Nocturne, he is a good early game jungler in the sense that he can clear his jungle quick and he can duel 1v1. But not great at ganking until 6, but he's going to be really fast at getting to that sort of threshold, that break point, if you will.
Yeah, we've seen Husha. He's been a bit of a farmer, especially in that last series that they played out against Vikings.
Here we go. Nice bit of trading from Biopanther. This is the sort of part of the lane where that early game pressure of the Gwen is alleviated a little bit, and Jack starts to find his stride just a little bit more. Still is not the greatest. Darius
is just playing around that minion, avoiding any sense of a charm from Jimmy. So I mean, none of these lanes going amazingly well. The one big, obviously, boon is that Violet has got himself back and he's evened out that farm count because he was sitting down. It was 12-5 at one point, so he was sitting well behind due to the pressure of the Kalista and Eco lane.
Yeah, Husha doing a good job to alleviate that. As Livy now completing his second clear of the jungle, that Scuttle Crab going to be spawning 2, and we might even see a fight over it, but with so much mid priority for Ares, it doesn't seem awfully conceivable that the Chiefs are able to pick that up.
Yeah, especially with the ward plays there by Ares. Going to have plenty of information if he does choose to pass through the top side of that bottom river. I mean, at the moment, the Chiefs could be in a vastly worse spot, but they've made some moves around Husha. They are both 5, so Levi hasn't quite hit that big spike yet.
Yeah, he is okay for the time being, but you see 3 camps up at the moment as Levy. Husha still sticking around in this bush, is going to be able to trade reasonably okay into Levy, but complete control over this river now afforded to the side of GAM through mid and bottom.
There is a world here where they potentially find something, but Levy is going to be looking to further compound the suffering of Husha.
Come on, looking aggressively, and that's going to be flash loss from Elio yet again. Still, not an immediate punish to come through, but certainly can be punished once again in the future. They're actually looking, unfortunately, level 6 hit by Levy. He does manage to find that paranoia. Unfortunately, a flash coming array. As Luon on the bottom side should just be going down. Pretty simple, the rend to confirm that, and flash also lost from Husha. So there we see it. The power of hitting 6 so much earlier for Levy allows them to find that fight, and it's Luon that pays the price.
Yeah, that lane momentum completely lost out. I mean, the fact that even with so much time committed there by GAM, they're still ahead in their lane states respectively, on top of the fact that, of course, Artemis just picked himself up a kill to boot, whereas it went the way of Luon for Chiefs. And this, yeah, brilliantly played. Elio knows full well that he's not going to be too heavily punished if he blows the flash there, knows that he's got support coming down to him. Realm Warp drop right in the cutoff point as well. Poor Luon, just the pathing gets him there a little bit.
Yeah, not really much that Violet could do but watch. Now, looks like a lane swap coming through, initiated by the Chiefs. Not going to be too easy for Biopanther to play this one. Finds himself down 10 CS. I mean, everyone really on the Chiefs suffering at the moment. Luon is ahead off the back of the fact he actually was the one that secures the kill. Husha coming down. Should hopefully be able to pick up one of these Void Grubs. Looking for it for sure.
I don't even know if that's going to be possible here.
Yeah, a lot of posturing, and no, Levy with the smite still available does pick himself up, all 3. So just continuously winning more and more for the time being. They do find themselves at 800 gold to the side of GAM.
And this was a problem that plagued Chiefs at the start of Split 2. Their macro game was just a little bit behind the 8 ball, and they found themselves losing out to... I mean, DFM's macro just was, again, a couple of steps ahead, and from that in the second week, it just didn't really show much in terms of signs of improving. Then coming into week 3, it looked a lot better, but it seems they're falling into some of those old habits.
Yeah. Half the power of this Nico is the ability to have a ward anywhere you want. At about a 12-second cooldown. A bit egregious. Lane swap back. So, and they lane swap up for the Void Grubs. Unfortunately, they find themselves nothing. Now, we'll head back down. Match those lane assignments. Elio, of course, do not be fooled by his health. He's full. You can see at the bottom of his bar there.
Oh, they're just losing out on so much in terms of map priority, though.
Yeah, but Jimmy in! My God, maybe we need to stop giving this guy Ari. He's done it once again. He's still got 1 usage. He has the flash. He finds the charm. Levy's going to end up under that tower. Takes a lot of damage back. Oh, my Lord. So low is Levy. Jimmy almost finds himself a second, but ultimately does well to find himself the first and give Chiefs just that air of hope.
Oh, wow. That's brilliant. Fully... Oh, no. So Aris completely overstays here. Knows he has Nocturne in support.
Oh,
yeah.
Just lands it.
Yeah, it just gets it done.
It's a done deal at this point. Even loses the flash.
That was pure greed. Nothing but greed from Aris there in the mid lane. Thought he had it. Levy was just too late to the ball. And as a result, Jimmy gets himself a freebie and gets out scot-free.
Does lose his flash, but it was matched. Ares and Levy both losing theirs as well. Great play from the Chiefs mid laner. He's been full of them this split, particularly on the Ares.
To be fair, I think he's had the most play time on the Ares. It's been picked every week from him now.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, he's looking good on it. Now, Dragon up. Neither team with one thus far. Still, Levy very, very strong. Has himself level 8 now, working towards his stride breaker. Possibly for the Chiefs, you're really wanting to wait for this Malignance to come online for Jimmian. Give yourself just that extra bit of power when you do use that ultimate. Puts it on a shorter cooldown as well.
Yeah, it just means things are a little bit harder in terms of locking down Jimmian, but seems that Levy's looking for a bit of a lane gank onto Bio here. Does have the flash though.
Yeah. Is this... Oh,
okay,
coming in. I mean, Biopanther has flash. Going to be able to get out. Well played by Biopanther. He's going to lose a bit. They are going to get themselves the Dragon, however. So a gold advantage in this trade does go the way of GAM, but importantly, Biopanther doesn't give over any more than he needs to. And Husha is able to secure the Dragon. We'll be able to look towards these Raptors as well. Unfortunately, though, it's first tower to the side of GAM.
One step progress towards the Noxian Blessings as well. Isn't going to secure them the full lot. They've only made one stride of progress towards Monster Slaying and Warfare. Bio, he's sticking around, gets that ward down, knows full well that they're on their way back and they need to be careful. Husha has Lu on there, but the tower is still very healthy.
Yeah, I mean, not going to be able to clear out that ward. Never really was an angle to dive, and Levy coming down here now, but Chiefs bot lane wisely backing off. Malignance now completed for Jimmy in there in the mid lane. Violet getting a bit greedy with his recall. Elio is able to find him, stop him, and transform into a minion. He's going to come around the side. It's only Luon that's there. He's able to get out. I think Luon probably gets out anyway, but might have had to have utilized the ultimate or the flash. But still, this is more pressure. More plates, possibly. Oh no, Jimmy's here to mop them up.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, in terms of navigating the early game macro, Chiefs have definitely been a little bit behind, but mid to late game, they do manage the side lanes pretty well. Sending Jimmy down there to answer, I think, the right call at this stage. Although, where do you look to send? At least, where do you look to next prioritize around the Rift for the Chiefs? Because just shy of 2 minutes for the Rift Herald, 3.5 for the next Dragon. So there's not a huge amount that you can do other than just farm up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Panther not doing so well on the top lane. Fortunately, he's finding himself down 20 CS. Not even really close to his first item. And Queen already with that Rift Maker online. Of course, stopping off for the Merc Treads does cut a massive hole into his economy, but helps him when it comes to those Rise Snares and Nico Roots.
Worth mentioning, Husha has... Okay, he drops behind a little bit there, but he has caught up now in terms of farm, so he's definitely closed that gap pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, it was 12, and it's going to be 12 again once Levy finishes up here on his Wolf Camp, so really it's just he's managed to maintain it and not bleed any further. We'll see how the Chiefs navigate things from here on out. Despite, honestly, holding it together fairly well, they are still down 2k gold. Up kills, but really the big deficit comes in those tower plates. So many plates picked up for the side of GAM, whereas not even sure if the Chiefs were able to find a single one for themselves. So full tower, a bunch of plates. That's really where we're seeing this gold lead sort of explode. CS gap as well, of course, in the top lane. 30 now. Yeah. Panther looking aggressive.
The problem being is that Bio wants to be in those side lanes, but he wants to be the one with the pressure. The fact that Kiai has that wave consistently shoved up in the top side means that if a team fight does break out, Bio is going to get there, yes, for sure, with the teleport available. But that wave is just going to be sit primed and ready on that top inner, which means that if GAM come out on top, they can definitely transition some power over there if it's on the top side of the Rift and potentially look to threaten even further.
Damn. He's got a crab just juke Levy. Starts up the Rift Herald. See if Chiefs are able to answer this. They are aware it's happening. They've got their ward in the pit there. Luon putting that one down. And now, There's a unit pulling up. Kaya not there, does have teleport. Biopanther coming down the mid lane is going to be there first if he chooses to be there. Teleport coming through. Pop Blossom goes completely wide. They're able to secure themselves there. Rift Herald, and a fight could come down afterwards. Kaya jumping away. Hook lands. But there's the Fate's call, and out of dodge will be Elio. And unfortunately, Chiefs aren't going to be able to pick up the fight. But they do deny the eye. So Herald picked up, sure. It gives them one bit of progress towards that monster slaying, but they're not able to reap the rewards at the back end of it. Now Luon maybe going a bit too far forward. Kaya's here, but not going to find much. Big chunk of damage coming out of that piercing arrow.
Yeah, I mean, not a huge amount of damage taken there by Luon though. He's going to be doing pretty well for himself, I think. Yeah, that little bit of injection of cash early on has allowed him to accelerate things a little bit. So that does have his first completed item, the locket done. But in terms of lane state, yeah, given that they denied not only the eye, but a lot of lane pressure, Chiefs come out pretty well on that.
Yeah, certainly not doing too bad. We'll see as things progress.
It also means that Paranoia and Fate's Call not going to be up for this dragon fight, which is spawning up in about 3 seconds.
Yeah, that's a good sign for the Chiefs. It is Levy, however, that does start it up first, and really no answer. There's no pressure on the map, and it's something the Chiefs have been struggling with this whole game, is getting pressure to actually contest things happening, and not able to contest that dragon means first of the game does go over to GAM, and they secure themselves those Noxian blessings.
Yeah, it's a bit rough. Chiefs still just playing the game a couple of steps behind, and it's giving GAM far more freedom than they should have at this stage. 17 in, we are getting very, very close to a 3k gold gap. Oh, sorry, no, it's still only 2. It's surprising that it feels like it's more at this stage.
It does, but at least stemming the bleeding in terms of that gold. They have given over, of course, that Rift Herald, didn't have the eye, but the dragon as well. So they are still finding themselves falling bit and bit further behind, but at least the gold is remaining as is. And a lot of that, again, is on Kaya up in that top side. So if we're somehow able to remove Kaya from being at a fight, then yeah, possible angle for a win there for the Chiefs. But with no objective up, ultimately, this teleport for Kaya is going to be back up, and no advantage, really, for the side of the Chiefs.
Yeah. Problem is for the Chiefs at this stage in the game, for the current state, there is a very real risk of stagnation. Yes, they've kept themselves in it, but if this game carries on at the same pace, GAM are just going to get to a point where Chiefs can really do next to nothing in the face of them. Kiai is going to really snowball into an absolute beast going into the later stages of the game. Same is true for Ares and Artemis Elio. I mean, every angle of this GAM draft is going to be very, very difficult for Chiefs to deal with if we get sort of past the 25, 30-minute mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, team somewhat linking up. There's no objective around here. Husha and the rest of the Chiefs, a lot of pings going down onto Kaya. Husha, the first one there, but Kaya does just back away. There's going to be nothing to find, and hopefully Jimmy's able to get up to this wave. It's a big one. It's crashing. Panther under some pressure down the bot side. He's just going to face check into what is a waiting Ares. He does get the Grandmaster's Might off. The counter strikes there. The flea is as well, though, and unfortunately for Biopanther, not aware to what was happening, not paying respect to the fact that there can be so many members in his jungle. Walks in, takes another death for the Chief. That evens out those kill scores for the two teams.
Such a crazy amount of damage so quickly too. Very, very rough for Bio, and yeah, we're starting to see those leads show themselves, manifest themselves in terms of these little skirmishes around the Rift. I mean, you look at it, it's not been a blowout game in terms of the mid lane, but Ares has already got those power spike items. I don't think he had the Ceres for that. He just got it back off the return to base.
Oh, he hasn't even returned.
Oh no, sorry, no, never mind. He must have had it there, which, yeah, that 2-item power spike for Rise. He just hit so, I mean, you saw it. Bio died so quickly.
Yeah. Still, hopefully the Chiefs remain in this. It's not over. We've seen much bigger comebacks throughout the year here in the LCP. And it's the Chiefs' turn to try and show us they're able to do the same. Unfortunately, the one thing that you have to critique is their inability to gain pressure almost anywhere. And that's partly the pressure of the fact you have that Realm Warp and you do have the Paranoia. It's very hard to ever confidently walk up in the mid lane so many things can come at you so suddenly. You've got the Nico that can be cloned into anything. A minion, he could just be waiting in the wings. You know, the flash, and Protobelt will be up very soon as well. Does just make you so vulnerable every wave, especially as a champ such as this Varus.
I mean, it's not even just that. It was the gank from Husha put him that little step behind. You can see the gap is now 1,000 gold between the two junglers, and while it looked like Husha was maybe getting his way back in, that gap has expanded itself back out, and he's been playing 2 steps behind since that level 3 gank.
Yeah, and that, you know, while it does pay off more often than not in terms of solo queue, when you come to a competitive environment, Levy's going to see that this level 3 gank happened and be able to capitalize on it. But speaking about Levy, he's going to be jumped on. Unfortunately, Luon not able to find that auto attack, loses his flash, and Levy answers back. Will flash out. There's, you know, a reasonable summoner spell to get away from the Nocturne, but not the end of the world by any sort of stretch of the imagination. Now getting control over this Artican, the vision there.
Yeah, it's the furthest I think I've seen an Artican roam.
Yeah, he's on a long journey. Artemis, so scary now with those 2 items completed on this Kalista. As if Kalista wasn't just scary enough as a champion to begin.
Yeah. I mean, just a crazy objective taking champion to boot with the rend, 2 items deep with finished boots, and they're just going to go for it, yeah.
Yeah, they've started it up.
Vision, I don't know if they would have seen Elio there. I think they may have just.
They have no idea. No one's responding to this. Absolutely no one. Jimmy's going to show that it is occurring, but in a 3v1, what can he really do? He's going to be able to get that clone gone, but this Artican is not long for the world. His teleport coming through as well, and yep, they're just going to pick it up. This does alleviate some pressure for Biopanther, but ultimately you have to imagine Ares is just going to be able to teleport down there and stop any momentum towards this tower. The dragon, at least, should be picked up by the Chiefs.
Yeah, but that's not really the pressure that needs alleviating. Bio is far from your win condition in this game, unfortunately. I mean, you're 1,200 gold. I mean, I suppose the one avenue he becomes the win condition is the fact that he's the one that's there for team fights compared to Kiaya, who's down a teleport or just out of position. And because I think Bio just offers a little bit more in terms of the overall team fight for the Chiefs.
Paranoia used. Violet's going to be jumped on. He has his tower there, flashes away, and there's not going to be follow-up unless Elio finds it. Chain of crossing goes wide. Kiaya on the Gwen will not be targeted. Does get himself out. Unfortunately for Violet, he doesn't even really walk up that far and he's punished.
Yeah, I mean, the power of the Nocturne, of course, and yeah, just the chains of corruption going so far wide. I mean, it wasn't even that, he just threaded the needle. And
no, it goes straight over the Gwen, but the Gwen has her shroud.
Yeah, okay, and I thought it looked like it was just straight between them.
We'll see here. Gwen comes in, he throws it out perfectly.
Yeah, no, okay, so just Kiaya timed it perfectly with the shroud.
But yeah, such as Ari, Charm. Jimmy might be able to find a pick here onto Nico. No flash. Keep in mind. Oh, the clone usage is so good. Still the hook lands there, and they are going to be able to pick up that kill, but not through lack of trying, as Elio very nearly, I believe, managed his way out of there. Now, top tower under threat. Biopanther's going to have to teleport up there if they do want to stop this from going down.
Unfortunately, with the change of corruption on cooldown, Artemis is pretty free in the mid lane to get that damage out onto the mid, and there you go. Bias teleported up. So both top laners going to be up on the top side of this rift. I think Kiaya is going to probably have the best time in terms of responding. You look at it, just the nosedive of gold difference off a cliff. I mean, you had, what, a brief 10-second period where the Chiefs had it at about the 5-minute mark?
Yeah, but unfortunately, GAM really keeping it together here. Kills are even, but constantly winning out in terms of those objectives. Just better macro play, leading to better gold income. And I mean, Kiaya really is just so daunting to deal with at this point of the game. Not really many champions that deal with them that well. Have to try and kite around the usage of that shroud, the usage of that needlework, as Paranoia is going to come through onto Violet. Everyone's coming down. Kiaya's on the back lines, and Violet, no sums, nowhere to go. Unfortunately for him, means the end. Husha's trying to make his way out, will be able to do so. So it's only the one kill found. Luon going wide there on the hook. As unfortunately for Jimmy, and the auto attack gets it.
Kiaya's ignite, yeah. No, so you gotta respect that Jimmy saves Husha's life there, unfortunately at the cost of his own. I mean, up until he got caught, it was a pretty brilliant play.
Yeah, maybe a bit too greedy there on that Spirit Rush. Especially with the Malignants, you kind of do get to just use that at nauseam, and it's not too big of a loss, but unfortunately, 2 going down, both carries here of the Chiefs, does lead to their mid lane tower finding the same fate.
Yeah, just not enough respect for the VCS Nocturne, it seems. Because, I mean, if not for that, Levy's fast, less scary in these situations. And just the sheer mobility on top of it is just so hard to deal with. Yeah, Jimmy and RS with that phase rush. He's just so quick.
Yeah. No way out. The Ignite seals the deal. Possibly lives if not for the auto attack coming through there by Ares. And I imagine, based on what was occurring on the stream, there might be a lag issue at the studio current. At the venue, I suppose, is better.
Seems it's a GAM issue, though.
Yeah, Ares. I mean, not Ares. Kiaya. That's who I was meaning.
A summoner has disconnected.
There you go. That about answers it.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, typically, if the stream looks like that, you probably got some issue with the internet. Hopefully get that sorted out and get back into game. But GAM certainly looking to take game number 1. As you said in Champ Select, the one caveat here for the Chiefs is no longer can the side of GAM pick up Gwen, Nocturne, Ryze, Callista, or Nico ahead in the series. So 5 massive champions to now be gone from the draft. The one problem, of course, is now you don't have the option for Ari for Jimmian, who already he found a solo kill this game. He has ultimately played reasonably well. It has been the macro game that's letting them down. They have had no lane control in any of their lanes. And Levy rather, having just free will to do whatever he wants, where he wants, when he wants.
Yeah, I mean, just the derail that the level 3 gank caused from Husha. Because if he's given free reign to just keep farming, I think he looks a little bit more to impact the top side of the Rift and things don't look as bleak. But because it took him so long to obviously pull that gank off down on the bot side and then get back to farming, he was down a considerable amount of CS and he's briefly been able to close that gap. But the timing meant that, well, you look at it, Levy was straight back in the jungle and expanded that gap out with a pretty decent clear off the back of it. So I don't know. Yeah, I think that might just be the one silver lining is that it's almost the anti-Bow strat. You know, well, they can't play it again, so if they've taken it off the Rift, it's no longer an issue.
Yeah. But you also then need to start questioning, again, the stamina, right?
Yeah.
Their game 1s have typically...
Oh, okay. Look, no one saw it but us and the rest of the world.
Fine, it's an X-Tech flash. You want to use that as much as possible. Unfortunately, you usually want to use it to go where you want to go, but...
Maybe he wanted to go into the wall.
Possibly. Hide in the wall. Aria's going to get charmed up here. Certainly not the damage on Jimmian for now. He's going to actually have to use that Spirit Rush. Fortunately for him. Oh! One overload will just clear out all those dogs.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about it. Aris going to be a bit of a problem. Kiai going to be a bit of a problem. Artemis going to be a problem, and we're at that problem stage.
I just thought of it, right? They made the Glizzy Neferi skill. Quite a missed opportunity to call it the hot diggity dog Neferi. Hold up! Oh, Fate's Call. Fate's Call comes out. They're going to find Jimmy, and Jimmy no phase rush, and Levy's going to be able to take him down. Pop bottom lands only onto Leon. And they are able to find one back. It's going to be at least Elio going down, but not really much for Violet to do. The needlework coming out. He does have the flash. No, he does not, actually, and he is just completely annihilated. Snip, snip, indeed. Only Bi Panther left, wondering where his team's gone, wondering where this Baron's going to go, and wondering what happened to this first game here of GAM versus the Chiefs.
Yeah, unfortunately, just the complete opposite of every other series that the Chiefs have played, where they've come out screaming in game 1 and then have sort of fallen off. Now this time, to be fair, I don't think it's for lack of trying. It's the draft that really has put them under the pump. And it will be a pretty free Baron for GAM. There is just no response whatsoever. This should be sort of the first domino to fall, and you can see it. I mean, yeah, they get massive damage out, but the Fate's Call completely undoes all of that pressure there in the team fight. And the fact that Levy's so deep in onto Jimmy and there's no coverage whatsoever, it was just all over as soon as it began, really. A very, very unfortunate situation for the Chiefs. It gets even worse. And you talk about missed skin opportunities. Where's cosplayer Nico?
Yeah. You know the one
that would be an
thing,
intensely complex skin to pull off.
Elio really tempting fate there is, if you do end up as the minion, as Nico, and someone smites you, you take full smite damage. So that's why we saw him come out of the clone with about 500 HP left, is because Husha sees the minion strolling through his jungle, quickly realizes that's not real, smites him for almost his entire HP bar. But unfortunately, Fate's Call was there. Artemis able to save his Nico. And they get the Baron off the back of the plate. got 4 kills as well.
That is the risk you take, I suppose, dressing up as a minion.
Elio does have flash. Gonna be able to get that Pop Blossom off, and Husha doing a great job to deny the CC there from the Pop Blossom, but unfortunately for them, Elio with that flash does create the distance.
Unfortunately, Jimmy jumps into the Pop Blossom as well, which means that they weren't able to find what they were looking for, and Levy's on the hunt.
You just have to be so scared whenever you see Levy on this Nocturne.
That's the thing, though, you're not going to see him. That's the worst bit of it all. The Chiefs have no clue that there is just Levy lurking in the wings, because he can close the distance that freely, and he's going to push in mid. There's going to be no response to him, because anyone that he jumps on at this stage in the game pretty much dies.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate truth. 3k gold lead up on the top side, 2k, and a 4.2k in the mid lanes. I mean, really just disgusting gold differences in all lanes. That's leading to the 12k gold deficit that Chiefs are finding themselves.
Especially taking into account the fact that Jimmy got a solo kill on Darius.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a bit over, unfortunately, is game 1. And, you know, you can go now, start thinking about game 2, start rejoicing in the fact that none of these 5 champions, who, on the patch, arguably the 5 strongest, and you made arguments about the Nocturne, but when it comes to a VCS team, here comes the Paranoia. They're looking for Biopanther. Biopanther getting that counter-strike off. Paranoia comes in onto Jimmy. He does have a way out with the Spirit Rush, and in will come Arias, I believe, and he's very locked up. He's very low. He does go golden, and a 3-man snare. Oh, the Chiefs are all locked up, and unfortunately for them, they are taking a hell of a lot of damage. Husha burning down. The slow coming through because of the Artican. Knock up onto Violet. Nowhere left to run. Nowhere left to hide, as GAM will claim game 1 of the series and lead against the Chiefs.
An absolute domination from start to finish. The 3 of the 4 kills they were able to achieve were on to Elio. And look, there you go. Bio gets his 1 consolation prize, taking down Kiara at the very end, which was a pretty hard task throughout the entirety of that game. But GAM look to buck the trend. Chiefs have come out roaring in game 1. Every game this split. Unfortunately, here in week 4, that changes.
Absolutely, and if I was still in primary school, I'd say it's opposite day and they're going to be able to reverse sweep this, but...
That is some next level coping.
GAM, unfortunately, not the kind of team to run out of stamina in a series. They've been to this... They've been through series in their lives. They've been through game 5s multiple times across, you know, many of these players' careers, and when they have this dominating of a game 1, you just expect it to be closed out pretty quickly. But again, thinking about, you know, the positives for Chiefs, these 5 champions are arguably the 5 best champions you could find if you are a VCS player. They are consistently performing. Maybe you could make the swap of something like an Elise instead of Nico. Of course, when you're with the Callista, you kind of like having this Nico alongside it. But realistically, these 5 champions being gone now means whatever we're going to see from GAM is going to be a lot different, because they're not going to have these massive power picks constantly finding things across the map.
I mean, the crazy thing is, they laid down the gauntlet by first picking a Nico, saying, well, come on, look, Callista's there if you want it. But no discredit to Violet. I don't think he's going to be a super confident Callista player, given how infrequently it's played.
Yeah, and I mean, based on this series and last series, you just have to imagine Violet, unfortunately, doesn't have that in his repertoire. I mean, it's a champ that's banned almost every game, so you can make the argument, oh, I don't want to learn it because it's banned so often. But in these games, when it is left open, you need to have that ability to play it. You see the Nico. It's not like, because Nico's gone, you can no longer pick the Callista. You can absolutely pick the Callista. You've got things like the Renata. You've got things like the Elise that are there that can be picked. Sure, Nico has a pretty good time into both of them, but the Callista's going to be feeling pretty okay against any AD carry in the game. But not having that available to yourself, you see the Nico, you're not able to pick the Callista, you're stuck with the Varus. How are you going to ever play Varus into a team composition like this? You have a Nocturne that can go on you whenever he wants. You have the Ryze who can go on you whenever he wants, and really no one can do anything but watch, as you're just left to hopefully have Flash up to survive.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's evident that Violet didn't play Split 1 because he never quite got to experience the punch-down Varus era that was the 3 middle weeks of Split 1, which was just Varus getting smoked on repeat. And there you go, the one saving grace in the mid lane. Jimmy gets a solo kill, to be fair. It had already been pretty much set up by that stage, and yeah, this stage the game was over. The fact that Levy can just freely roam the way he wants. Violet was put through trial of fire and unfortunately did not come out unscathed.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate truth again. I mean, once again, Violet trying to make his way through these Nocturne ults, it's just impossible. If you don't have Flash, there's no way out. And even if you do have Flash, you can see that it was still very, very difficult for him to make his way out of there. And GAM really able to, off the back of what was just a better draft, maybe not just in general, but certainly for them, they got exactly what they want in all 3 lane, or all 5 positions, I guess, and really were able to just run away with it with that advantage.
Yeah, it was a pretty brutal beatdown, and look, a lesson that I think, I hope the Chiefs, you know, take into game 2, because they really haven't been in this situation before. They start strong. Game 2 and 3 is where they tend to peter out, but this time around they are under the pump from the start.
Yeah, they were, and it'll be interesting to see the drafts coming into the next couple of games, because again, while all of these great champs were lost by GAM, Chiefs unfortunately also lose their most winning champ in Nari, right? There's a Zinzao still up. It was banned in game 1, so maybe they can get their hands on that and feel a bit confident in themselves, but GAM ultimately just banned it. So they might just look to do the same, realizing that Husha is performing really well on it, and just disallow them from really finding much.
But you know what you can find? And you can find it at home. You can subscribe to the LCP English Twitch channel and get yourself the Caitlin Tell Me Everything emote to support us here at the LCP and support the players there playing in the competition on the ground, making everything happen for you, all that entertainment. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for you Prime subbers. You've got to go for the full-on Twitch sub. It is from now until June 26th, so make sure you get in so you can spam that Tell Me Everything emote in ranked, in arena, wherever you want to, honestly, because it's definitely one that will get under your opponent's skin. And look, everyone knows cosmetics at the end of the day give you that extra advantage. Skill level increases every time you pop that emote. You just got to do it.
Absolutely, and we'll hope that the Chiefs do have their emotes on for game number 2, as we are going to head into a break. Once we're back, we'll see if Chiefs can fight back or if GAM closes out 2-0.
ソフトバンクホークスゲーミング ADC のマーブルです。
マーブルの母です。よろしくお願いします。
今週が大事な試合でもあったので、3試合目最後の試合でペンタキルを取ることができてすごく嬉しく思います。
1試合目で負けて何もできなくて負けてちょっと悲しかったんですけど、3試合目でペンタキル取ってくれてすごい嬉しいです。
そうですね。これからも健康優先で健康第一に末永く暮らしてほしいです。母の日おめでとう。
我们曾經強大，但在最關鍵時刻卻倒下了。
Tụi mình đã đánh giá sai trận đấu. Giải đấu này khó hơn tụi mình nghĩ.
応援してくれるペンに報いたい。次はチャジャコで行く。
This wasn't the goal. This was only the first step.
Tụi mình đã làm cho mọi người nghi ngờ LCP và đó chỉ là nó bắt đầu thôi.
やるべきことは分かってる。言い訳はしない。この勝負にかける。Tụi mình đã giáng một đòn chí mạng với team mạnh nhất. Giờ thì tụi mình sẽ hạ gục họ.
从没人看好到谁都不该小看鲁蛇。不，我们是那支势不可挡的队伍。
我们掌握了战局，但却让他溜走。这种事不会再发生了。这一次，我们会牢牢抓住。
あとは結果で証明する。僕たちの本当の力を世界に見せる時が来た。
Cả thế giới sẽ biết tụi mình là ai. Đã đến lúc vươn tầm thế giới.
Tụi mình luôn có niềm tin rằng mình có thực lực. Bây giờ là lúc chúng mình bung hết sức.
勝つために必要なものは全て僕たちの中にある。Đẩy đối thủ tới giới hạn là chưa đủ. Lần này tụi mình sẽ bứt phá vượt qua.
The real battle starts now. It's time to prove you deserve our place.
曾经被看轻的我们，现在是让你们打鼾的存在。
1v1 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. Players are only allowed to pick champions from this draft pool. The ban phase is out. No champions will be banned. Only champions from the draft pool can be selected. Each champion can only be picked once per team throughout the entire regular season. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 1v1 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met, when a player is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy's turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes. The winner is decided by first kill or first turret destroyed. And watch out, the ring of fire closes in fast. Fall to it, and your opponent claims victory.
“我觉得模具选角的话，主要对观众来说会有更好的观看性，因为可以每一场都有不一样的角色出现。
Just the innovation of pro culture that should always be there. Like I think it just allows pros to adapt to like a new meta, and it's not boring and just stuck to the same champs.
이제 보시는 팬분들도 훨씬 더 재밌어진 것 같고 이제 준비하는 저희들 입장에서 조금 더 어려워진 부분들은 많아진 것 같긴 한데 훨씬 더 여러 가지 조합을 구색할 수 있는 것 같아서 더 재밌어진 것 같습니다.
Game two. Chiefs choosing blue side, no substitutes. Looking rough, but a large part of that, there has to be said, was the drafting. I mean, not that they got a bad draft. That's not what I'm trying to say, but
yeah.
When you think about Yu-Gi-Oh! And you think about the Forbidden One.
Sorry, what?
I think the strongest case for an Exodia draft we've ever seen is the VCS getting those exact 5 champions.
Oh no, is that like the set revival with Galio, where you get the full cultists and the
kind of like that?
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense to me.
Cultists.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. That makes a little bit more sense. But yeah, no, they did. I mean, you could not have given them a better draft. Like, there was literally not a single champion in that draft that you change out and it makes it even stronger. It was just, yeah, a bit rough. I mean, given the situation for the Chiefs, they kind of needed to ban what they banned. Vi and Rumble are just so strong at the moment, especially on the red side. You don't want to be giving away Vi first round. But, I mean, again, the biggest boon all those 5 champions are now gone, thankfully, courtesy of the Fearless Draft. I don't know if in the grand scheme that changes a heck of a lot, but yeah, look, Zen banned out, Cyan banned out, GAM clearly have been doing their homework when it comes to the Chiefs, and unfortunately for the Chiefs, that means that this gets even scarier still.
I just thought of something, a little bit off topic, but not entirely, thinking of, the Chiefs are playing.
We'll see.
If this was how the split was originally supposed to be in best of ones with a round robin, Chiefs would currently have 2 wins.
That's
so
crazy.
They are cursing the fact that it's Fearless. Right now, they're really happy it's Fearless because all 5 champs in game 1 are now gone, and they have a chance still to win the series. But crazy to think that if things were slightly different, then they would at least have those 2 wins. Sejuani picked up early here. That's going to be for Husha in the jungle, possibly for Biopanther, but I do not foresee that being the case.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, when your best jungle option for Husha is gone, banned out. Yeah, that was the one thing that I was a little concerned about. I mean, they've targeted Levy out pretty heavily, but at the cost of potentially the top lane matchup.
So Bio must have an answer, because they've clearly left it open intentionally.
You say that,
in times
but
past,
he's often just picked something that's not worked.
In times past, he would go Cassante into the Rumble, and he'd do perfectly fine. Cassante currently,
Oh.
not that great. Okay, do not pick Jhin. Please do not pick Jhin. I've seen this Jhin into Skarner enough times, and I hate it. Also, Skarner Rumble is a disgusting combination to start off this draft here for the side of GAM. Yoinking people up with that Impale and just dragging them on top unwillingly of the Equalizer. Husha on the Yone. Okay, we're putting together a good draft. Jimmy's really good at this champ. Pairs exceptionally well with the Sejuani. Now, they're going to be dealing with the same problem they had last game, where they do just have a mid laner conceding pressure. The Yone never really that strong in the lane and usually just sits at his tower.
Now, in terms of what's available for the rest of the Rift Chiefs, I think Violet's best champion at the moment is Misfortune. I'm not overly confident into a Skarner Rumble.
Okay, I
Kai'Sa.
really like this. I really like this. Violet is an amazing Kai'Sa player. Now, what do you pair with it with the Nico gone? You can still go something like the Rell, the Leona, the Alistair. Don't hate any of those options necessarily at the current given time, but you do kind of miss the fact there is no Nico.
Yeah, okay, Corki picked up. Could be Darius, could be Artemis. Gives him a little bit of potential.
I'm pretty sure this will be mid Corki.
Yeah, into the Yone.
Yeah, it does well into the Yone. Also, you have that AP in the top side already, with Skarner doing a reasonable amount, but mostly, of course, Rumble.
Luan's getting hard banned out for the Rell. Both games now, GAM have taken it away from him. Just to be fair, again, he's looked pretty phenomenal on the champion.
Yeah, crazy on the Rell so far. But still, there are enough engaged tools left open that he's going to be fine. Even Rakan still left. Akali taken away, so still thinking that this is an AD carry Corki currently. Obviously, Artemis in Split 1 did play the Corki, so it could be. Logitech. Getting some representation going. Let's go, Kiaya.
Absolutely. Chilling.
Great game out of Kiaya game 1.
Oh,
constantly
brilliant
where
game.
he needed to be. Dominated his lane. Finding flanks on the mid tower constantly. Taking down Violet on repeat. A lot harder to do this game, though, on the Kai'Sa.
Yeah,
mobility.
okay. Yeah, not the worst choice in terms of banning away from Luon. Not something we've seen a heck of a lot from him, but given the comp that you can see, makes a lot of sense.
Also not that great with Kai'Sa. So I do think it's a bit of an interesting ban when there are other options available, like the Alistair, like the... Yeah, okay, strong laner.
Hedging their bets a little bit with a mid and AD carry ban.
Yeah, not typically how you see the drafts go, but certainly it gets rid of sort of one of the answers that Ares typically likes into these squishier champs, and obviously we saw him just pick it immediately as soon as he saw Silas last time. Silas went Rod of Ages, he had a bad time, but Yone doesn't have that option. If you do see Yone with a Rod of Ages, you could probably report him.
Nah, if it's TFT, that's fine. Just build it into a Gwynsu's.
True. A Rod of Ages?
Yeah, Rod of Ages and Recurve Bow makes Gwynsu's in TFT.
That's a needlessly large rod.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Rod of Ages. Yeah. I mean, look, there's probably some logic, there's some big bang logic that I haven't thought of. No.
Leona, good pick. It's a good pick. It pairs well with the Kai'Sa, and you get that long engage, does reasonably well into the Rakan. Many seasons ago, it was actually thought of as one of the best Rakan counters. Kind of missed on that logic back in the day, and here we are. Okay, so he does still go to Cassante. Cassante really isn't the champ he used to be, unfortunately. Has And largely due to matchups, where Kasante's finding himself in a rough spot a lot of the time now. Xayah, I mean, not often do you get a crazy Xayah game, but this, if there ever was one, is one. I mean, does well into the Kai'Sa. I mean, it's pretty much an even lane in terms of those two individually, but against K'Sante, Yone, and the Sejuani, you're feeling fantastic.
Absolutely. And with the Rakan as well. I mean, this is a bit of a rough spot for sure. I don't know. Definitely not as terrifying as GAM's Game 1 draft, but still a pretty tough draft to play into. We've seen it a couple of times. The Kai'Sa into Rumble just can be zoned out completely.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about Kai'Sa, she just jumps over it. If the team fight's looking good, there's going to be some CC coming through from K'Sante, Sejuani, or Leona. That's a given. There's no way that no CC lands in a fight, and she'll be able to just jump on in. But really the problem comes is how do you get through this front line? It has to be... It'll be drawn out. Yes, you have the damage coming through from Yone and Kai'Sa, with some percentage health damage coming through of the Blade of the Ruined King and Kai'Sa passive, but still it is a significant health bar, and during all that time, the Corki and Xayah will just be beating down on you, and they will certainly win the race through those health bars. True damage on the Corki, and just the absolute shred of Xayah when she gets those sort of crit chances on and the amplified damage on her Blade Caller.
Yeah, the Chiefs definitely have their work cut out for them closing out this series. It's probably going to be one of their worst series of the split, which is saying something, I think.
Biopanther, though, chooses the correct K'Sante skin, so off to a good start. As you said, before the break, cosmetics are arguably the most important part of the game. There you have it.
You love it, the local crowd getting behind. Okay, they're just sharing a brush.
Yeah, it's correct Rumble skin, correct Sejuani skin, so it's two... Oh, I'm not sure about the Yone skin. Is that the prestige one? If it is, that's the one I use, and then I do.
I believe it is, yeah.
Okay, so 3 from 3. Now we need to see bot side. I mean, Violet will have IG Kai'Sa, so that's 4. And I don't really care about Leona skin, so really...
Wow, to be fair, she needs a few new ones. I think it's a bit past due that she gets a good one.
Yeah, I think Iron Solari, is that the no, is that what it's called?
That's what
it's something...
The early ones.
Yeah, but it looks good, the silver one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's one of her better ones.
I run the Valkyrie one.
What does that one look like?
It's the
silver one as well?
No, it's gold, more bronzy.
Oh, bronzy? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it matches your rank.
Just because the sword looks cool.
Yeah. Pool Party is usually a crowd favorite too.
Yeah.
It's a good Corgi skin too. I believe that's Corgi, but with a... No, yeah, it is. It is the Corgi, but with a chroma.
Yeah.
Obsidian chroma, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, nerd. Calm down.
Yeah. I play League of Legends.
Yeah, but so do I. I just don't sit there and memorize all the chromas.
Well, my favorite ones are always the rose quartz, because that's the pink one. So whenever a champion with a chroma has a rose quartz, you can almost guarantee I'm purchasing it.
Yeah, it sounds about right. I'm at this stage, nothing crazy.
Oh, they got the synergy skins down here. Both with the Dark Cosmic, I believe. I like Star Guardian.
To be fair, there's some crazy good skins in the game.
There are. There are a lot of good skins. Quiet start. I mean, I expect this one to be a bit quieter, admittedly.
Yeah, to be fair, compared to the full court press that was Game 1 from GAM.
Yeah. Again, they actually did put together the 1992 Dream Team. Touted as one of the best teams in sports history. Well, GAM had them beat.
We'll see. It's still early enough in the split that could change.
No, I mean the draft.
Yeah. But you kind of want the pilots of those champions to be the same.
True.
Not quite the GAM emote, but half of nearly.
Yeah, currently in the split, Honkyu really the Michael Jordan of the LCP.
Oh, Michael Jordan basketball, not baseball.
Hold up, big trade coming down bot. Luon finding a really nice Zenith Blade and capitalize on it, but Artemis does a great job of trading back there. Luon does manage to dodge out of that route, but still takes a large chunk of damage in return.
We'll see if it matches up to Michael Jordan's acting career by the end of the split. That'll be truly telling. I mean, Husha definitely not losing out pace-wise this time around. He's not gone for that early gank that threw off momentum like it did in Game 1, so he's going to match pretty comfortably. But they might be looking for some shenanigans down on the bot side. No, he's just getting that deep waterage.
If Husha is the Michael Jordan, would that make Junja Bugs Bunny? You reckon?
I think there definitely could be an argument to be made there. Who's Daffy, though? That's the real question.
Yeah.
Probably Luon flashing into a wall.
Wouldn't that be goofy?
No, that's, again, you're crossing universes there with that one.
Am I? Oh, that's Mickey Mouse, you're right.
Yeah, you were going from Looney Tunes to Disney.
Just living in a fever dream.
Absolutely.
I'm still coming down off Chiefs game 1 against Vikings.
Yeah, look, to be fair, it's been a bit of a week-long situation with that.
Jimmy doing a good job here of staying relatively even in farm. Does find himself slightly behind, but I think ultimately all lanes doing about as expected. Violet will be coming up to this top side now, alleviate some of that pressure from Biopanther. Unfortunately, he's going to have to come and meet a pretty bad lane state, all things considered. And on the other side of things, Artemis is going to be able to come up and should be about in time for the crash that Violet's going to put forward. In the meanwhile, though, Luon coming in, joining his jungler in Husha. A great pairing, the Leona Sejuani, a lot of CC chain.
Interesting. So basic-wise, this time around, the Chiefs have matched pretty comfortably.
Yeah.
At every sort of lane state. Luon there at the exact same time as Elio. For the most part, Husha there the exact same time as Levy.
Yeah, taking away that sort of volatility of that level 3 gank. We always know that Husha, when it comes to his jungle pathing, oftentimes just finds himself ahead through superior pathing, being able to find a random camp in the enemy jungle here and there through, just superior knowledge almost. This game, obviously, even pretty hard to find that leg up against someone as storied and good as Levy.
I mean, you saw it Game 1 last week, yeah, absolutely phenomenal stuff. But Games 2 and 3, he was farming like an absolute beast. So even though the game was very, very rough for the Chiefs and it was brutal at points, he was still farming like an absolute demon. He's going to get himself this early prio over the drag, but Kiai is looking
dangerous. Yeah, Kiai is going to spot this out. Has the equalizer. Biopanther's coming to match. Does not have the all-out. Equalizer does hit onto Husha here. Kiai going to take a bit of damage, but Biopanther not able to respond with an ult of his own. Still, Dragon aggroed, and with no equalizer, this should just be able to be picked up by Husha, so well
Levy's working his way down.
Oh, he is. It's very low. I mean, that's such a detriment that Biopanther hasn't at level 6, and that's because of the lane state he came down into. Husha getting burnt at a stake here by Kiai. A bit of damage coming back. He's going to be able to get that permafrost. They are trying to lock him down, but here comes that overheat by Panther, trying to find what he can. But Levy gets the smite. Husha's going to go down. That's going to be first blood picked up by Ares, but in will come that Yone. It's a 1-for-1. Flash away from Kiai. Jimmy and trying to find what he can, but it's not a whole lot. It's a 1-for-1, but Dragon goes over to Levy, and unfortunately for the side of the Chiefs, that's a 1k gold advantage from nothing.
Oh, that's so criminal. The Chiefs desperately needed that Dragon to reset, but Kiai just does not let it happen. And a big, big overstep is punished so very heavily. And again, the kill goes the way of Luon, which is not where you want that. If Violet picks that up, he's sitting very, very happy in the grand scheme of things, considering how he's down. And
just level 6 to 5.
Yeah, just the timing there, so criminal in this matchup. And no way for Bio to get that 6 tick over either.
Yeah, it's just sad because really it doesn't feel like there's a way for Biopanther to navigate that. The reason it happened, again, I touched on it already, but he comes down to bot lane. Oh, Jimmy and whiffing completely on the Fate Sealed as well, but he comes down to the bot lane when it's slightly outside of the tower of GAM. He's not able to get it in. And so Kay gets all that XP, and Biopanther loses a bunch because he gives up his top wave, so Violet's able to get up there and take it. And he's just really left in a pretty dire position. Elio's going to come, freeze this wave up.
I mean, look, yeah, far from Chiefs being out of this at all, but definitely a rough spot to be in. Not ideal given the situations. I mean, if Husha had been unmolested there by Kiai in that Dragon Pit, this game looks drastically different, but Kiai is just, again, a top laner that is really creating presence this split.
Absolutely. Void Grub's now going to be started up. Last time Chiefs weren't able to get any. This time, GAM looking to achieve the same result. No Fate Sealed, but there is the Glacial Prison, there is the All-Out. One picked up from GAM. In comes that Glacial Prison, it goes wide. Great side step from Kiai, but what can you find on the side of the Chiefs? There's a lot of melee, there's a lot of damage. Elio getting very, very low, is going to be able to get stunned up if they're able to find it, but no. Husha gets taken out first. No grubs found. Luon's going in. He is just going to be that sacrificial lamb. 2 kills going over to GAM. 0 grubs going over to the Chiefs, and GAM quickly running away with this one.
I hate to call a spade, but this is eerily similar in terms of fall-off to every other series that Chiefs have played this split. And I don't want to call the game over already, but I mean, that's 2.2k gold difference. That's full set of grubs as well. That's first Drake.
That's everything.
That's, yeah, there is not really a worse position that Chiefs could be in, barring them running it down mid lane.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Jimmy now at a 1k gold disadvantage. I mean, it looked like it could have been so good, but again, the Impale lands onto Husha, and he just gets put on top of that equalizer and goes down immediately. Luon, really, to no fault of his own, goes down there. He's just trying to keep his mid laner alive, and despite being able to actually do that, you see it there on your screens, 1k, 201 here on the Corki as Arias, and already, I mean, just putting himself in a position to get this one across the line, and we're only 10 minutes in.
I mean, you look at the disparity as well. Sheen, Tier, ready to go for Arias, well stacking up. Jimmy currently has boots. He's got a Doran shield, yeah, cool, but boots. He's got a Vamp Scepter, again, into what is a pretty strong Corki with the Sheen. It's just a far cry from where Jimmy needs to be, and it's not for lack of trying again.
Yeah, hard to blame him. Of course, he did have that one missed ultimate down by the Dragon, but fight was already kind of sealed at that stage. Maybe able to pick up one off the back of it if it did land, but still 2k gold advantage here for GAM, winning everywhere except Luon, who once again was the benefactor of the only kill Chiefs have found thus far. Violet getting jumped on here, will be able to dodge away from that route, but still, I mean, just controlling the pace of the map. One minion that was, I mean, he was off for a break. He was resting up there and kind of didn't know where he was, but I mean, it's hard to see an avenue back. I mean, you do have great skirmishing, but generally, it's hard to skirmish when you're this far behind, and when you are this far behind, you're not looking for fights. Maybe if you get a pick, then you have an avenue back, but it doesn't feel all that possible. Artemis denying that cannon minion. Violet just left to put up that thumbs up. Flash available for Kaya, all out comes through. Pusha's going to be holding this ult. Kaya will be going down at least. It's a shutdown. It's picked up by Biopanther. Able to keep that ultimate on Sejuani. Flash was retained from Kaya as well. Unfortunately now, it's the bot lane under the pump. Violet's going to have to leave his tower. There's not really anything he can do. There's going to be a few plates going over, and once again, yeah, you got that shutdown. Great work, but it's Violet down the bot side. It's going to be really paying the prices. Artemis getting out of control as well.
Yeah, I mean, gives Jimmy a bit of room in the mid lane, but how much that's really going to net you, you can't really say for sure. Gives GAM the pressure they need to start up this Dragon as well.
Yeah.
And there is no real threat from the Chiefs to try and contest it.
Teleport available for Jimmy, and if he does choose to try, but realistically, there's no reasonable way to do it. They are coming through. They're looking. Oh, again, going wide. Not connecting on those glacial prisons is Husha. Having an off game. Not often you see that out of the Chiefs.
To be
jungler.
fair, would have been a very, very narrow margin of failure there, I think, for the glacial prison mid-dash. He was close. He was darn close.
Yeah, just 2 from 2 now, going wide. 0 from 2 if you count it that way. Kinetic Recurn now on Biopanther, so gets himself a little bit of that durability, much needed into this Rumble. Rumble now recalling. Be surprised if he didn't have access to the Leandries, but maybe not quite there. Yeah, not quite. Faded Ashes for the time being as he heads down to the bot lane.
I mean, the big problem on top of that is, yeah, look, Kinetic Recurn is going to be fine, but the vast majority of your magic damage is coming out of Kiaya, and he's not going to be the one that you're dealing with going to the later stages of the game. It's going to be Arias and Artemis, who, yeah, look, he's got a cloth armor now, so he's probably going to be working towards those steel plates, but yeah, a team fight in the next few minutes is not going to be great for Bio.
You know, one of the things in this game that I always struggle to overcome is calling plated steel caps Ninja Tabis.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I think Ninja Tabis have been in the game
It's so
less.
iconic.
They are. But I think like now, plated steel caps have probably been in the game longer than Ninja Tabi was. I might be wrong.
I think you're probably off, but it can't be by much.
Yeah. As Grand Entrance used, but goes wide for Elio, but there's no real way to punish that. In fact, Luon now, maybe in a spot above it. Jimmian just getting absolutely punished.
I mean, that is a try-fast Corki.
Yeah. Not fast. This guy is anything but a fast.
No, it's a bit of a joke how much damage he's doing currently, so I wouldn't say I'm totally wrong.
No, that's, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy's going to be a bit of a slow burn champion, I think, going into this game. He's going to need a little bit of space to get himself back in to a point where he can really find some great effect. It is going to come down to them just being able to stack everything on top of each other.
I think, to his credit, he's done a pretty decent job at least.
Oh, he could be in a much
farm.
worse position for sure, but
He's getting a reasonable amount of CS despite the position he's really been put in, and no real fault of his own either. Gets himself that wave as well. Even manages to get away with the Guardian proc, but yeah, hopefully for him, he's going to have that Blade of the Ruin King online. Should do, I imagine. We'll see. Actually not looking for the recall just yet. Able to pick up one more wave. No, he's not going to test the limits. He is... Okay, no, he does get his back cancelled, but it was Jimmy cancelling it.
yeah. Not a huge amount should really be happening. I mean, Rift Herald is coming up, so for the most part, it'll be them setting themselves up so Levy can start this off. But again, Chiefs really lacking in terms of priority, in terms of threatening this. They haven't got a heck of a lot to them. It's going to take a huge overmatch, and unfortunately, the fact that Kiaya does have TP means he's going to be there to respond should he need to.
Yeah, I mean, the Chiefs are posturing around. Luon's going to be the first to enter this banana bush. And does take the brunt of the CC. Elio were using that quickness. The three-man impale coming through from Levy. And down will go Jimmy in. And with it, the hopes of this team fight ever resulting in a win. Kiaya teleports in, immediately has to flash away. But still, it's the Rift Herald. It's the kill. And it's all things coming up GAM. It's GAM time, baby.
It is indeed. I think they were a little bit too slow pulling the trigger there.
Flash. Oh, dear. Just trying to find anything. Just playing on a prayer. Levy's still sticking around. None of his team here, really, so we'll eventually concede Hoosh's Gromp. Weird to say, but...
Yeah, I mean, you look at it. So, GAM turns, knows full well that the collapse is coming on in. Yeah, unfortunately, they just drop everything into Elio. The quickness comes in and... Yeah, they just... Oh, I mean, again, so that's the first Glacial Prison that's really landed the way they want to, but by that stage, Jimmy was already dead, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Blade Caller just piercing through everyone with that impale. Unfortunately, Jimmy not able to get back to his shadow. Does just get taken cleanly out. It's a sizable lead everywhere once again here for the side of GAM. Top lane reasonably even, but Casante's not the champ you look to carry a game like this.
Not at all.
Especially not in this day and age. Still, they're looking aggressively on the top side, possibly. Hoosher up there, pings go down and the wave's cleared. Equalizer used by Kiaya, realizes much better to just use it ult, make sure he's not going to be able to be dove, and get himself out.
Dragon is up, but again, no meaningful priority around the Rift for the Chiefs to actually start it or even contest it realistically. I struggle to see that avenue back in for the Chiefs. They are so under the pump once again. Yeah, look, Jimmy has had an alright game so far, but this is going to be another free Dragon taken.
Yeah, look, 22-minute Dragon Soul possibility.
Yeah.
The game is just spiraling out of control. This time, no ultimate for Kiaya does mean he should be able to be taken out. Oh, no. Oh, God, it's a disaster. At least the kill found, but Levy being in the area manages to mop
Kiaya's
up.
having a little giggle to himself. He dies, but he's happy. He's laughing. He's away and laughing that they get a 2-for-1 trade.
It's a dastardly position to be in.
To be fair, not nearly as dastardly as that Impale was from Levy catching Jimmy on the tail end.
I have to question the Merc treads here from Bio. But, I mean, take a look at this. We didn't even really see it, but Kiaya does not have his ultimate here, so he walks in. You know, Levy makes it there, I guess, just in time. You would have imagined late. What a pull from Levy to ensure he goes down. Jimmy does a great job to at least get that one. But
I suppose, again, the boon is that Levy picks up the double kill, not Kiaya, which, I mean, to be fair, neither of them getting gold is great for the Chiefs, but at least it's the Skarner who is going to translate that into a little bit more HP. Rift Herald taken freely, goes down. This will crack the mid lane wide open. I mean, again, everything is going GAM's way. This series could not have been worse for the Chiefs.
yeah, very hard to come back from a position like this, unfortunately for them. Down 6k gold. Now, Violet admittedly is doing a great job of at least not sort of having any downtime on the map. He is you know, not dying. He's staying up, trying to get his farm, but it's still Artemis with a sizable lead.
You need a point of pressure on the Rift for Chiefs to exploit, and usually that is Jimmy. And this time round, he's died twice. He's got himself a kill, but he's not really been that point of pressure.
Oh god, Violet's gonna have to ult to get out of this, or even have a dream of it.
Oh boy,
you're just getting 1v1'd. Barrier comes out. He still has ult. He's just gonna flash.
Levy was still 3 seconds off the impale there. Yeah. So if not for the fact that the barrier and flash go down for Violet, there's a very real possibility that he just gets caught and killed solo by Askana.
And the Chiefs are here. Xenoblade lands. This is the follow-up though. Jimmy doesn't make it over the wall, but they do manage to get the shutdown. Great look. Violet comes flying in. Lucky he hit that ultimate, because just like that, picks himself up a shutdown.
That was almost certainly a game of my dad can beat up your dad. And unfortunately for Levy there, Husha was the bigger, scarier dad in the situation. For that moment, I mean, to be fair, there were 2 extra brothers there supporting Violet, so it was very much an outnumbered situation.
Oh, let's see. I want to see Biopanther just pull the trigger. Just go for it. Neither of them would probably die, but it feels like something has to give. Now, he's going for the Ice Ball and Gauntlet second, so at least some armor going to come through there. Unfortunately, I'm really questioning these Merc Treads. There's not a whole lot of CC that you'd imagine Kasane be locked up by, right? There's probably the Blade Caller, the most likely, bit of a charm, but
yeah, Rakan probably.
Realistically, would you rather be charmed for less time and take infinite amounts of damage from Artemis, or at least have the blocking of those auto attacks?
I think Artemis is definitely the biggest threat, and so is Corki with its 2 items hit, and the Zeal as well.
Yeah. Anyway, Arda can't start up. If there's ever a way to throw the game, this is it, Chiefs. They're coming up. Teleport from Biopanther. It's going to be all full-on 5v5. Both top laners now coming to join the team. Jimmy on the flank. He's looking for an angle into this pit. Husha's going to be here. Flash forward from Lewin. He finds on Arias, but Arias gets the flash away. Can they find the fight? The equalizer's great. The equalizer's landed fantastically. Bio, 1 HP. Levy misses the impale. It was flashed away from. That's 1 kill. Violet picks that one up. Jimmy now in the fray. That's a double kill. And Violet, just like that, he finds himself yet another. And it's the Otacon picked up from the Chiefs. If ever there's a way to throw the game, it's at the Otacon. And GAM might have found it.
The universal truth of the LCP. Never underestimate a team's ability to throw a lead. And the Otacon is the most blatantly obvious position where teams throw that. It has been egregious, the number of teams that have cost themselves potentially a game, if not a series. And I mean, Lewin completely misses with the Solar Flare. Everything looked like it was lining up, but the fact that they backed off, they couldn't decide whether they wanted to support Levy in the team fight or finish the Otacon, and that ultimately cost them, because that's the majority of their front line then gone, and Chiefs can collapse and take the Thornbound Otacon.
Yeah, I mean, again, right, they pull the trigger. Forward goes Kaya, forward goes Levy, and the rest of the team couldn't get there because Otacon's active. If you walk through him when he's doing a special attack, you will lose half your HP, if not more, as well as the resistances. So they really had no option to join the rest of the team. Levy, he throws out the Impale. Husha with a fantastic flash gets himself out, and Chiefs buy themselves some time. Now, that time, they still have to prove it here, as Elio taken very low, but now Artemis is here to fire back onto Violet. The barrier's coming out, and Violet might have just thrown. Oh dear, as things look so good, they look so bad, and that's Dragon Soul all but sure to be picked up now by the side of GAM, and possibly the first major mistake we've seen out of Violet here in the LCP mid-season.
Yeah, that's a brutal mistake to make as well. No sums, and GAM just pounce on the opportunity. And all that elation that we saw from the backstage section of Chiefs is probably quickly turning on its head. That is going to be Soul. Jimmy, at least, look, he teleports up to the top side to try and gain some momentum back. He's got Luan playing spoiler, but GAM, they are very, very strong at the moment. And with Artemis alive, there is real potential that a tower can be threatened here, on top of the fact that RS is, again, very, very strong at the current moment. Yeah, that is something that could come back to haunt Violet later on.
Yeah, unfortunately, he just feels himself a little too much. Dodges out of that grand entrance and thinks all of a sudden, hey, I might have someone here, and he certainly did not, as maybe a fight breaking down the bot side. Violet now here does have that ult. He comes on in. He's going to be able to lock down Elio. That's another kill found. Levi going to be taken very, very low. But the 3-man impale, there's no follow-up. That's a second kill found for the side of the Chiefs, as they might look to continue going forward. Jimmy coming in from the top side.
No, he's going to take the scuttle there. You take what you get if you're the Chiefs. You've lost the soul, but taken another great fight. And this could be a tipping point of sorts. Chiefs, if they can win the overmatched team fight, they can then look to play around the rift off that. The only response at this point on from GAM is to just death ball it out from here, and they well overcommit. Violet coming on the backside, Bio splitting the difference, and they just take so much damage freely. Another kill going to the pockets of Violet. Definitely much needed in this situation.
Yeah, they're fighting back. This one looked like a blowout. Now, from what was a 6k gold lead, I believe, at one stage, down to 1. And Violet being the big benefactor. The rest of the team, not even that far behind. I mean, somehow Jimmy's closed the gap as well.
Somehow Violet's ahead in lane.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, there's an avenue back. He needs to get his Nashes online, get that W upgraded. It becomes a lot easier to play the game, but still. Flash now available. Biopanther coming down, maybe looking for Elio, but I mean, a bit too nimble is the Rakan.
Yeah, he's got Levy playing in the pocket as well. There is support nearby. To be fair, the overmatch potentially was in possession with Jimmy and collapsing down, but it is a 4v3, well no, 4v4 currently.
Yeah, unfortunately, no fight to be found. Baron now spawning, and GAM with control over the reverse. Scuttle Crab still there. Jimmy finds a bit of damage as
debated.
Yeah, does get the Grand Entrance out, but not really the most impactful of abilities. Or longest cooldown, should I say. Now, still aggression coming out of GAM. No real way to pull the trigger just yet on this Baron, but you see down the bottom river, Kaya making his way up to join his team, but will head back down as the minion wave will clash once again in the middle of their bot lane.
The crazy thing to me, Levy had his Heartsteel online way before Husha, and Husha has 110 stacks more.
You're doing well on those stacks, Husha. It is a little easier. Sejuani has a bit better of an auto attack animation than the Skarner.
To be fair, Levy has just died pretty much every team fight since.
He has still not out of the waters yet. Still a mountain soul here on the side of GAM. Stacked against the Chiefs currently is the game, but they've found their way back in. They have that Arakan for the additional power in these fights. Sort of a battle of what is better, the Arakan or the Mountain Dragon. Oh, Violet. Oh, dear. Oh, it's so scary watching people walk through that choke. How many times have gone wrong? In goes Levy. It's a great equalizer, splitting the difference. Biopanther makes his way in, but the Impale's great. It locks up everyone. Bio's just trying to run for his damn life now as he flashes away, but there's nowhere left to go. And just like that, the greed to walk the greedy way, Levy capitalizes as does GAM, and the Baron sure to fall.
Levy was on a ward. They knew he was there. How, at this stage in the game, can you make the assumption that Levy is in that bush, or at least in that part of the map, alone? Yeah. Like, that is just a crazy call to make for the Chiefs. And it's going to cost them a massive team fight, and it's going to cost them Baron off the back of it. They had vision in that brush.
And the problem is you can just look at the other... They saw Elio there too. I mean, I don't think they realized how badly this would go. They were trying to engage with Luon through that blast cone, and unfortunately Levy pulls the trigger on his E just in time. It knocks up Luon before he can land and throw off any abilities, and the team fight just ends before it even really starts.
I'm sorry, there's a Skarner, a Rakan, and a Rumble on the Rift. In what world was that going to go well on a choke point?
Violent now. Does have to run away. Now, the problem for Chiefs is, of course, they gave over the Baron, but the more pressing issue is this Baron carries over to extend the duration, you know, a minute extra than the spawn time of Alder. If they get the Alder some way, somehow, they're back. Absolutely, they're back. But getting through what is going to be constant side lane pressure through these Baron minions. Now, Biopanther's making sure top lane is at least in a good position so they don't have to worry about that lane for the time being, as Elder Dragon now less than a minute away from spawning, but they can't make it through this jungle. They don't have mid priority, they don't have bot priority, and you're seeing Husha, he's trying to find any headway into the control of this bot segment of the jungle, and they're just not able to. Bot in and out goes down.
Bio does have TP. In theory, he could have pushed that wave just a little bit further, but no, he decides to back off, play with the team, wants to make sure that they have as much security as possible.
I don't know how they're going to navigate this fight. It's going to have to come fast and quick if they find it. The Glacial Prison does land on Darius, but he does manage to get the Valkyrie out of the way, and unfortunately that's a lot of cooldowns used. Jimmy with a 3-man knock-up to try and save his team, but the charm lands onto him. Hoosh is going to go down. Kaya flashing forward, overheating. The all-out comes through. Jimmy's able to make the gap happen through his fate sealed, but Elio knocking up Biopanther does not allow Chiefs any room in this game, and they fought back and they fought valiantly, but GAM, they don't even need the outer. They're looking to end now. Flash away from Violet. In goes Luon. Yes, they might get one. The Ignite ticking, but what does it cost them? It'll cost them everything as Violet is left. Oh, he finds the snipe. Low health bars. Can Violet put up the defense? Kaya will not allow it. He goes gold and he's still burning. Nexus down. GAM 2-0.
I'm a little bit lost for words. So, I mean, to be fair, much the same trajectory as every other series for the Chiefs this split, where Game 2 is definitely a step in the wrong direction.
I think Game 2 was better.
They were handed a few of those opportunities, and then they completely throw it away with one egregious engagement onto Levy. I mean, knowing what is on the rift for your opponents, running into a choke point like that is a significant oversight.
Yeah, as GAM, they will be bowing. Greatly played series by them, ultimately. A few hiccups there in the second game, but ultimately, they put themselves at such an advantage early game that they afforded a few hiccups. They got themselves a clean sweep when it comes to those Dragon Souls, and that was off the back of Kaya, putting up a defense there. 1v2 for the most part. He had that level lead, throws out the equalizer, forces Hushi to come all the way around, and by that time, Levy and Ares was able to come join, and they're able to take that fight win. They got themselves off to a 3-1 lead. It was something like a 6k gold lead at one point. Chiefs fight back, but unfortunately, it was too insurmountable. The Mountain Soul makes it too hard. But again, in review, I think GAM are going to have to look at this Artican. Not only them, every single team in the league, but this Artican's becoming a problem. It's too consistent that this objective is completely throwing the game. And once again, unfortunately, it did happen here.
I think they just definitely overestimated their state in the game. We've seen teams take it pretty much off spawn, but by that stage of the game, they were that far ahead. It was completely irrelevant whether they took it or not. There was something on the rift that they could take. But yeah, no, GAM definitely weren't as far ahead as they potentially thought. Chiefs were definitely in a position where they could take team fights. Yeah, look, I want to believe in the ANZ dream. I want to believe that the Chiefs have stock in this competition. But mistakes like that are ones that you cannot make if you want to, at this stage in the competition, avoid relegation, because that is becoming an ever-present problem for them.
Yeah, of course. I mean, not at risk for this split.
No,
of course, but
if this continues, it will be.
Yeah, I mean, Husha with a pretty uncharacteristic misses there on the Sejuani ult. And again, this was the combo at the beginning, even before the game started, that I was scared of, is the Rumble paired with the Skarner. It's so easy if you ever land that Skarner ult to just drag people on top of the equalizer, and they pretty much just burn to death. Ari is going to be picking up the player of the match. Great played series from him, ultimately. He did die solo in the first game, but much of a muchness, really.
I think it was because he thought Levy was going to be coming in with the paranoia. So maybe a bit of a miscommunication more than just him making a silly play. But yeah, look, to be fair, anyone on this GAM roster probably could have picked that up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Kaya completely controlled the pace of the game there in the top side or bottom side, depending if the lane swaps come through. But this was the big play of the second game. This is pretty much what led to GAM being so far ahead. We don't even get to see the important part where Kaya is just 1v2, forces Husha out. Level 5 to level 6 there in terms of their top lane matchup. And unfortunately, it's just pretty insurmountable. Both teams do manage to get there eventually. Jimmy going completely wide with that fate sealed. Really, and sealed the fate of Chiefs.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's, again, one of those situations we've seen top versus bottom of the leaderboard. Those champions look very, very good in the hands of the top four. The bottom four, we're struggling to find those big show-up moments, and it seems like Yone is one of those champions as well. But a couple of very, very, very poor team fights in the early game set this game in a trajectory where GAM were very, very comfortable in the lead. But in saying that, a couple of really good team fights out of the Chiefs. This was not one of them, unfortunately. Yeah, just they tried to do what they could, but everything just dumped into the front two, which is not where you want that damage to go. Fate Seal does not go through because Levy is just this insurmountable wall, gets the Impale off exactly where he needs to. And yeah, look, they GAM definitely learn from their lesson, get the high this time around.
Yeah, and here was the big opportunity for the Chiefs, really. A big team fight that came out of them. Levy goes way too far forward. His team can't join him. The Artican is just sitting there on the back line. Jimmy in as well. playing spoiler for the most part, and Violet picks up 2 very quick kills. Immediately following this though, and we don't get to see it here, he walks up, plays far too hard onto Elio, gets taken out. This is where he just respawned off the back of that play. Does a great job getting the back, getting that kill, coming back and being able to supply the damage to ensure that Levy goes down too. But it was unfortunately a death in the mid lane that just costed them very dearly in that Dragon's Soul. But yeah, it's a rough look. You knew about everyone was there. If not, maybe one person wasn't.
You had
and
to assume at this stage of the game, with the limited information you have to assume that it is not just Levy. And from this point in the game was pretty much over. They try to make it a last-ditch effort, but RS already had the Valkyrie going off, so he gets himself clear. The tower goes down, so they just lack the security. And then from there, Husha just burns away, whittled to pieces by Kiaya.
And Violet not able to find any auto attacks during that.
Yeah, Artemis is just too much of a threat. We've already seen that. It's just no competition between the Xayah and the Kai'Sa at this stage in the game. They cannot go toe-to-toe. And yeah, look, a bit rough for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But that is the series done and dusted. Go and pick it up. You saw it just pop up on your screens, however. We do have another series. I would dare suggest possible you'd think of this looking very similar to how the Chiefs GAM looked. It's going to be Talon, who are on your screen, going up against SHG, who I'm sure will appear very shortly. Now, of course, Talon off the back of a 0-2 loss to Team Secret Wales. Certainly not looking as strong as they were in Split 1 in our season kickoff. But it has to be said that SHG aren't looking particularly hot either.
Marble, though,
has
picked up the only pentakill of the LCP in 2025. And if there was anyone that was going to give them that extra boost that they needed, it was going to be him. Unfortunately, in saying that, his lane opponent is Betty. So even with that leg up, I still don't know if he stands toe-to-toe.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately, that's sort of the situation that SHG are in. It's going to be Marble trying to have to prove how good he is up against Betty. But that does do us for our first series of the night. Once we're back from our break, we will have Talon versus SHG for you.
フトバンクホークスゲーミング ADC のマーブルです。
マーブルの母です。よろしくお願いします。
今週が大事な試合でもあったので、3試合目最後の試合でペンタキルを取ることができてすごく嬉しく思います。
1試合目で負けて何もできなくて負けてちょっと悲しかったんですけど、3試合目でペンタキル取ってくれてすごい嬉しいです。
そうですね、これからも健康優先で健康第一に末永く暮らしてほしいです。母の日おめでとう。
我们曾经强大，但在最关键时刻却倒下了。
Tụi mình đã đánh giá sai trận đấu. Giải đấu này khó hơn tụi mình nghĩ.
応援してくれるペンに報いたい。次はチャジャコで行く。
This wasn't the goal. This was only the first step.
Tụi mình đã làm cho mọi người ngạc nhiên ở LCP và đó chỉ là nước bắt đầu thôi.
やるべきことは分かってる。言い訳はしない。この勝負にかける。Tụi mình đã giáng một đòn chí mạng với team mạnh nhất. Giờ thì tụi mình sẽ hạ gục họ.
从没人看好到谁都不该小看鲁蛇。不，我们是那支势不可挡的队伍。
我们掌握了战局，但却让他溜走。这种事不会再发生了。这一次，我们会牢牢抓住。
あとは結果で証明する。僕たちの本当の力を世界に見せる時が来た。
Cả thế giới sẽ biết tụi mình là ai. Đã đến lúc vươn tầm thế giới.
Tụi mình luôn có niềm tin rằng mình có thực lực. Bây giờ là lúc chúng mình bung hết sức.
勝つために必要なものは全て僕たちの中にある。Đẩy đối thủ tới giới hạn là chưa đủ. Lần này tụi mình sẽ bứt phá vượt qua.
The real battle starts now. It's time to prove you deserve our place.
曾经被看轻的我们，现在是让你们打鼾的存在。
1v1 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. Players are only allowed to pick champions from this draft pool. The ban phase is out. No champions will be banned. Only champions from the draft pool can be selected. Each champion can only be picked once per team throughout the entire regular season. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 1v1 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met, when a player is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy's turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes. The winner is decided by first kill or first turret destroyed. And watch out, the ring of fire closes in fast. Fall to it, and your opponent claims victory.
坏，本来想说这个人没闪，感觉是前面抓也有点抓上了，而后面这个窄口是来自了卡隆的大反击，我觉得也都还好，是这个阿狸有点上头，他每波都是往人家家里飞的死活为止，他想要把阿狸这个角色的魅力给发挥到底了，哇，他们完全都是没有在管艾希打不打得到的。
速度没有差太多，但后续凯文被炸死之后 ，CF 还是选择要打，
因为刚好抓到 Aris 在这个窄口的位置哦。
Aris 得交闪往后之后，红 Q 开车让俊佳走进去，然后闪现躲掉了后卫的大绝，
然后等到多狗把线给送进来，这一波的越塔其实非常简单哦。
光是一个 EAAQ 后卫就倒地了，那后续俊佳这个石头砰一下直接砸死 Elio。Levi， 我觉得这就是让 GM 选到这种非野核角色的时候 ，Levi 的困境。
但他是出很多的血量装啦，是手套跟黑切都是这样装备。哦，野区打到红 Q，
大绝命中了，霸道手腕再拉回来，碎骨大二好像没中，红 Q 这时候向回拉扯，开车想走，红 Q 走掉了。啊，苗伟这都给他活下来，他甚至连惊人都没按啊。
モーニングをしたいがウェーブがちょうど切れた。もう一度前に出るマーブル 各軍の体力を半分以下にまで削っている。ただレイファーギーが今度は間に割って入ってマーブルを追い返します。さあ反転狙ったイコライザー、テレポートも使ってデトネーションフォーカスミー、一気に集団戦。しかしカレッジがインペルで蓋をする。バックラインから来るアリアの動きはフェイドが牽制をかけてはいるが乗っ取った世界の狭間。しかしマーブルを守る。大きくなれ。ゾーニャは使いますがマーブルを守りきったのは SHG だ。ペンタキルはマーブル。
所以可能是要注意一下怒气哦，不然就要考虑直接变大一波。
可能又要被抓，这里多连锁命中，有惊人躲掉，这里有个金刀海浪跟一收割刚好达成一个完美黄金交叉，鞋子这时候穿出来，进到这个后排，护盾非常厚，大天使的护盾被打光，但这边李百冠扛不住了，金家这时候交叉往后来走，这个位置开始的图是在找，大的纳尔狂叫猛击拍完，让路先 Dogo 拿着 triple kill， 鞋子在推墙 ，Dogo 跨大 kill。
Nó đòi hỏi một cái sự luyện tập cũng như là một cái kỹ năng cao hơn để xử lý được những con tướng khác nhau ở một cái đẳng cấp cao nhất. Nên mình nghĩ đây là một cái thử thách khá lớn đối với mình.
そうですね。僕もやっぱりちょっと変わったチャンピオンが好きな選手なので、そういったちょっと変わったチャンピオンを出すタイミングっていうのが増えるので、結構僕にとってもいいんじゃないかなと思いますね。
Với góc nhìn của khán giả thì mình thấy thể thức Philip Rap khán giả sẽ được chiêm ngưỡng tuyển thủ thi đấu.
我觉得模具选角的话，主要对观众来说会有更好的观看性，因为可以每一场都有不一样的角色出现。
Just the innovation of pro culture that should always be there. Like I think it just allows pros to adapt to like a new meta, and it's not boring and just stuck to the same champs.
이제 보시는 팬분들도 훨씬 더 재밌어진 것 같고 이제 준비하는 저희들 입장에서 조금 더 어려워진 부분들은 많아진 것 같긴 한데 훨씬 더 여러 가지 조합을 구색할 수 있는 것 같아서 더 재밌어진 것 같습니다.
无惧选角对我个人本身的意义，像是我刚打职业的时候就是没有无惧选角，然后现在最近才多出来无惧选角，就让我感觉打比赛的感觉也有点不一样。
So với thể thức mới thì em thấy nó rất là thú vị, nó đem tới cho huấn luyện viên và các team khác những cái lối bắn bích rất là khác nhau qua từng trận. Với lại khán giả cũng sẽ thấy là không có nhàm chán với những con tướng.
フィアレストラフトが導入される前は戦術の幅が少し狭くてピックされるチャンピオンも少なかったんですが、フィアレストラフトが導入されていろいろなチャンピオンがピックされて戦術の幅が広がったのがすごく面白いなと思います。
Second series of the night now. It's going to be Talon up against SHG, and realistically, Talon, they're on a downwards trend, it has to be said, in terms of sort of how they're performing. But I still don't think it's poor enough that you'd expect them to be taking a loss against SHG.
I mean, to be fair, there's only so much I think you can read into the whole Team Secret situation. They really are this competition's dark horse. They are the wild card. They've taken down not just Talon, but CFO as well. So the top two contenders in this region, and Team Secret just seems to be the bane of their existences. So it's going to be interesting to see who then falls as the next victim to Team Secret going into split 3, because whoever, you know, finds himself top 3, it's probably going to be Vikings, I think, at this rate.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they've beaten Vikings yet, right? So that's probably the next on the death note. But realistically, looking at the series, you'd have to expect that Talon are going to come in, and they're going to be coming in with a vengeance, because they're coming off the back of not 2 losses in a row, but 2 losses nonetheless this split. They only had 1 in the season kickoff, and that was up against CFO. So a more reasonable sort of defeat for them, and what we expect of the players on that team. So really, you come into this game, it's a series you expect to be able to pick up 2-0. You've got some of the all-time greats from the PCS here on this roster, and sort of leaving a lot to be left desired right now.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the storied nature of this Talon team, it does feel like they're a bit of a far cry from their peaks individually. I mean, Casa has such a storied history as potentially, if not the best player coming out of this PCS region. Definitely in contention for that argument. But you look at Fofo, he was arguably the best mid laner coming into the LCP this year. He's not quite holding that status anymore, purely because Honky was just an absolute savant. So you got to question it. I mean, is this sort of the retirement run, the retirement tour for this Talon roster? Do we see it change significantly going into 2026, or can they refine that form?
Yeah, I mean, certainly we'll be hoping to do so. Betty, once again, not keen on the fist bumps.
I mean, to be fair, Marble picked up the first pentakill of the year, and it wasn't Betty, so I could understandably think it's a bit of a blow to his ego, honestly.
Yeah, quite possibly. Usually, the player for the 1v1s is Betty, and on the other side of things, usually Evie. So we'll see if those two do go up against each other. Two very storied players. I mean,
okay,
coming back, does the reverse, nice. Does come back for the fist bump. And we see Talon there with their coaching staff. On the other side of things, SHG trying to replicate the success they had against DFM last week.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, on paper, again, this should be a pretty cut and dry situation. Talon are going to be looking for someone to catch the brunt of their fury after what happened last week, and SHG is just the easy target here. You could imagine that this should be an absolute lockout 2-0. I mean, realistically, this could be, again, one of our fastest series this year if Talon come out with full fury. But SHG have looked, again, a lot better. The competition has really stepped up this split. So with Talon looking as weak as they are and SHG looking as strong as they are, I'm not saying it's guaranteed, but there is easily a world where somehow SHG come out and upset again.
Yeah, absolutely. And it all start, of course, with that 1v1. Side selection, while not the be-all end-all, we say this almost every single series, it does give you that extra edge where you, if it does go to 3 games, have 2 chances at side selection versus just the 1. And, you know, in the current state of things, teams really do like the blue side. Notably, though, this split internationally, the blue side not doing as dominant of a job as it was in season kickoff. I believe even over in the LCK, still sitting at a roughly 50% between the two sides, whereas last split, it was like a 60 to 40, 65 to 40 even.
I'd tell you this, it is a 41 to 58% red-sided win rate at the moment in the LCP. So
I mean, that's the same as last split, though.
Yeah, so it's exactly the same.
Yeah, it's just internationally, generally, it was blue side.
Yeah, we are very much the outlier when it comes to that statistic.
Yeah, definitely. This video on your screen, we'll be doing the 1v1 up against Evie. No real surprise there.
Evie did have his little crib sheet, though.
Yeah.
He's got his little notes to go into this 1v1.
Won't have Teemo.
Look, they've got their own crib sheet too, so it's not like Betty's going into this completely blind.
There he is, one of the most storied players from the LJL region. Got to spend some time over in EU, playing over there. Has been one of the most dominant, really, players that we've seen.
Okay.
Definitely most notable, him and Udapon. Oh, switch up, was Yone, changes to set. I mean,
because we didn't have that last split where they could switch at the last second, so that's new.
Oh, Tristana.
Okay. And this is, of course, blind, so they won't know until they load in.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be happy that he didn't go set after seeing what he's laning up against.
I think probably the same to be said for Yone, honestly.
Yeah.
But I think in this situation, of the two on the respective champions that they've picked, I definitely have to lean the way of Betty.
Yeah, I mean, Varus has used top quite a lot. Like, he is picked up in the top lane. His base damage is so ridiculous that you are able to just bully almost any lane in the game. So I'm certain that Evie has a few reps at minimum on this Varus. Typically, you do go more of an AP build up there, but we'll see what he does opt into. SHG fans.
It's not the most enthusiastic drawing I think we've seen. Oh no, okay, he's turned. The SHG fan base has turned.
He had the Silas thumbs down. Again, that's a Violet specialty, that one.
Violet was spamming the thumbs up though.
Yeah, he was this game.
Maybe that was the problem.
Not an Oceanic solo queue, he doesn't.
I would imagine Violet Oceanic solo queue is a very different beast to LCP Violet.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much claims rank 1 at will. Now, heading in, what is that Tristana skin? I have never in my life seen this.
Well, given that the theme of Split 2 is Spirit Blossom,
yeah,
I'd have to imagine that is I'm pretty sure, a flamingo gun that she's rocking. That's what it looks like to me anyway.
Bone plating going to be procced there, nice and early. Press the attack. Again, that is the top lane rune of choice when playing the Varus. Up against Lethal Tempo. Both matching in terms of summoner spells. Range advantage certainly in favor of EV, but
he's going for it. Pops the barrier early.
Betty doesn't have really any good way of dodging out of piercing arrow. Let's see if this connects. It will. Finding that back damage. Now Ignite and barrier both used there by Evie. Finds a little bit follow-up damage there. And what is pretty impactful in that heal cut on the potions. Find another one. Betty, yeah, won't be able to dodge it. Not hitting all that much, but still certainly taking him down low enough that he feels the need to channel the recall. Is going to opt into stopping it, but a lot of these minions will be lost.
Gets one of the two. No, one of the three. Okay, he gets a good, decent number there.
Yeah, count that one.
Try
do math in public,
numbers are hard.
promise.
Numbers are hard.
Never goes well.
I can spell usually pretty. Actually, no, I can't do that either. Oh.
Yeah, spelling went out the window as soon as autocorrect was available on anything you ever do.
Unfortunately, yeah, Evie just zoning Betty off that cannon as well. And it doesn't get any better because the relic's there. Betty in a rough position where if he backs off, he loses a decent amount of those plates. And look at him, he's just so aggressive positioning-wise. Betty cannot step too far forward, otherwise he takes a lot of damage. Piercing arrows off the mark, so he's got that at least. Oh, great steal there.
Okay, so this time he should actually get the recall off, unless if he has other thoughts. Yeah, he's looking for it. Oh, just disaster.
That's cyberbullying.
Yeah. This time he'll get the recall off. Right, guys?
Piercing arrow? No, okay. Oh, he was going for it, but no, he uses it for the minion wave anyway. 15 CS, so gets a serrated Dirk. I genuinely don't know that is going to do a heck of a lot in this situation. To be fair, again, not a heck of a lot that does a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it is arguably the best AD item at this stage of the game. But, yeah, Warden Smell. And this is what, I mean, you have an AP variant in terms of if you want to really do that damage and punish your lane. But honestly, if you think back to earlier this year and last year, you know, the Locket was the first item that a lot of Varus top built. The, what was it called? Radiant Virtue was times gone by the Varus item of choice. Both just tank items. And you still output more damage than almost any champ. The base damages on Varus is what make him so dominant in lane, and that's why we see his sort of prevalence in every single meta, as it just gives you sort of a safety in that bottom lane.
Ooh.
Doesn't give you the safety of landing the Chain of Corruption though, but still the piercing arrow going to be able to do more than enough damage to the point where Betty is going to continue suffering here. Evie.
Yeah, has to bust a shot away there. Does a decent amount of damage back onto Evie, but Evie's perfectly fine. He's got the refillables quite happily. He can just keep chunking away. He's got the advantage.
And he always gets the health relic.
Yeah. I mean, he's just got natural advantage in terms of the 1v1. And to be fair, I don't know if there is much better that you could build over the serrated Dirk.
Going for a bit of attack speed, but yeah, this one feels a little hard. Now, there is always the caveat of these 1v1s. It goes to that overtime, and you bust a shot someone out of the ring. All of a sudden, Evie's going to take a lot of damage from the circle, but there's a long way to get there.
Oh, Betty. He missed another cannon.
A lot of gold as well. Going, I mean, what is Evie even building? He has a tunneler and a recurve bow, so he's just.
I think he's just going raw stat.
Yeah, he's just building the garage sale. He's got a garage sale going on. Betty thinking he might have time to get to that tower. Absolutely not. Level up as well for Evie.
Oh, he's going for it.
Now, yeah. Chain of Corruption not quite up there for Evie, but the barrier is, and Betty, he looks for the trade. He still does have barrier for himself, but rocket jump going to be used instead. Now, he does have a big minion wave built up, so that might have actually just bought him time to actually look for a recall, and I think a pretty wise decision ultimately, as Evie did commit that barrier. Betty now with the advantage in terms of that summoner spell.
A longsword.
Yeah, but it was just sort of the health position he was. He had to try and do something.
Absolutely.
Now he has to bust a shot. Evie will have Chains of Corruption this time, so that option is no longer available to Betty.
Yeah, I mean, look, to be fair, Evie was a bit off the mark last time around. So long as Betty can... I mean, if he can buffer the jump shot as well, the rocket jump, he isn't going to suffer as greatly. But yeah, this is, I mean, a significant mismatch at the moment with how things are going. And realistically, if he can get another back off as well.
Big minion wave. Betty down 2 levels currently.
But the one boon is Tristana, probably one of the few champions in the marksman role that is really, really good at clearing waves.
Yeah. I think maybe it's really only between her, Sivir, and Xayah. Probably Sivir wins though. Just auto attack the minions 3 times in Q, it's gone.
That's one way to do it. Oh, there we go, yeah. So just completely clears it out. Probably taking a little bit longer than I think Betty would have liked. He gets the cannon this time around, but his tower is half HP.
Will begin soon.
Okay, so if either of these guys want to look for a recall, now the time Chain of Corruption comes out, but Betty's trying to trade aggressively. He will match with ult, and he gets the rocket jump away. Okay, so that's both ults being used, no summoners. Now, Betty trying to shove this in. He does have the superior shove. Might be able to get himself enough time for 1 recall here, possibly, with the minions coming in.
Evie needs to now try and stop it, which is the thing.
Yeah, but Betty, okay, this time being aware, oh, okay, I don't actually think Betty can recall. I don't think he can. I think this tower goes down. Yeah, okay, wisely doesn't. And he doesn't have the buster shot. So, realistically, this is the angle. Barrier being used there by Evie. Ignite used by Betty.
Oh, this is going to be a close affair. I think Betty might have just thrown this. Yeah. If he backs there, he loses anyway. Unfortunately, in this situation, he's just got to stick it out, which is a really rough spot to be in.
Yeah, and Chain of Corruption comes up before that buster shot too.
It's not going to matter. The game's not going to run long enough, I don't think.
Oh, yeah. What? Okay, he actually got 1 more auto attack off. Yeah, I mean, just not a particularly close affair. I mean, Betty tried his best, but Evie on the Varus building the Warden's Mail, really just completely dominating. And that's blue side, picked up by SHG, as they will claim their first mark here on the series, looking to repeat on their win in week 3.
Yeah, look, that was imagine losing in a 1v1 on a champion that is in your role. Yeah, look, to be fair, Varus also played top, but Evie very much outgunning, out everything Betty in that situation. Very, very rough spot to be in, and especially with such a garbled item build as well. Just a little bit of everything, nothing of substance, but I mean, look, that's definitely what you want if you're an SHG fan. It's definitely what you want if you're SHG. Try and get that one advantage you can going into the series.
Yeah, absolutely. So, great start for them. Now it's about capitalizing. Can they actually turn that side selection into a series win? They did manage to do so up against DFM, as I said, and you know, it's got to be said that one team's coming off the back of a pretty humiliating defeat, one off a great win where, you know, your AD carry picks up, as you see him on your screen now, a pentakill, the only pentakill we've had this year on the Zeri.
Not for lack of trying, Doggo was denied.
Yeah.
At the very, very last second because someone decided to run rather than throwing their life away for the accolade of a pentakill, which, to be fair, you kind of want to do that. Going into it, blue side option, no surprises for SHG off the back of that win for Evie.
Still smiles in the Talon camp. Now, for me, I'm pretty certain this should just be a Talon win. But what is most important to me, regardless of win or lose, is I wanted to see Kasa play well. Not fall behind early. Not find some weird jungle pathing that leads to the enemy jungler just being up naturally. I really want to see him just lock in like he was doing in playoffs last split. By the time he got into playoffs, up against GAM especially, he had probably the series so far of this LCP. He had a really, really good series, and we've yet to see that from him really here in the mid-season.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't just a bit player like he was starting out split 1. By playoffs, he was a protagonist, really, when it came to the Rift. He was the one making a lot of those decisive plays, or at least leading a lot of those decisive plays for Talon. He was stepping off on the front foot, really forcing the issue, making their opponents work to try and match his pace. We haven't quite seen that as much this time around than against a team like SHG. If Marble is playing on form, they need Kasa to step up and help influence the map.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the man on your screen, Marble. I want to see him not on Misfortune, as weirdly as that is. I think he needs to be on something with a lot of autonomy. Like his Kai'Sa looks good, his Ezreal looks good. something that can get aggressive, play with the team, because we know the rest of his team are more than happy to facilitate for him. Evie will often drop minion waves to come and play with the team. Fate, much the same. If he's able to get something that can truly pump out that damage late game like he was on the Zeri, I think it sets him up for a lot more success than when we see him on the likes of the Varus or on the likes of the Jhin.
Yeah, he definitely feels like a bot laner that thrives with that hyper carry potential.
Playmaking, I'd say, because even the Israel, right? It's not so much a hyper carry, but just you're able to make plays off the back of what your teammates are doing for you, and even sometimes just by yourself.
Not often we see the Vi blue side ban.
Yeah.
But clearly, they don't want Caster to touch it. They don't want Fofo to have his Victor, which, again, probably one of the scariest champions in the hand of the Don. And Varus as well, banned away from Betty. So 3 very, very influential picks away from very, very good players. And yeah, Courage denied 2 of the 3 bans there, and the Zinzao and the Neferi. Also Rumble being denied away from Evie, which, to be fair, makes a lot of sense, given what we've seen out of the man on the champion so far this year. Still, no lack of junglers available. Pantheon going to be picked up. What will be the response? Well, you kind of want something that matches that pressure. Ivern is what I want. Caster's a really good Ivern. Now, I don't think you want to pick it this early in the draft, but it is a champion there. Put down the challenge. He's throw down the gauntlet. He's very good at the Ivern. Okay, there you go. Something that can play reasonably well into the Pantheon. And Betty's Israel. Yeah. Oh boy. Betty's Azir. I think this is I mean, not Betty's Azir, Fofo's, but this is the first time I think we've seen him get it here in the mid-season. Yeah. I rate it. Oh, it's a dangerous game. You're banning the Victor. Sure, you don't want him on that, but I think you'd want him on that more than you want him on the Azir. Oh, absolutely. The playmaking potential out of Fofo on this champion is terrifying. Until the go-to, it seems, in terms of responses to the Azir pick. What do you get now? I mean, the AD carry's already been revealed, SHG. Do you take it here to avoid any further bans being denied away from you? Do you take a support to match up with what you're already seeing? Something like a Leona. Potentially. Is not a bad option. Typically pairs well. Oh, okay. Okay. We've been a little underwhelmed. All right, RJ. Lock in Aurelia. Come on. Show us the Aurelia. Please. Just one time. Aurelia into Yorick. Please. It's not going to happen. He's not really one for shenanigans. Talent is the team. At Worlds, he played, what was it, Electrocute Corki, because Aurora top was a meta, and no one had worked out how to play against it, so he went Electrocute Corki. Anyway, for now, it's not going to be a jungler, I mean, a top laner. It's going to be Caster picking up the Skarner, so when we asked what is available, I mean, what better champion than the Scorpion? Only really going to be able to take that Scarab down with Akiris. I mean, for sure, not the perfect answer to the global pressure that a Pantheon offers, but it could, again, potentially be a bit of a bait. It could be a support Pantheon coming in. I think more than likely it is going to be Courageous in the jungle. To be fair, he doesn't quite have Akiris, but he's got a pointy spear, so there is a potential it could work its way through the armor. Definitely a stab weapon. So absolutely. On the right track. Now, Misfortune Man up against Marble, it tends to be his comfort go-to, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily what he performs the best on. And maybe he does perform fine, but it's more like it doesn't seem that it works with how SHG find wins. Into a Skarner Azir as well, Misfortune. Well, yes, does have a lot of mobility in terms of natural movement speed. Oh my. I don't know what that says, but I get the gist, I think. Yeah, it's a good looking sign, I think. I don't know. Oh, there's too many languages to learn and not enough time. A picture paints 1,000 words in Pepe is pretty understandable in all languages, I think. Yeah, there's a bit of a global language, the frog. All right, cup mechanics, no spillages. Yeah, Lucian good. Okay. Gone. Lucian Nami on the rise globally at the moment. It is, has seen a pretty significant uptick in play. Not necessarily a Game 3 pick, has actually made its way into quite a bit of prominence. It is quite often being answered by the likes of the Zeri Lulu as well, though. So we are potentially seeing something more of those. 2023 spring! Those Enchantress bot lane duos coming through, and Nico banned out. Okay. Now, what are we looking towards going forward? Don't you feel there's just so much that Woody can play here? For sure. I mean, do you even want your support? You might want to wait. I think you want to wait for your support because there's no real massive pick alongside the Israel that you're looking towards right now. And so, I mean, yeah, you already know what's top lane. Exactly. So I think you're looking for a top lane, and I think you're looking for Aurelia, but it won't be locked in. We'll see what is. Jax has been the most typical answer. Yeah. It's going to be Renekton. Renekton, okay. So a little bit stronger at the level 6 mark and can output a little bit more punishment onto this Yorick, but certainly
not necessarily better than the Jax by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, it has to be the reveal of the bot lane duo for SHG now.
Yeah.
For Marvel, I mean, look, there is a couple of champions in the pool. Kai'Sa, like you were saying, you wanted to see something that allows a bit more of that playmaker style. Question is, I'm curious, what do you pair with it? Alistar, Brom. There's a number of options. Yeah, Nautilus, Leona's available.
Nautilus is the best lane pairing, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's the best for this game. And so
Rel,
the Rel,
okay.
I don't necessarily like the Rel. There's not a whole lot of team fighting, really, that we're seeing here. It's more how I imagine this fight and how SHG needs to play the fights is you're going to have Yorick in a side lane. It's going to be matched most likely by the Renekton. You then have a 4v4 and you're looking for a pick. You're looking for Taliyah and Pantheon to have that global pressure. Kai'Sa with, you know, much the same, semi-global. The Rel doesn't necessarily fit that team composition, I feel. Sure, it's fine. It's a melee support.
I think what it really offers is it is going to make it a little bit harder to try and get through the Rel to where you really want to be, is the Skarner and the Azir Renekton. So I think it's more than anything, it's just to make it as hard as possible for the solo laners and the jungler to get onto those targets they're looking for, knowing full well that Evi's going to be in a side lane doing his own thing. So I think it is just about making things as difficult as possible.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I would argue that most melee supports do that.
Rel is pretty good with the Magnet Storm, though.
Yeah,
like, I think it definitely makes it of the ultimates that you're looking at for supports in the meta at the moment. Rel probably has the most disruptive in terms of overall team fight.
Maybe. I mean, I think that's when you wanted to go forward. The Magnet Storm doesn't stop dashes is the problem, and Renekton, he has those. I just hope. Like I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it necessarily that this sounds harsh, but I really hope that this Yorick fails again, because all I've ever seen is Yorick failing.
You have been preying on Yorick's downfall.
Well, I've never seen it do well. I've never seen it, like, you go into a game and be like, oh yeah, okay, I see why we're picking him.
And the one game that we did see it when, it was completely nothing to do with the Yorick.
Yeah, it could have just been any champion picked up there. The entire map blew open. So it just has left a lot to be desired, and more often than not, this Yorick just comes out of the game, he's like 1-5.
I mean, the crazy thing is, the only thing it's really done is just drawn a ban away. For the most part, this split.
Yeah, that's true. It's been banned. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm sure if there's anyone that can make it work, it'll be Evie. He's played it once before, and it looked pretty bad. Not that he played it bad, just didn't do anything. But that's been the theme of Yorick so far in the LCP. And I know it has had success internationally, but just because it's having success internationally doesn't mean you have to pick it.
I think that, again, that potentially comes down to more the fact that it was a little bit less expected when it was, you know, that's when it found the success when you weren't expecting it. Now it's very much red because we started 2 weeks late.
Absolutely. Bit of early pressure here from SHG. They do have a strong level 1, so just trying to make sure they can brawn their way in and pick up that ward, which they will be able to do so successfully, and no sweepers to take that out for the time being.
I think Evie in the skin game wins automatically.
Well, which one was it?
Miarik.
Oh, yeah, but there is Mook out. I mean, Longhorn.
No, it's Longhorn.
That's Longhorn. I do like Longhorn. That was my first Alistar skin I spent. Well, my first one was Unchained.
Yeah.
I believe you got that from subscribing to YouTube, I believe.
Yeah, back then, yeah. There are a couple other ones. I can't remember what they were off the top of my head, but
yeah,
it was a long time ago.
Facebook was one.
Back before we had our own service.
What was Blitzcrank? That was like for playing on a Mac or something originally.
I don't know. I got it by unlocking it.
Yeah, you could buy it eventually, but I think when it first came out, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just lying.
Old age not serving you well.
Yeah, yeah, it's not. Now, I imagine a pretty quiet game early, realistically. I mean, especially in mid lane. Fofo just wants to CS. It should be a pretty good lane for Fate. Taliyah typically, just with that range. And the wave clear available for the Taliyah, able to just push those waves in, get priority, and then join the jungler. But I don't imagine that most of these lanes are looking to do a whole lot for the side of Talon.
Yeah. Again, I think junglers are going to be the difference maker in terms of lanes themselves. Yeah, look, mid was always going to push in. Taliyah is pretty good at the wave clearing in the early stages, whereas Zed does struggle quite a bit. But it's Fofo, so you can't really count him out at any situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a fine lane for Azir. It's not easy. It's definitely not his best, but it's not a lane where you typically expect him to be, you know, taken out at 1v1. And Fofo especially.
No, but it's more the fact that Fofo should realistically be shoved on the tower pretty consistently this game.
Yeah, he will. unfortunately.
Oh, heavy. Okay, yeah. I mean, look, it's a Yorick. You don't want to risk it. The last thing you want is him snowballing into a game because while he has been, for the most part, largely underwhelming, if he's given a significant lead, Yorick becomes a bit of a monster.
Oh, absolutely. RJ, though, with the Fury now built up, it's going to make a pretty decent trade for himself there, but nice turnaround from Evie and actually managing to win it out. Good skill shotting.
Oh, the spade bonk, man. It's something else.
So full Fury now for RJ. So again, Evie has to be careful. It is RJ, however, that has the Pantheon on his side of the map. So he's got a ward down. It will give him a heads up to the fact that this could be coming. Instead, you see there on your minimap that Courage is heading back down. Most likely going to look for a recall, reset, look for his second route around his jungle. Possibly not.
Okay, another ward chucked down there by Arja. So once the absolutely early warning system's in play. Okay, Courage is sticking around. He wants to get it done here. He wants to try and find every advantage he can. And I mean, look, I don't know if it's going to give them the biggest advantage, given that Cast is already well on his way back to his jungle.
Now, I mean, again, the problem for Evie in this matchup is going to come at level 6. I mean, that's typically when Renekton becomes arguably the strongest champion in the game. When you do get that Dominus up, so much ticking damage, your Fury constantly building up, just empowers you so much. Still though, I mean, Evie doing a great job of navigating the earlier stages of the lane. We see Courage down the bot side, Crash Down will connect onto Woody, but realizing that something's afoot, this is not a normal 2v2, he wisely headbutts the minion and gets himself out to safety. Maybe they caught a glimpse of Courage, but I would be surprised if that were the case.
I think he was towing the line there. Very much a possibility that he just stepped a little bit too far forward. But even then, definitely felt like there was unjustified aggression coming out of Gang in that situation. How often are you going to see that sort of play made without jungle support coming down to the bot side? So for now, I mean, 5 minutes in, nothing crazy has happened around the rift. No one really in a great spot to contest jungle or Evie. He's going to be stopped from backing, but it really should be nothing more than that. Or maybe Asher does it again here. He does.
Yeah, does manage to cancel that back. I mean, there's teleport available. It's not going to be a massive price to pay by any stretch of the imagination. But that is level 6 now for RJ. But of course, the lane swap coming through. First of all, by SHG. Really quick on the trigger for these lane swaps of late have the side of SHG.
Fortunately, due to the missed timing, though, and the fact that the bot lane duo for TLN is still on the bot side, it will mean a free Drake to start the game off. 6 minutes in. No real contest options available to them. Chemtech, so look, first Dragon, there are better and worse options, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you'll take that as Talon. Again, one of the teams alongside CFO that typically have preferred those early Dragons. We saw, of course, GAM in our first series of the night, getting themselves a very early Mountain Soul unlocked.
It's unfortunate for Courage. So the Krugs were spotted, moving towards him off the spear. So ping's coming out. Aja is alert to the team, to the jungle positioning on the top side of the rift. At least that's the way it looked anyway. So Aja,
I mean, looking for the dive, but Dominus available, Flash as well. I mean, he's going to just pull the trigger on it. He's going to, yeah, everything going wide, really. Aja's not going to be taken out. Even if they look for the redive, I would be hesitant. He's going to be able to clear up a massive amount of health back. And yeah, that's unfortunately the pressure really available to Courage. That's his turn, done. And it's Castle who's going to be able to pick up some jungle camps for himself. Look even for the mid lane potentially. He has that Impale. I don't think it ever results in a kill, but certainly Flash can be used.
Treatment shuffle's there.
Yeah, he's looking for it. The stun might just be there for Fate, and Castle doing a great job. Oh, God, that looked close, but Fate is going to be able to just get out of dodge.
Baits out both ultimates as well for his troubles.
Did lose the flash though, so that is an absolutely beautiful regank opportunity for Talon in the next couple of minutes when those ultimates do come back off cooldown. But that's one of the hard things for Azir. Typically in these immobile mage versus Azir matchups, you get to level 6, you look for the streamer shuffle, and you're really on. Now, if he's going to push the ultimate, unfortunately, not really going to be able to find much. Arja doesn't have the Dominus, so he's not going to choose to trade. rather just head back, going to be able to clear out those minion waves and can look again once his Dominus is back off cooldown.
Yeah. This time, though, in terms of objective control, it's going to be SHG. Karsa is working his way there, but without the Impale, they might be lacking a little bit.
I don't think they need to take the fight, and they might just be able to pick up one. That was the smite used by Courage, so that is at least down. Fofo's coming down from the bottom side, but here comes the hero's entrance. They're looking for the way on. Betty does have a way out, but no, he doesn't. Marble is going to be able to get there. It's first blood picked up by Fate. Now Woody left in a terrible position as Karsa headed for the hills. Does make it back out to his tower. SHG, however, will claim this fight win. Woody might just make it out. It's only going to be one going down, but that one is your AD carry. It is Betty.
And that will give them the full set of grubs off the back of it as well. So while not seemingly the most important fight going the way of SHG, what it opens up to them, the only set of void grubs, is definitely going to help in terms of tower pressure later on in the game. And yeah, I mean, you look at it,
beautiful.
The power of the Rel. Betty tries to get out. Unfortunately, it's Marble and Fate in on the backside. And the fact that Fate picks that up accelerates things in the mid lane. They almost take out Karsa. I mean, the fact that Karsa loses as much HP as he does means that he can't really threaten. And if not for the Void Grubs being there, Woody likely also dies.
Yeah. Able to make it out, though. Does get the flash away from Courage, who was hot on pursuit of Woody there. But luckily for Woody, able to get out. SHG, though, great start to the game. They're even in gold now off the back of that, as it was Arja who was in the bot lane the entire time, picking himself up a plate. And Betty as well, just naturally finding himself up 15 CS rather, to keep himself slightly in the lead above Marble.
Yeah, I mean, again, a lead there for Fofo, who decided not to get involved up in the top side of the Rift, the shenanigans, so he just holds things in the lane. Karsa once again taking the Raptors away from Courage, but I think that is far from the biggest issue that Courage has at the moment. He's going to get himself to Scuttle, another ward going down for Fate. So they're going to keep the vision on this top side, where their bot lane duo is. I think their priority is likely to be that tier 1 in the top side. Oh, and potentially another gank onto Arja, but there you go, ward down. Knows full well that it is about to be a 4 versus 1.
Yeah, able to get out. Gonna lose a few plates as Evie heads down to the bot lane, and actually he's gonna be able to walk up, so it should just be the 1 plate picked up here by Marble, which is a great amount of gold to be pumped into your Kai'Sa. But Arja at least will be able to pick up the majority of that minion wave. Still, SHG doing a great job on these rotations, not really losing anything for this map movement. So finding that timing, really a step up on their macro that we've seen so far in the split here in this game.
Ooh. The boots there, meaning that Fofo doesn't get caught by the shifting sands. And to be fair, I don't think there was much kill threat on Fofo if it does connect, but you want that HP if you can.
Yeah, conserving HP really important. He's actually up CS, so really evening out the gold based on the CS he's been able to find, despite the fact that Fate picks up that first blood. Karsa looking again. Now Fate still doesn't have flash. This could be a perfect time to punish.
Every time that he does have the Weaver's Wall, but revealing himself there, I think the distance is too great for Karsa to cover. I think it would come off the back of Fofo having to make a play. Gang in position means that the reaction possibly could have been pretty devastating. Oh, in saying that, they've got mid pressure, they've got bot lane pressure. There should be a second Drake for Talon.
Yeah, we'll see if SHG want to contest. It's down to half HP at the moment, and Gang's certainly posturing to do so. He does have that Hex Flash, and he's looking for it over the wall. Does manage to make it into that Dragon Pit, but it's been Karsa picking up the Dragon first of all. But that's a great Grand Skyfall, finding the back line here of the side of Talon. But he's just shoved into a wall, he's impaled, and that'll be Pantheon all but certain to go down. What's the fight going to look like, though, as Marble hits in the back line? The Empress Divide's great, but is it great enough? Yeah, it's going to be the Blast Cone, gets himself out of harm's way for the time being. Shifting Shans as well to get to the back end of the team fight. Archer now here with that Dominus popped. It's going to be a 2-for-1 for the time being. Can they find anything more? It doesn't look like it. So team fight is going to go in the way of SHG, but it's going to be the Dragon, second of the game for Talon.
Oh, that Wildo, Ebby's up on the top side, pumping damage into that tier 1, and it should be going down here. That will be the Noxian Blessings claimed by SHG off a pretty massive oversight. And Karsa, does he get away here? I don't know that he does.
Yeah.
No, he stopped.
He stopped. He doesn't have flash. Fofo's coming, but that's one dead Scorpion. That's another killing spree even for Marble as SHG controlling game 1 here against Talon.
I mean, it looked shambolic to start off with. You were so deep, you were cut off by the Weaver's Wall. Courage tried to do what he could, but he does burn a lot of time, which is what allows them to get in onto Betty, caught by the shifting sands, stunned up by Gang, and Marble, all of that gold just being funneled into him. Ajit gets to the party, but it's very much a case of consolation prize here. They do take down Fate, but the fact that both those kills go the way of Betty, he then picks up the follow-up onto Kasi, getting greedy onto the Raptors. That is a lot of gold onto a Kaiser at this stage in the game.
Yeah, absolutely, and Kasa, as you said, getting caught out here, no real way out. He's waiting for the CC to end, he's looking for it, but Q comes out of Gang, perfect timing. That's going to be a pretty simple job from that point.
And then they take the tower on the top side as well, so they may have lost the Dragon and the two. It was a 2-for-2 trade ultimately, that Dragon fight, but they get the tower on the top side. And well, I mean, again, I think we're still in that situation where it has been not the greatest Yorick game, but he's doing what he needs to be doing in this situation.
Yeah, no, I think this is probably one of the better Yorick games we've seen so far, as he's drawing attention, but Arjit's having to respond to help his team. And in the meanwhile, the side of the SHG just happy to take these 4v5s and doing very well in them ultimately.
I think the problem now is, of course, that SHG in this situation, in this state of the game, are quite comfortable in the 1-4. You look at I mean, Courage, Fate, Marble, and Gang are in a position that they can well and truly 4v4 or even 4v5 because of how accelerated Marble is.
Yeah, absolutely. Betty trying to find any damage he can onto Marble, but Void Grub doesn't allow it.
Putting the body on the line, the Void Grub saying, no, get down, Mr. President.
3-0-1 here for Marble. Again, just looks night and day the impact he can have on these games when he is on a playmaking AD carry. Well, never a slouch. Just, I mean, you see it here. He's diving in the back line. He's picking himself up kills, responding to the playmaking that Courage as well as Gang has been finding.
It's just amazing to see what he's capable of when he's unlocked and not sort of restricted by the kit of the character that he's playing. And guys are very much allowing him to sort of play through these team fights pretty unhinged, and it's exactly where you want him to be. The man who picked up the first pentakill of the LCP competitive season. You want him to be able to free to make those big play moves.
Absolutely. Now Betty will finally make it to his Triforce. Keep in mind, of course, while gold lead is in favor here of the side of SHG, it is still 2 dragons early for Talon. If they can continue that stacking up, could find themselves a pretty quick win con. Rift Hero taken there by the side of SHG as Fofo takes a heavy trade in the favor of Fate.
Yeah, having the EV there and assist, and you look at it, yeah, he just, at this stage in the game, Triforce done. EV is going to be hitting pretty hard, and I think he's just going to be perma-solo. I would be very surprised, I wouldn't be surprised rather, if he ends this game with 0 kill participation, because he's just playing sideline objectives.
I'd be a little surprised if it was 0, but I get what you mean. It doesn't feel like there's ever a need for him to join his team without some harsh mistakes, but ultimately the Dragon might just be the cause of it, as it is going to be spawning in 40 seconds. A massive chunk of damage down to this mid lane tower for Talon. Cracking open the mid lane with this Yorick would almost certainly mean priority around the Dragon, and they're not able to do it. Talon just narrowly hold on to that objective. Again, 30 seconds until this Dragon is online. It would be the third. It would be sole point for Talon, who are trailing in this game. SHG, they've got to come back onto this map, replenish those wards there onto Gang, and find an avenue in. Gang's still yet to upgrade his support item. Must be close, but still, you want to get that upgraded so you can have that extra combat power. Betty going to be able to get that arcane shift out away from the seismic shove.
Again, another fight brewing. Evie on the top side does have TP. Should he want to commit it here?
Yeah, he's walking down. Courage does get hit. Courage might have made the biggest mistake of the game. He's going to be taken out all but certainly. RG on the back line though. May he have made a mistake too. Dominus is going to be there. No, it isn't. He pops it. He flashes away. He is going to be able to make his way out. It's a 4v5, but RG is so low. Going to be looking for that teleport back. 4v4 for the time being. Dragon started now for the side of Talon. Keep an eye on Gang. If he finds a bigger engage, it could be SHG's way back. Marble 3-0-1. Not quite at that Gwinsu's though, as the teleport will come back. And it's going to be Dragon number 3. Sole point now to Talon.
I mean, the rough spot there is Evie likely could have done more for the team if he just stayed topside. He would have got some great damage onto that tier 2 and potentially set it up for the next wave, or the next push up on the top side rather. But teleporting down after Courage getting caught, very rough spot to be in, unfortunately. Yep. And they're looking for Fofo here. So SHG scrambling a little bit off of a rough misplay, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think after Courage dies, you just commit to top lane. Sure, you want him there for the 5v5. You don't want to give over soul points, so you need the manpower. But as soon as he does go down, I mean, it was a pretty horrific out misplay. You kind of just commit to top.
Especially
the mid
given
was
that
already at the tower. You teleport up there and try and finish off that tower. Massive injection of gold, but they weren't able to find that angle.
Pretty sure he had the flash too. So just caught to the point where there was no chance of him getting away, unfortunately. Oh boy.
Yeah, Evie being looked at here by Woody, but not a real chance to find that kill as Fofo taking some punishment from the ghouls.
Yeah, I mean, very rough spot for Fofo. I mean, to be fair, look, he's deathless at least.
He's scaling up.
Yeah. He's got himself a couple of assists. He's done well in terms of dominating the mid pressure. Unfortunately, losing out the tower because of the Reft Herald means that he's sitting in a rough spot. He's still leading in terms of CS.
Yeah, finds himself down 1k gold. Really hard to say it's any fault of his own. But still, it is SHG that are ahead for the time being. Of course, everything can change as soon as that Artican spawns or as soon as that what could be Dragon Soul spawns. Again, it's the Mountain Soul. Talon actually on pace to match the timer we saw in our first series tonight, set by GAM.
I have to see, though, oodles of Rift priority. I mean, the fact that these two teams are on the same standings on the leaderboard is kind of crazy to me, if I'm being honest. Talon and SHG, both 1 and 2 so far. Woody, a little bit off the mark, was looking for something there, but didn't have the flash ready. It was just a Hex Splash, and Gang should realistically be able to get out.
Yeah. Takes a Q, but without that Mirror Man upgrade, Betty's Q's not really hitting like you'd want them to. Hopefully, for his sake, he's close to it, because staring across from him is this menacing marble on the Kai'Sa. 3-0-1,
Woody.
2 items.
This is
Woody
free.
no flash. Woody's going to get caught out. Crash down misses. Crash down misses. It does get the ultimate, but that will be back up and available by the time Dragon spawns. So as long as no massive impact is found around this Artican, but you can see pings going on.
They're starting it.
They're starting it. It's going to be spotted. It's on a ward. So Talon are more than aware that this is happening. Kai'Sa, though, a little bit in no man's land. So what really is it going to be possible here for the side of Talon? Down to half HP now as this Artican. RJ should be able to find his way in, but the rest of the team cannot match. And Kai'Sa finds a terrible recall timing. Unfortunately, it's SHG who pick up this Artican, and with it, a massive combat spike. I will say mistake from Fate, teleporting down to join his team is... It was just a free take. He loses his teleport, and Fofo might actually be able to answer back now.
I mean, look, worst comes to worst, there is the Weaver's Wall in terms of getting back out on the Rift. Probably not how you want to be using it, but certainly an option. And realistically, Fofo's backed off. There was no real threat. I think that Talon at this situation may be over-respecting the potential for SHG to get back out onto the Rift, and I think definitely a lot more damage that could have been done there for Fofo onto that outer and the tier side, top side rather.
Yeah, Betty still yet to hit that 2-item spike, while Marble now making headways into his third. I believe this recall for Betty should hopefully be enough for him. If not, really in a dire state is this game. Already kind of is. Outside of the Dragons, they don't really have a lot working for them.
A lot of respect being paid to even just the bot lane duo of SHG currently. I mean, yeah, the Weaver's Wall is there and the Grand Skyfall, but that's still potentially exploitable by Talon. They're not going to, at the moment, Evie again just continuously shoving that wave in on the top side, wanting to set themselves up for pressure on that side of the map so they can then potentially look down to pivot and steal away this next Dragon.
Yeah, they're going to be able to pick up this blue buff. 45 seconds on that Dragon, as you mentioned. Third item now online for Betty, working towards those stacks. One more Q should do it. Would mean he does have that Mirror Mana fully upgraded and available. Up goes the Sandcastle in the middle lane. Courage needs to not get caught out. He got caught out of the last Dragon. Any more mistakes like that, and this game can quickly flip on its head. A great sort of state of the game here at the moment for SHG as they have complete control over that bottom side river.
Hull breaker up for Evie. So as soon as he heads back to a side lane, there is a very real threat. Those towers may not be long for the world. And you can look at this SHG roster, they're very split, but Fate is just sitting waiting in the wings.
Absolutely. Trying to get their way into this river now is the side of Talon. They're very bunched up. They have to be so careful. Gang does have flash. Ooh, Void Seeker goes just wide. Now, Dragon spawning. It is Talon. They do make their way into the river. They're clearing out the vision.
But they're just looking to pull this dragon out of the pit.
Keep an eye on Fate. That Weaver's Wall could be really crucial here. They know where Arj is. He's half HP. Gang coming around the side. They have a ward for him as well. So spot it out. Every member really accounted for on the side of SHG at the time being. Arj trying to mark that. Talia's not going to be a great job. Crash down comes down. Weaver's Wall to follow. Arj won't be able to find his way on the Talia. And down will go Caster. Down will go Woody as well. And the rest of the three members of Talon not able to really do anything but wish. And it's going to be SHG who do secure themselves that dragon. They now get themselves the first. It's still soul point for Talon. But 5 more minutes of this game bought for the side of SHG as they look to really extend this lead.
Now I'm going to look to start shoving these waves in again. Teleport is there for Evie. Should he look to try and make a play onto the top side, but no real need to. And again, the fact that Fade is just sitting here on the backside, allowed to split the fight with the Weaver's Wall. And there you go, Gang. Jumps on in, Magnet Storm, crash down combo. Gets a great double stun there onto Caster and Woody. And they are just left, unfortunately, lambs to the slaughter as Betty, Fofo and Arj just cannot jump in and contribute.
So, uphill battle at the moment for Talon. But SHG coming out swinging, using that momentum of their last series, looking to secure themselves a second win and really put themselves in contention here in our mid-season. Halfway through now. Certainly the time to ramp up.
Not a completely unfamiliar situation for Talon, though.
Absolutely not.
And they've overcome much more significant deficits, but it is going to take a lot. I think that it is going to have to come down to the perfect team fight for this Talon roster. SHG are going to have to do something pretty egregious to put themselves in a position to be exploited in that factor. Marvel, I mean, SHG really just feeling very fluid compared to how things were in Split 1. I mean, they are hitting their stride as a team. The synergy is just on point.
Yeah. Certainly looking good. And if they are able to pick up the win here, it really puts Chiefs in a position where it doesn't feel realistic that they can make it into the playoffs. Because the only person then that the two teams they're close to, if SHG were to win, the Chiefs have already versed and lost to.
I mean, ultimately it was looking like it was coming down to that match between the two to decide who sort of avoids that bottom of the table position. And I think realistically, with the game that SHG are having, regardless of the outcome, I think at this point, we can pretty safely say who the likely winner of that SHG Chiefs game is.
For the time being, a couple weeks yet to get there, but definitely a good showing so far. And still a lot to get through in terms of this series alone, but game number 1, as long as they're able to keep this pace, constant pressure in the side lane from Evie. Arj really incapable of joining his team. Caster though, Caster's found a really good angle. This could be it. This could be the mistake they needed. They find Marvel with a flash away. He's not able to capitalize on it. The Impale's still there. But there's so much CC, and they can't do anything. But Betty finds one. It's a 1-for-1 at the moment. But SHG coming with that Evie champion. All the Yorick. He's in the back line, but he's all alone. Out comes everyone, though. Oh, everyone comes diving on in. Fofo locked down, but the Emperor's Divider's there. It's going to be another kill, another 2 even, and another 3 as Fate flashes the wall. Double kill coming through for Courage. Only Betty left alive. And boom! Down comes the shovel! Oh my god, Evie's gonna fall, but not before doing what he needed to get that team fight an ace. It's a 2-for-5. Baron gonna go the way of SHG.
I don't even know if that was necessary. I think it was just an ego play from Evie at the end of the day. He's already beaten Betty in the 1v1, wants to put him in the grave.
Absolutely does. What a team fight out of SHG. It looked like they made some mistakes. Caster finds his way in, but gets CC locked to the point he never gets his ult off. So he just gets knocked up, stunned, dead. Then it's like, okay, the fight seemingly has gone to the point where Evie can no longer be matched. Kai'Sa comes in with ult. Pantheon comes in with ult. Even Talia comes in with ult. And that's what you love to see out of these champions that don't have the easiest ultimates to utilize in these team fights. The mobility to get to the overextension that it looked like it was from Evie to clean up that team fight and then finish it off with the ace under the tower.
Yeah, I mean, that was about as ego chill as you could possibly get. And yeah, I mean, look, it may not be Twisted Fate, Galio, Nocturne, but this is pretty darn close to a global comp that we're seeing here. You've got the Pantheon Talia that can jump straight into the back line, and then as soon as Marble wants to, can jump in to follow them. It is a pretty scary combo, and I think this is exactly why we're seeing the Rel. It's a support that brutally punishes that deep engage that Talon are looking for. Casa just could not do anything. Just the raw CC in this SHG comp is just too rough for Ascana.
Yeah, and so now it's SHG marching down these waves. So much pressure with that Baron buff available. Fofo, you see him in the top side trying to answer back, trying to get himself some gold. And it might just be the plan for Talon to give up some of these objectives to find that gold on Azir, who, for my money, is probably the champion that needs to do it. The flash, though, is there for courage.
Oh, my
Fofo's
lord.
not with his team. This is a 4v5, but maybe the hand was overplayed here as the objective does go down. No kills found yet for the time being for SHG. Archer the target. Low health bars for SHG. I mean, they are able to find the kill, but what is the cost of it? They do get the inhib. Still Fofo pushing down. Recall going to be able to come out, though. It's one kill. It's an inhib. Another kill found as Woody goes a bit too aggressively. Only Betty and Castle left in this base. It's a 4v2. Fofo needs to find his way back to his team. Teleport coming in. It's going to be a 5v3 to end this one, possibly. Fofo's here.
It's a lot of damage.
Not able to spend all that gold he just managed to get for himself. Look at the minion waves, though. So many minions on these Nexus towers. Gang low, sure. But Fate working away at these towers. There goes the... I mean, the Nexus towers are down. The Nexus is exposed.
Oh my lord.
Big shot! And just like that, you wouldn't damn well believe it. SHG take game 1.
This is a bizarre... This is a bizarro world. I think it's the only way I can possibly describe it. So we've had Chiefs dismantle Vikings this split. We've had Talon lose to Team Secret and then drop game 1 against the 6th place team of SHG from the split 1. And Talon, now 2 series in a row, have just been dismantled.
Yeah.
I'm baffled that this is the reality that we find ourselves in. And it purely comes down to the fact that SHG feel like they're coming into their own.
Yeah. I mean, just well played from them the entire time. The pressure they had. And I think now, finally, we've seen a way that this Yorick can really get off the ground. You have the Yorick. You have all that pressure in the side lane, and Arja's kind of not able to match his team, right? But then, on the other side of the map, you have a Pantheon who can come to the Rumble, come to the Yorick if he needs to, or the Talia who can do the same, or the Kaiser who can do the same. You have so great ability to collapse on the Yorick, but then on the other side of the map, one single play, and the same thing happens to someone. Casa, he looks for flank plays, he looks for some sneaky ways into team fights, and all of a sudden, everyone just comes flying in all different methods.
Yeah, right,
This is really how it kicked off.
I mean, the perfect example of what you were just saying. All of a sudden, what looked like it could have been an even fight for Talon suddenly turned on its head. And even this, I mean, this was just so deep from Courage. He looked to be completely out of position, but then he survives long enough to allow the team to position. Betty gets caught by the shifting sands and just completely blown up there. Marble gets in onto the back line, and it was just the synergy of this Talia Kaiser Pantheon combo that all of a sudden there was not 1, not 2, but 3 damage threats suddenly in the back line off of just a moment's notice. And yeah, this was pretty criminal from Casa.
Yeah, not able to make his way through that wall. I mean, good reaction timing from Gang to be able to ensure that he goes down, but just the beginning of the end, really. Sure, Talon, they're able to get a lot of dragons, but unfortunately, I mean, Gang just time and time again finding that engage. This time gets 2 and the flash away from Fofo, and I mean, that Weaver's wall just really split in this team fight to the point where it was essentially just a 2v5.
Yeah, yeah, and even here, just I think Gang really having a showing today on this rel. Did so much to deny Casa in these team fights, so much to deny Talon as a whole. He made it so hard for them to play their combat to it. And again, you look at a Weaver's wall and suddenly Evie's no longer alone. They've got 4 players suddenly in the backline looking to rip and tear through Talon's roster. And yeah, just not even a lack of respect. It was just an inability to match the pressure of this SHG draft.
Yeah. Heavy staying on that tower, making sure to get the job done. Wasn't certain that the game was over here, but just really Fate playing so well to deny Talon any way in. Able to keep wailing away at these towers. They have the Baron's minions, of course, so really shredding through those towers and, you know, get the game number 1 all done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, that was, I mean, honestly, pretty brilliant. And I mean, to be fair, that's far from the only thing in this competition that's brilliant, because you have the opportunity to be brilliant and help support the LCP. You can get yourself involved. You're watching on Twitch, you can subscribe, of course, and help us out. You get yourself a nifty emote as well, the Caitlin Tell Me Everything. You also get ad-free viewing, uninterrupted broadcast, which we all know. We have seen it time and time again. You're in the middle of a team fight, it's about to go off, and then an ad rolls. And you don't know what happened. You get back into it, and everyone else that hasn't seen that ad or who was watching on YouTube, they don't have to suffer through that. So that's a pretty darn good reason why you should subscribe, support the LCP, support us, and support the players playing in the competition that we all love. Make sure you do it. Make sure you support us because, I mean, they deserve it.
Absolutely do. Game number 1, SHG with an upset victory. Can they stamp their mark on this series? We'll find out after our break.
ソフトバンクホークスゲーミング ADC のマーブルです。
マーブルの母です。よろしくお願いします。
今週が大事な試合でもあったので、3試合目最後の試合でペンタキルを取ることができてすごく嬉しく思います。
1試合目で負けて、何もできなくて負けてちょっと悲しかったんですけど、3試合目でペンタキル取ってくれてすごい嬉しいです。
そうですね、これからも健康優先で健康第一に末永く暮らしてほしいです。母の日おめでとう。
无惧选角对我个人本身的意义，像是我刚打职业的时候就是没有无惧选角，然后现在最近才多出来无惧选角，就让我感觉打比赛的感觉也有点不一样。
So với thể thức mới thì em thấy nó rất là thú vị, nó đem tới cho huấn luyện viên và các team khác những cái lối bắn bích rất là khác nhau qua từng trận, với lại khán giả cũng sẽ thấy là không có nhàm chán với những con tướng.
Yeah, looking now for game 2, SHG kind of smashing Talon in that first one. They go down some dragons, but other than that, gold, objectives, everything else go on the way of SHG, and they're able to cleanly finish it off.
I don't know if no, there is no question. That has to be the biggest upset of the LCP 2025 season in an individual game. I think even more so than Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, again, it's kind of like with the Team Secret Wales one, we just didn't know it was an upset at the time.
Yeah.
Whereas now, we can view it as quite a massive upset.
And again, if this was best of one format, SHG would have just won. Like, Talon would be done for the night and we'd be moving on. Like, that's crazy to think about.
It is, yeah. But it is not best of one. It is Fearless best of 3. And so all 10 champs used in game 1 now gone, and Talon have another life.
Xin Zhao and Neferi, so they are targeting our Courage here pretty heavily. Victor and Vi banned out by SHG. Vi, where we would expect it to be, traditionally a red side ban.
Yeah.
I mean, they are looking to lock down Courage. To be fair, he did, barring one pretty egregious mistake around the Dragon Pit early on, he had a pretty phenomenal game, and he did a lot for the team to set it up. And Fate going to be banned out as Ari as well.
Okay, so expect to come, next ban rather, to come through SHG. Rumble could be a good option from where I'm sitting, as Arja very capable on that Rumble champ. Evie as well would want it for himself, but okay, it's left open. Let's see if Talon want to first pick it. If not, you can be certain that Evie will.
Yeah, I think Kalista probably warranting the ban a little bit more.
Maybe especially.
The last thing you want is to give that power combo set up to Betty and Woody. I'm still reeling a little bit. That is SHG coming out of nowhere with, again, just a massive upset over Talon.
Colour me surprised.
Yeah. I mean, it seems to be the split of it, honestly. We're just seeing a couple of these matches go ways that we wouldn't necessarily expect. And there you go. Arja is going to pick up the Rumble to start things off. Really no surprises given that the Kalista was taken away.
Yeah, now 2 champions are going to be able to be answered here in response. So we'll see what SHG go for. What strikes? I mean, it feels like, okay, with the Varus going, in terms of junglers, it feels like it's going to be a tank matchup. Really, the notable bruisers being gone. The Sejuani, the Maokai, and the likes are there. We'll see if they go for it.
I mean, Wukong potentially could be coming through. Yeah, there you go for Courage.
Yeah, Courage is going to be playing the Wukong. What's the answer?
Another circle. Surely. You'd have to imagine Sejuani a likely answer. Unless Caster decides to go a little bit more aggressive. Which...
I don't hate the Maokai with the Rumble, to be honest with you. We'll see if he goes for it, but...
Yeah.
Okay, going to be the Sedge. And
okay.
Okay, so Fofo on a playmaking champion, just a straight-up playmaking champ. I mean, so far, Talon putting together a comp reminiscent of the Chiefs here in Game 2.
Okay.
But the big difference being that there is a Rumble instead of a Cassante. Ornn going to be the answer here for Evie. We've seen some up and down performances from him on the Ornn, unfortunately.
Ornn's in general, honestly. As he's been a bit of a lackluster champion so far this split. Gwen was available. And, I mean, I've seen it a couple of times played internationally into the Rumble. Does reasonably well.
Yeah, so second phase of bans now to come through. Support, AD carry. Okay, taking away what I imagine would have been a pretty terrible Jhin game. You do have a great setup with the Rumble and Sejuani. So you can
you look at the front line, it does reasonably well in the back. I mean, you've got 3 champions who are going to be right up in the thick of it, and Curtain Call in the backside is going to be doing a lot. I think...
I still think it's not... Just playing Jhin to something like Wukong Ornn doesn't...
I mean, to be fair, Betty is the one person who has made Jhin look good this year, arguably.
Yeah, that is fair. That is a very good point. And Nautilus is going to be taken away now. Okay, so really narrowing down AD carries for one side, supports for the other.
I think the one that makes the most sense to me for Betty with the comp they've already got is likely a Misfortune. Just because they've already got the setup for the bullet time.
I just hope I don't see it. I don't think Misfortune's that good.
No, it really hasn't been.
I think they're just... It's just been very lackluster, to be entirely honest.
Well, yeah, only a handful of people have made it look good, and even then, it hasn't been enough that it completely blows me away.
I think I would kind of like to see him on something like that Lucian Nami again. I think Betty's a very, very good Lucian.
Stock is on the rise.
It might be a little rough into the Varus. Aurora going to be banned now. First pick going to be going over to the SHG, coming out of those second phases of bans. Most likely looking for a mid laner here, I dare imagine. So we'll see what they do go for. A lot of options. Not really stuck here. Aurora and Ari taken away, but other than that... Okay, going Braum instead. I mean, with the Braum showing, yeah, Lucian Nami, perfectly fine. Really, really good into Braum. Not the greatest into Varus, but when paired together against the Varus, it should be good. They should have just a better...
And it is Betty and Woody. Yeah. So they're a class unto their own, I think, in the spot side. Even with Marble playing phenomenally in that last game, it is still this... arguably the best bot lane duo, I think, in the competition. I think individually they're still better than Dog on Kaiwing, but it's not by a huge margin at this point with how CFO are playing.
Yeah, I mean, certainly a little lackluster recently out of Betty Woody, but
okay.
Akali vs Yone. So a fist fight in the mid lane. Not really a fist fight everywhere outside of that top side. But a lot of, I imagine a lot of proactivity coming through for both of these teams. You got some aggressive laners in the Varus, in the Lucian Nami, and the Akali Yone, of course. Really is going to be a testament of skill in the mid lane, I imagine. Possibly earlier.
Woody's going to be a pretty juicy target for Fate.
For sure. Early stage of the mid lane phase, I imagine favors Fate in that middle side. But outside of that, should be winning sides in the Rumble and Lucian Nami. We'll see, though, of course. Not always do things go as you'd expect.
Well, I mean, yeah, to be fair, there's a number of situations where we've seen that be the case, and I think momentum being there for SHG. I mean, look, after the last performance, there is definitely an argument to be made that somehow CHG could potentially close this at a 2-0. But Talon, the Masters, when it comes to... I mean, they are one of the most patient teams, I think, in this competition, and being able to exploit those mistakes to pretty extensive margins. So, okay. So, technically would not be... Okay, yeah, he's adjusted it a little bit there, but still potential for that to be correct. We'll have to see. I mean, look, if we see this game go the exact way as the last one did, there is a very, very real possibility SHG just clean sweep Talon here.
Yep. I mean,
the second week in a row.
It would be a bad look. Now, I mean, I've seen this out of Talon before, in fairness, going back historically. There are times where in the regular season they really do not show up, but when they come to playoffs, they look fine. still, at the moment, not even guaranteed playoffs if they were to lose this. If they were to win it, all but certainly cement themselves at least a lower sort of tier in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, what a downfall that would be.
Choo-choo train on. It's going to be hard.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard here for SHG. Sorry, for Talon.
Oh, boy.
Oh, they have no idea. They're walking straight.
They know now.
Yeah. I wonder if there was a way that Talon could have possibly played aggressive. I think they had no idea that Ornn and Wukong weren't behind, so a little bit.
I think they just had to force the issue if they wanted to make something happen there, but I think they sort of just handshake and walk off. Probably the best situation for both teams, realistically.
Yeah. Just, I think concerned. They don't know where Ornn and Wukong are, and you can play around the vision of that wall a little bit, so I think wise for Talon not to go in. Of course, we have the all-seeing eye, so we knew it would have been a perfectly good 3v5.
We're paying for that premium subscription.
Yeah. Twitch sub. You get an emote. You get to support the teams.
And you also get to see exactly what's going on in every game because you can see everything like us. I mean, it's free, but hey, why not?
Yeah, but you don't get ads. That's the big one.
Oh, beautiful.
Okay. Actually, Fofo missing one minion, but in terms of the trading, doing well. A lane where Akali gets to actually take Doran's ring is pretty few and far between in this day and age.
And, I mean, again, a mid lane matchup when neither champion has mana. I mean, yes, look, you got energy for Fate, but...
Yeah, energy's fake. Like, how often in the game are you worried about your energy? Not that often. Every energy champ has a way to get their energy back.
Yep.
Oh.
Fofo breaking some ankles right now. But it's in Akali. I mean, realistically, the kill threat is not overly massive as long as that Shroud's available. Saying that, I mean, look, Cast are getting involved. Could definitely change that trajectory of the conversation.
Yeah, going to be Fate flashing away. Fofo dominant here in the early stages of the mid lane. See, I mean, difference between Husha's level 3 gank and Cast's was his was just essentially a rotation to his bottom side camps. So not really going to lose much outside of a little bit of tempo. However, we'll see if that does play a part. Of course, both junglers finishing on the same side means Wukong's going to be first to that Scuttle Crab. Assuming Kasa opts not to skip any camps. Could certainly look to.
Fate is actually winning out in these trades post the gang. I say that he's then connected on, so doesn't even deny the cannon there. They both get their cannons respectively.
Fofo playing his range perfectly. But yeah, as you said, Fate higher on HP does have that 2 pots, whereas Fofo yet to use his, so effective HP higher for Fofo realistically. Carry down the bot side, spot on a ward.
Just gets himself a ward of his own. And he's got to the scuttle, but it seems that Cast just going to be a little bit too late here, so won't actually be able to match. Just gets the ward off and potentially looking for a repeat onto Fate. Not going to find it, unfortunately.
Yeah, just a thoroughfare. Going to get himself to that top crab and even up that CS after the back end of the clear.
The shortest point from A to B is a straight line, even if that is through the mid lane. It's efficiency at the end of the day.
Yeah, look, you're playing solo queue.
Oh, okay.
Fate going aggressive here. Both junglers arriving in the mid lane. Fofo taking a large amount of damage there from that electrocute, but still going to have the ability to hold on his pot. So, doing perfectly fine for himself. Actually up a slight amount of CS as Marble now cancels his recall to pick up this last minion wave. Electrocute on the Lucian this game. We'll see if he goes the sort of lethality build.
It's what people have been playing.
Yeah, the buff from Electrocute just giving you that extra oomph, as it were.
Arja gets the flame spitter out and immediately turns tail, spotting gang on that ward.
Yeah, unfortunately misses that minion too.
Oh, I think he's probably fine in the situation.
Yeah,
Worst he burns the flash, but even then, well, I think he's smart enough to play it safe.
Yeah, this does give Talon the heads up that a lane swap's coming through, but they're not going to choose to match it. And Arja, as long as he hits level 6 soon, will not really be under any threat, as we often see from the Rumble being lane swapped on, but probably unawares to the fact that there's, in fact, 3 people up here. He should know gang is about. But
no 6 on Heavy, though.
Yeah, I don't know what Evy's doing. Evy's really cooking up something.
Luckily, no 6 on Aja, although it's going to be a close call with this wave coming in.
Yeah, looking aggressively onto him, maybe just walking in, but Gang taking a massive amount of damage. Still should be able to find that kill. It is first blood going over to SHG, and Marble once again picking it up. If there's ever a person you wanted on, it's him.
I mean, they juggled that aggro perfectly.
Yeah.
I mean, that was brilliant. Despite Gang being down nearly a level at that point, they just walk in, they juggle the aggro, Marble gets himself a kill, and they're going to get some decent damage onto the tower as well.
They're looking for a repeat. Are just teleporting straight into what could be a disaster.
Oh, Horn.
Call of the Forge God. Take me top! RJ is going to be up there. He's going to get stunned up. He might be able to at least find one off the back end. Evie with the flash. Yep. No, he gets one. They get the dragon, but still 2 early kills found for SHG. Fate, both though going at it with courage helping.
I'm not sure. I mean, to be fair, I think if the kill goes to Marble the second time around, definitely worth. I mean, Aja getting the kill back. He's in terms of tempo, yeah, definitely a big punish onto Aja. Here, they just play that so perfectly. And I mean, Evie hitting 6 there means that they can look to abuse. Unfortunately, he just stands in the tower a little bit too long. And you look at it, timing-wise, he's forced to flash out. So, yeah, okay, so that's definitely worth for SHG. Even with Evie going down, they burn the flash, and they get even more pressure onto this topside tower.
Yeah, and deny so many waves is the most important thing. That's a lot of XP. It's a lot of gold now that RJ is never going to be able to see again this game. Now, he is, of course, even still with Evie. But the side of SHG are benefiting from the fact that he did lose that, because otherwise they'll probably be down gold. Instead, they find themselves up it.
I mean, despite all that pressure, Marble is down a pretty decent chunk of CS. He's closing that gap a little bit, given all this free time on the top side because of the delayed lane swap. Betty and Woody are getting there a little bit late to the party. So that gap should equalise pretty comfortably for SHG, given that they've set this lane up quite well for themselves. This has just been a bare knuckle brawl in the mid lane all game.
Yeah. Both of them not really willing to pull the trigger on each other, but also threatening to do so constantly, time and time again. Low cooldown, melee mid laners.
I mean, the biggest benefit for Talon is that they aren't significantly disrupted in terms of matching the experience of SHG. So both teams will be hitting 6 in this bot lane, but junglers are matching.
Yeah, they know that Caster's there though. Caster does not know Courage's, and now out comes a Chain of Corruption. Woody getting very low, does get the heal away, does get the flash away, and won't be going down, but that's pressure now over towards these Void Grubs in favor of the side of SHG. Betty trying to hit level 6. Will he be able to off this minion? No, he doesn't. Okay, so again, struggling. Betty taking a massive amount of damage too, unfortunately. Does trade it back onto Marble, who's low on mana as well. Both of Fate still going at it. Oh my god, what a flash from Courage, but Caster turns it around. Courage now has no way to get back onto that Sejuani, and maybe, just maybe, Caster's done enough to buy some time to actually viably contest these grubs. But look at Betty's mana, look at Woody's mana. These two bot laners can't really contribute, whereas
This is going to be dicey.
Highly topped up.
This is going to be very dicey. Fofo's working his way up.
Yeah,
oh, no.
He hits. Oh, he's going to be able to go back. Fate answers. That's going to be the public execution, or the perfect execution, rather. As Fate will be able to pick up one. It's answered back, though. There's a 2 for 1 now. As, again, answered back. Call of the Forge God lands onto RJ, but that's not going to be able to be followed up on. Flash forward from Gang. Misses his mark as Betty flashes away. Evie trying to find the damage. Betty's going to go down. That's a piercing arrow to secure it. Killing spree for Marble. 3 kills on the Varus.
We're 9 minutes into this series, into this game too. And I'm becoming more and more convinced that Talon are about to be swept 2-0 in back-to-back weeks by teams that were in the bottom 4 of the leaderboard in Split 1.
Yeah. That's a concerning trend. Absolutely, but I mean, you have to say the level up from SHG, certainly there.
The price of eggs is a concerning trend. This is terrifying if you are a PCS fan. This is something that will be researched in coming years if this trend continues for Talon. The decline is so severe. Now, look, they're not out of it, and they're, again, a team that is incredibly capable when it comes to capitalizing on teams' mistakes and turning the shift of momentum. But at this stage in the game, I would be very, very concerned if I was a Talon fan, and there's a number of them in the audience right now.
Absolutely. Now, Caster being charged at by Gang, he gets himself 2 Void Grubs, so you can be pretty happy with that now, back on out. Nowadays, 2 Void Grubs does mean a lot more than before, so a winning trade in terms of the objectives there in favor of Talon. They also got that early dragon, of course, as they did in game 1. Still a lot to do to come back into this game. Not out of it, but trailing as the Blade of the Ruined King completed there on Marvel is just going to be able to output so much damage, particularly, of course, into Casa on that Sejuani.
I mean, it definitely feels like the goal difference is greater, but I think that's purely because of the two teams that we're currently seeing playing at the moment. The fact that SHG are ahead makes it seem like that goal difference is that much more significant.
Archer's going to be going into that punishment delivery mode. Very good voice lines on that champ. On that skin in particular. If you guys are Rumble players and you don't play with Super Galaxy, you're certainly going to want to buy that skin for you. And it's one of the skins I think that is most pay to win in the game.
Speaking of pay to win, this could be a situation where SHG are in fact the ones to pay if they're not careful here.
Yeah, Fofo trailing quite far behind the play. Really going to want him to get involved for this to be a realistic chance for Talon, but really outbrawning for the time being. Teleport even coming through. We're going to have a full-on fight on our hands. Culling's going to be met by the shield there. It's Courage trying to peel for his bot lane. Equalizes great though, and Courage is burned into a pulp. He's going to be able to get out the timing, but the fate was in fact sealed as Talon will now match up the kills and get themselves their second dragon.
Take the lead as well on top of it. And the one saving grace, it's your jungler and your support that you lose out. Evie not having to teleport to match puts him in a pretty rough spot.
Oh, Archer's just overheated. Fate's still there. Perfect execution available, not going to go for it just yet.
Yeah, I mean, that's criminal. SHG well overcommitting there in that situation.
I can't believe they just
capabilities.
got brawned out of this.
Yeah.
What was the thing that caused them to? I guess they're just too far split. If he's coming down slowly, they want him to be there, but teleport available for RJ gets him there first. Good blocking from all that damage from Gang, but with RJ arriving, 10, 15 seconds earlier than RJ, than Evie, he's just able to output so much damage. Fofo in the perfect position. Fate sealed, gets the follow-up knockup with that Q3.
I think it was the hesitation. If SHG commit, they potentially win out in the fight. If they just back off, they don't lose out nearly as badly. It's only this, look, it's second Drake for Talon. It's not the end of the world by any stretch of the imagination. If it was third Drake, then yeah, I'd be a little bit more concerned, but you still need 2 more for Talon to get that soul. I think you can pretty comfortably back off and look elsewhere. And you bait the teleport down as well. As soon as you realize that the teleport's coming through, you back off.
Yeah. Still, they weren't able to do so. And Talon, once again, as they always do, capitalize. Now find themselves slightly ahead, 500 gold. Humble lead, but the 2 dragons on top of it makes it a little bit more daunting.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Not in the same position as SHG last game, where Talon, sure, they're up dragons, but they're down a lot of gold. This time, they're actually trailing ever so slightly. Marble being that power point. And it has to be said, this has to be a game that Marble proves his worth on this Varus, because I think time's gone by. I've been pretty critical of it. So Culling comes out and finds a hell of a lot of damage. I've been pretty critical of Marble's ability to find impact in these fights as the Varus, both on hit and otherwise. Good damage on the Evie, but he's going to be able to block the knock-up and walk on out.
They don't really have the reliable knock-up, lockdown they need to find the kill onto Betty here.
RJ, got to be noted. Evie this time with the teleport advantage, so can come join his team, whereas Fofo will be stopped. Marble unfortunately walking the risky way, gets caught out, and Casa, bonk, claims himself his first Heartsteel stack, but more importantly, claims himself a kill on the 3-0 Varus. And Talon, being able to find their way in, 1k gold now. They were trailing not 3 minutes ago, but again, unfortunate mistake coming through from the AD carry of SHG. Does lead for that gold lead now, growing to the side of Talon.
Yeah. One of the few abilities in this game that would have justified the cleanse. Unfortunately, there's not much else. So the one game where you're taking the barrier because it's the better option, you're caught by the one thing that would have benefited from the cleanse. So a bit of a rough spot for Marble there, for sure. And pathing-wise, yeah, you back off through your own jungle, you're far more secure. Just not having that vision and that brush because it was controlled by Talon, having that tempo. Bit of a rough spot.
It's too often that this is happening. where things realistically that players of this caliber should be aware of. But unfortunately not maybe the patience to sort of, I guess, cross their T's, dot their I's to get this thing done the correct way, as Chain of Corruption will be dashed away from. As I was saying, does just kind of lead to a Talon advantage. Coming once again, just coming out for a bit of poke damage, will be met with that locket.
Yeah,
no, it's matching.
Yeah, all of a sudden Talon are just out macroing.
Yep. Looks like Rift Herald is SHG's target, but Talon's the one that started.
There you go, Fate's finally going down, but that means that Fofo can't get there either.
It's a 4v4, but it's not really, as Marble has absolutely no right to leave this tower. He found out the hard way last time, not going to be falling for the same mistake. I think good choice here by the side of SHG. Head to the bot side, try and establish yourself some dominance in that river. But still, Talon, they have enough time to come and match. Heavy won't be able to land that knock-up, and in fact puts himself in a bit of a position.
Yeah, so just using the oh, okay. I'm not quite sure what's brewing here, but...
Bit of a standoff. Arja might be in a bad position.
Do the thing.
He's not going to pull the trigger. Then comes the on-horn, but Fofo might have locked him down for long enough. One-man knock-up, but down goes Courage, flash away from Heavy. Is there any follow-up here for the side of Talon? Betty, he has that slow, he has that empowered auto attack. Bubble goes wide from Woody as Gang trying to get himself out, and it looks like the rest of SHG will be able to do so as Fofo lands himself a knock-up, but it's not going to result in anything but this tower for the time being until Fofo decides it's time, gets himself another. Evie's going to be burning down. Betty has to dodge out of that tower, and Fate left alone, standing up against a menacing Talon. It's going to be a 10-5 lead going into what could be now the third dragon of the game as well for this PCS representative.
Yeah, I mean, SHG suddenly find themselves behind the ball, and it just gets worse and worse. Things snowball out for Talon. And they are that patient team. We've talked about it. They find an opening. They are going to exploit it to its greatest extent, and they get collapsed in on a pinch and a bit of a split that should never have happened for SHG. They land themselves in the equalizer. Courage is just paper at this point. The Wukong not tanking nearly enough, and poor Gang cops it as Evie dives out. And my God, Fofo looking very, very solid on the Yone right now. Gets the knock-up, big damage onto Marvel, and looks to follow it up even further. Shadow forward, boom, gets the knock-up, gets the subsequent knock-up, and Gang, unfortunately, pays the price as well.
Yeah, pretty much just a done deal at this point. I mean, SHG backs up against the wall here in game 2. They put themselves in a great position to start this one off, but unfortunately, faltering just as they were looking so good. And if there's ever a team you can't falter like that against, it's exactly this one. Again, we've seen it so many times already in the LCP, where while Talon certainly aren't performing to their usual abilities, they are able to capitalize on mistakes very, very well. Now, Casa may be the one to make the mistake, although the follow-up there from Woody, it is still going to be Casa going down. Shutdown claimed. It's going to be Courage this time to pick that one up.
I mean, that's foolish. Like, why? Wukong, again, you want that gold onto Marble. You want him to become that absolute monster. Courage taking that. Well, yes, look, it's still gold. It's still a kill. I think that was a bit reckless, honestly.
Benefit of the doubt, he has red buff. So there is a chance. I mean, it's too hard to see what actually occurred to get that kill. But either way, Casa makes a mistake, and SHG do a great job to capitalize on it, despite Woody trying to be there and peel. But back on the map now is Casa, and not really going to lose a whole lot. Arzy's going to be able to just equalize this wave out if he so chooses. And 1E doing a substantial chunk of damage there to Courage.
Yeah, he's not taking that shuriken. I can tell you that much for free. But what it seems might be the play here for Talon. They're looking to collapse up onto the top side, get some pressure into SHG's red side jungle, and Evie does clear the wave pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Is potentially a target.
Team is now converging on him. Courage going to come figure out that his red buff is in that bush, and will be able to come and try and defend it. Smite Fight goes down. It is going to be picked up, I believe, by Courage. But hold up, Fofo might have been caught out. He's going to have to use that fake seal, but he gets caught on Gang, and out will come the Ornn Horn. Fofo will be able to dodge the CC, but not the incoming auto attacks from this Ornn. Shutdown picked up. Evie claims it, and possibly an avenue back in as Fate playing aggressively. He's got nowhere to go. How's he going to navigate this then? Goes invisible, does have that perfect execution, but oh my god, the tidal wave's fantastic. Fate somehow still managing his way out. Teleport now coming in. Arjun, the equalizer, lands over 2. If he's going to peel, play his life, and be able to get the rest of the team out. A messy affair here.
Yeah.
Really not a lot of coordination anywhere, but Fate somehow gets out, and Evie will pay the price for that.
Yeah, I mean, you got to commend Evie in that situation. He makes a...
The team play.
Yeah, he plays for the team, when realistically Fate should always have paid the price in that situation for his pretty catastrophic misplay. But it is going to give Talon the opening they need to try and start up this Artican, and given the health bars that we saw from SHG, there isn't really a lot of response. Courage is in the vicinity, but he is well alone at the moment. Might be enough.
Urging. Yeah, he's going to be able to get them off. Teleport's now coming through. Talon, they wanted to recall and spend some of this unspent gold. Not going to be given the option to, as Evie's back in the fray. Full on HP, full on mana, no ultimate for the time being. Courage, however, will have that Cyclone up and available. Public Execution coming back in 3 more seconds here for Fate. But Fofo on the back line finds his way onto Courage, finds a lot of damage, but not able to find the kill. Now the Artican's still up and available. Can SHG claim this one for themselves? It looks like they might be able to. No. Casa able to get the steal away. Fate diving in, trying to find Betty. Will be able to find a lot of damage, but will he find the kill? Yes, he will. Shutdown goes over. On the other side of things, Courage is going to go down as well. It's a 4v3 in favor of Talon as Fofo really in the back line. Evie, Marble, and Gang have a lot to do to try and navigate this one, and not a lot to do with it. As the knockup will land onto Marble. He does not have the sums available to get him out. Equalizer comes down, and so will the Fate sealed. And with that, I think game number 2 might be sealed, and Talon will be the victors.
Unfortunately, we're still a wee way away from that happening, given the current state of the map. But yeah, look, handily in command for Talon. 22 minutes in, you've got a 5-2-7 Yone in the mid lane, who's up, well, every lane, jungle, mid, and well, almost every lane, jungle, mid, and bot side. Up over 1,000 gold, and I think the jungle difference is even further still. Fofo tried everything he could to get away. But the fact that the last couple of kills in the Rift have gone the way of Evie rather than where you really want them to on either Fate or Marble is a bit rough. And yeah, I don't know what the heck Fate thinks he's doing here.
Yeah, I think his shuriken went the wrong way. I think he wanted to go back towards his team and unfortunately ended up over a wall.
I mean, that's the thing. He could have just run up that wall and he probably would have been fine, honestly.
Yeah, Equalizer's great. Coming out there. Oh, hold up. Picture in picture. There's another fight brewing. This time over a Gromp.
2 seconds to chain.
Yeah, okay. The flash forward. Gang's going to find his way onto RJ.
Oh.
That's a really nice knockout with the Zornhorn fan. Yeah, oh my goodness. Down goes RJ. He's in the golden, but he's going to get 1 HP. Fofo's trying to find what he can do, but Courage picks up the first kill. Gang going to be able to narrowly get his way out, and Fate very low, but going to have to use that R2 to get himself back to safety. Betty still full on HP, looking to make a play. He gets 1. Woody's going to be able to pick that with the even flow. Gang, Courage trying to find a way to Cyclone. He does manage to make it in, but there's no follow-up. He's going to go down. Carson picks up that one. Fofo lands a 2-man slow, and there is Betty picking up yet another. Fate and Marble left limping away to the fountain and trying to get their health back as Dragon Soul even picked up the Talon.
Yeah, they forced the fight, knowing full well that they just had the tools to make that fight pretty uncomfortable for SHG. And SHG forced to try and make something happen here. Unfortunately, doesn't happen at all. Yeah, Soul taken. They got the Artican to boot. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty egregious from SHG. Yeah, smites it down to 53 HP, which allows Casa to take it. Courage jumping the gun there.
I mean, it's always just an absolute 50-50. There would have been less than 1/10 of a second between those 2 smites coming down, so hard to fault anyone, but great by Casa to time it so well. Fofo here, just completely untouchable. And really, I mean, I struggle to see a way back in this one for SHG. It was an okay-looking fight to begin with. They get RJ's flash. Gang looking aggressively, does find the slow, but here's the flash. Two-man get knocked up by that Ornhorn, and Fate even in a really good position. They get RJ down to Golden, but they do not get the kill immediately. He gets shut down afterwards, and Fate takes a lot of damage on the back end. Does get away, but somehow Woody, he goes to heal Betty, it bounces and kills Gang, and from there on, this fight is just a complete wipe.
Marble almost killed Fate there too with the Blast Cone. So a bit of anti-synergy, and yeah, the Chains of Corruption land onto Fofo, who then uses everything to get out of range so that it doesn't then pass on to anyone else. So playing for the team, and ultimately, yeah, RJ goes down. but in saying that, the rest of the collapse onto the team is pretty brutal, given how hard Betty is currently hitting.
Well, it's been 1.5 minutes. We probably have time for another fight. Baron looking to be the objective.
I mean, yeah, every lane is up over 1,000 gold.
I mean, the funny thing is, this is just a reverse of last game.
Yep.
Which is crazy to think, but it is the truth nonetheless. Talon truly in control. This time they get the Dragons and the gold lead off the back of, unfortunately, some misplays from SHG in the mid game. Keep in mind that SHG won game number 1, and at the beginning of the game number 2, they were well and truly ahead. They had a very, very firm lead in this game.
Yep. Although, I mean, we are starting to hit that time for Evie, 13 online, so we'll start to slowly see those upgrades trickling. I don't know how much difference that is going to make at this stage in the game.
Yeah, look.
Oh,
mate,
courage is too deep.
His name's pretty accurate because this guy has some courage being where he is. He's going to go down. There's no two ways about it. Betty's going to claim it. It's another flower going over. Pings onto the Baron. You see it. Talon, they're aware of what's going on. Unfortunately, Courage getting a bit too eager for himself. Now, for SHG to try and defend this, it would have to be a 4v5. And Evie started the team fight off with almost no HP. In fact, let me correct myself, literally no HP. Not really a feasible defense. And unfortunately, with this Baron going down, it feels like it's just a matter of time until game should go in favor of Talon.
This is it. The team fight is just too strong. And Talon, yeah, look, they don't have the ultimates, but tied away, Fate Sealed, and a culling, that really should be plenty in terms of closing out. The way State as well, they've got a wave here already on the doorstep of that tier 2 tower, so they should be able to get that down. The lane is just marching up in the mid as well, so they should be able to at least crack an inhib.
Yeah, feels all but certain. Fate on the Akali. We saw Fofo try something very similar last game, difference being one's an Akali and one was an Azir. So, as this mid lane tower now has the minions reach it, you see Fofo on the top side, working towards that top lane with Arja. Courage on the flank, looking for Betty. This could be an angle back. That's a really good engage, but Betty has the flash, and with that, SHG game almost just feels over. The culling comes out. Kang trying to get away. Evie with that Ornhorn will land well onto Betty, but unfortunately, there's no one that can do anything about it. Fate Seal does go wide, sure, but Evie's locked up. Evie's going to go down, and Fate, Gang, and Marble have to try and defend this 3v5 against the Baron and against some very, very fed members of Talon Esports, and that's the mid lane inhib going down. Top lane inhib will follow as minions, a lot of them march back. And we have almost an exact replica of game 1, but in reverse.
Yeah. And I think we are seeing the likelihood of Talon probably reverse sweeping this out increase, because this has been a pretty one-sided affair. Fate, the Akali, one of its rare appearances here in Split 2, has had the exact same result both times, unfortunately.
Yeah, just not enough that this Akali can get done, it seems, as Fate comes barreling back in, straight into the waiting arms of Fofo. And with that, we are going to go to game number 3. Talon, they come back with a vengeance, and I think we've got a heater coming here.
As much as I want to believe that, I get the feeling we are about to see the same trajectory as the Chiefs-Vikings game, where it's a bit one-sided in game 2. I think we're about to see a very, very one-sided game 3, where Talon just absolutely grind them into, you know, a bit of winemaking here. Unfortunately, it is a Japanese vintage.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate game 2. I mean, not doing a lot. The team composition doesn't strike me as something that operates awfully well together, and I think ultimately, when you're picking this Varus champ, you kind of want to win lane. So pairing it with the Braum doesn't really bode well. I think a mistake to have picked up the
I think it
Braum.
was, yeah, very reactionary to seeing a Lucian.
Well, they didn't. That's the thing. They picked the Braum before seeing the bot lane, whereas they had the option to take it as a 5th pick. And I think, ultimately, as soon as you see Braum, you can feel pretty confident in picking up the Lucian Nami, because that support doesn't do anything into you. It can block some of your damage, but it's never punishing you, and so I think an unfortunate falter there in the drafting out of SHG, and without that, you saw themselves. They got to a massive lead. Marble even 3-0 at one point in that game. It was off the back of him walking a very greedy way back to the mid lane that this game kind of fell apart for them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, another round of champions that won't be available in game 3 could be SHG's avenue into this. We know that the weakest point for Talon when it comes to this competition has been their drafting for the most part. Yep. It doesn't feel like they've had to work overly hard in the draft phase this series at all.
Yeah. I mean, I do agree. This game, they got pretty much everything they wanted, right? The Kalista ban forced that the Rumble's going to be left open. Now, Arja and Evie, arguably two of the better Rumble players here in our region. So RG getting his hands on it in that blue side first pick. Then to be matched in the second phase of round picks with the Yone Sejuani. I mean, they really got everything they could have wanted, considering how many junglers were taken off the table, right? Wukong, Sejuani, Maokai, kind of the options left that still sit as sort of pickable junglers in the region. And keep in mind, this is how the game started. We're seeing it here. Arja just got completely punished. Sure, he kills Evie here, but that's not before missing out on 2-3 minion waves, getting died twice. Even here, another team fight win they were able to pick up for themselves off the back of some great play, it has to be said, out of Faye.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a rough, it was an insanely rough game for Courage, I think, honestly. He definitely didn't feel like he had nearly the impact that he would have liked in the situation. And Evie, to his credit, in a situation where it's a rough lane to manage and a rough game as a whole to manage, played very, very well on the Ornn. Did pretty brilliant on the whole, but Aja on the Rumble. The Rumble is just always going to have that much more impact given the raw damage output that he contributes. I mean, you look at it, every single one of these highlights is just Courage on a minuscule amount of HP and then ultimately getting taken down. And Fofo putting on a bit of a clinic when it comes to the Yone. It's been a bit of a lackluster split from him. Honestly, he's been a little bit underwhelming, but seeing him back on this sort of form gives you hope for a Talon fans.
Yeah, I mean, every single fight, finding multiple man knockups, right, with his Q, trying to find denies there onto Evie in that instance, and really able to follow up on everything his team was putting out, often off the back of a Sejuani ult, even sometimes the equalizer.
Oh, this was just cinema.
Yeah. I mean, beautifully played. And like, Marble has flash here, so you have no right going down, especially when you are the person, you had a lead, and you are the reason you have that lead. You can't be getting hit by a Yone Q like that and then flashing afterwards and still dying. You've just lost so much. Smite, steal even, just put that icing on the cake.
55 HP to Dream. Yeah, I think that's sort of the icing on the Courage cake this game. The Wukong just never really felt like it contributed a whole lot, even when it was opening things up for the team. It was pretty limited, honestly.
Yeah. Again, I mean...
Yeah, again, Marble just getting caught out. Fofo just had him in his sights.
Absolutely. Evie as well, having a bit of a quiet one, but I can't really fault him. He's just playing on. Did perfectly fine for himself. Helped Marble gets a gigantic lead. But it really, unfortunately, never resulted in much. Yeah, you're at the point of the game here, we're watching on our screens, where Fate really just can't do anything. Fofo even there, just insult to injury.
Yeah, but I think even before that, 15 minutes in that game was pretty much sealed.
Yeah, which is odd because it started so well for SHG, but unfortunately for them, Talon do fight back, and we're going to go to a game number 3. We'll have that on our screens right after this break.
ソフトバンクホークスゲーミング ADC のマーブルです。
マーブルの母です。よろしくお願いします。
今週が大事な試合でもあったので、3試合目最後の試合でペンタキルを取ることができてすごく嬉しく思います。
1試合目で負けて何もできなくて負けてちょっと悲しかったんですけど、3試合目でペンタキル取ってくれてすごい嬉しいです。
そうですね、これからも健康優先で健康第一に末永く暮らしてほしいです。母の日おめでとう。
弹进去，一手发现完了，大事不妙。坏，本来想说这个人没闪，感觉是前面抓也有点抓上了，而后面这个窄口是来自了卡隆的大反击。我觉得也都还好，是这个阿狸有点上头，每波都是往人家家里飞的死活子。他想要把阿狸这个角色的魅力给发挥到底啊！哇，他们完全都是没有在管艾希打不打得到的。其实速度没有差太多，但后续凯威被炸死之后 ，CF 还是选择要打，因为刚好抓到 Aris 在这个窄口的位置哦。Aris 得交闪往后之后，红 Q 开车让俊佳走进去，然后闪现躲掉了后卫的大绝，然后等到多狗把线给送进来，这一波的越塔其实非常的简单哦。光是一个 EAAQ 后卫就倒地了，那后续俊佳这个石头砰一下直接砸死 Elio。Levi， 我觉得这就是让 GM 选到这种非野合角色的时候 ，Levi 的困境。但他是出很多的血量装啦，是手套跟黑切都是这样装备。哦，野区打到红 Q， 大绝命中了，霸道手腕再拉回来，碎骨大二好像没中，红 Q 这时候向外拉扯，开车想走，红 Q 走掉了。啊，鸟尾这都给他活下来，他甚至連驚人都沒按啊。モーニングをしたいがウェーブがちょうど切れた。もう一度前に出るマーブル、各軍の体力を半分以下にまで削っている。ただレイファーギーが今度は間に割って入ってマーブルを追い返します。さあ反転狙ったイコライザー、テレポートも使ってデトネーションフォーカスに一気に集団戦。しかしカレッジがインペールで蓋をする。バックラインから来るアリアの動きはフェイドが牽制をかけてはいるが乗っ取った世界の狭間。しかしマーブルを守る、大きくなれ。ゾーニャは使いますがマーブルを守りきったのは SHG だ。ペンタキルはマーブル。所以可能是要注意一下怒气哦，不然就要考虑直接变大一波，可能又要被抓。这里多连锁命中，有惊人躲掉，这里有个金刀海浪跟一收刚好达成一个完美黄金交叉。鞋子这时候穿出来，金刀这个后排护盾非常厚，大天使的护盾被打光，那这边李百怪扛不住了，金家这时候交叉往后来走，这个位置开始4的图是在扫，大的纳尔狂叫猛击拍完，让路先 Dogo 拿着 triple kill， 鞋子在推墙 ，Dogo 跨大 kill。
无惧选角对我个人本身的意义，像是我刚打职业的时候就是没有无惧选角，然后现在最近才多出来无惧选角，就让我感觉打比赛的感觉也有点不一样。
So với thể thức mới thì em thấy nó rất là thú vị, nó đem tới cho huấn luyện viên và các team khác những cái lối bắn bích rất là khác nhau qua từng trận, với lại khán giả cũng sẽ thấy là không có nhàm chán với những con tướng。
フィアレストラフトが導入される前は戦術の幅が少し狭くてピックされるチャンピオンも少なかったんですが、フィアレストラフトが導入されていろいろなチャンピオンがピックされて戦術の幅が広がったのがすごく面白いなと思います。
And we are back. The Eevee thumbs up, the red side for SHG, and the chance to knock TLN down a peg.
I think we're beyond knocking them down a peg. Even losing to SHG the way that they did is a pretty big statement. Oh dear, I'm a little bit concerned. I mean, yeah, to be fair, look, this could be the T1 strat. You know, whatever happens, and as long as we make playoffs, that's all that matters. They could just be a playoffs team. And to be fair, I think TLN proved that they're pretty capable, regardless of the situation they're in. But concerning, very much so, the state that they are in.
Yep, absolutely no doubt about that. But still, they managed to get Game 2 done pretty convincingly. Some falters early game. RJ getting really punished up in that top side for his greedy teleport. But they bring it together, they team fight well, they play the macro game to perfection, and they do bring it back. And that's more or less what we expect from Talon, is wins through the macro. Not necessarily just straight dominating their lane, but getting on the map, going to the right place, the right time. And, I mean, just traditionally, that is how they found their wins, and they're much the same there in game.
It hit critical mass, and they were just completely outmaneuvering SHG around the map. You could see it. It wasn't even a question. You could 100% tell that Talon had the macro game down. They had all the priority around the Rift. And, yeah, I mean, look, I think the weakest league in that game from SHG was Courage on the Wukong. Not for lack of trying, but he just had taken so much damage every single team fight before he actually got an enable thing for the team. Like you said, the draft definitely had an element of anti-synergy.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a weird game. I think, again, more proving the point that we want Marble on something with a bit of autonomy, a bit of aggression, bit of playmaking, because, again, the Varus just falls short. Not that he played necessarily terribly. Sure, there was some mistakes he made, some greedy pathing, but you saw the effect he was having on Kai'Sa. He was able to get in those team fights, get deep, really use his lead to push the issue. But on the Varus, he was
I was thinking, you know, the Pantheon looked really good for Courage. Give him something else that has a little bit extra pressure, the Nocturne, and it's just immediately banned out. All 3 first-round bans from Talon targeted towards Courage. They want him to have as little impact as possible.
We're running out of junglers.
I mean, Nidalee Lilia stick out to me if you want to be a little bit more assertive on the Rift, but they have been pretty hit or miss.
All I'm saying is we're getting at least something entertaining in the jungle this game. Something that we don't see every single series.
Just trying to think of what we have left in the jungle pool, what could still potentially be played. And Lilia is the one that stands out to me, at least with what's left.
Kai'Sa Lee Sin, he's played that once.
As long as it's not Kai'Sa Jarvan. I think we can both agree that's probably not the angle that you want to go for Talon.
Fortune. I don't like the champ necessarily.
Yeah, at the moment it's definitely feeling underwhelming, to say the very least. A bar a few. To be fair, again, if anyone is going to make it shine again, it's going to be Betty.
A very good AD carry, no doubt.
But again, it comes down to what's it paired with, what is picked in response in the bot lane, and there you go, Lilia for Courage.
Yeah, I think just realizing that you don't really want to give over the Lilia and the Misfortune, that is a really strong pairing, so just take it. There's not like there's a great selection of junglers left available. Now, Corki picked up here. Could be Fate or Marble, of course. Most likely, I'd say, going to Marble. Although, yeah, the AP coming through the jungle, so certainly can just take it in the mid lane if you'd like to. So, heading now to Talon. They need to pick up a jungler. You don't want to get any more bans towards that role. And at the moment, not really a great... I can't really see what it would be. Nautilus for Woody.
Talon playing it close to the chest with their bot lane duo to start things off. I mean, surely you have the option to pick the jungler here, knowing that Lily is in play. I think it would be what makes the most sense. Or, I mean, look, to be fair, you also want to enable yourself a little bit, so maybe you get one of those priority picks in the mid or top lane.
Yeah,
okay, and Bessa.
Okay, yeah, the good top laner. Will it be matched with something like the Gwen? Something we have seen before, and internationally we see a reasonable amount. Otherwise, what are you looking to pick here? Could really realistically be anything. Is there any priority mid laners if that Corki's going bot? Is there any priority AD carries if Corki's going mid? I think that's what you'd kind of like, but of course the support as well, and you don't really want to give over that flex. So Leona going to be picked up into Nautilus. It does perfectly fine.
Especially into the Misfortune as well.
Yeah,
I mean, a pretty decent way to deal with a bullet time.
Yeah, that is true.
I mean, you don't have your go-to answers when it comes to the Misfortune, which is, you know, Pantheon jungle and Brom, but I think Misfortune very much a solid pick into this. Mid lane is likely to be targeted here by SHG. No, okay. They are going to look to whittle down that jungle pool even further.
I mean, the jungle pool is just so small already.
The number of signs that have had the Talon, the score for SHG adjusted after that first game. No one was expecting that, to be fair.
Absolutely. So, Jin, thinking Corki's going mid. I think, realistically, it should be, but maybe with some more AD carries coming out as the bans, you can then pivot this Corki elsewhere and look for a mid laner for Fate. He's smiling.
Yeah. Which to me indicates that it likely is going to be Marvel picking up the Corki.
Okay, Maokai banned as well. That's now What is that? That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 junglers. 10 junglers gone.
Sorry if you want to go that route. So what does it leave Casa left is the real question.
Ivern.
Potentially.
Nah, it's a pretty bad Ivern game.
Jack's been taken away from Evie, which, I mean, not the best situationally, but still not the worst.
Oh, what are we picking in the jungle? What? I mean, there's Nidalee, which...
I mean, in terms of what we've seen played, I think the junglers that we have left in the pool, from what we've seen already, Nidalee and Ivern. And Jarvan.
We've seen Ambessa jungle.
Yeah, no, you're not playing Ambessa jungle. I'm sorry. Oh, Evie's got the Scion.
Yeah, okay, big top lane champ still left open. It's a perfectly fine lane for Ambessa. Assuming Ambessa's not jungle.
I think there
about to find out.
Probably some better options, honestly.
Yeah, we're kind of digging deep. It's going to be something new unless it's Nidalee, I'd imagine, or Ivern as well. Let's take a look.
I think it has to be something new, honestly.
Yeah.
Okay, no.
It's just going to be Nidalee. Oh, boo. I hate this champ.
Yeah. No, it could be Nidalee top lane and Ambessa jungle.
Well, it could be. That's true. We've seen both those roles for both those champs.
Could be Ambessa mid. Could be Nidalee top, and could be something else going in the jungle. Who knows? Could be Misfortune mid lane. Probably not, but could be.
Yeah, we'll see. Kyose would do it. He certainly likes his Misfortune mid. Now, would he? Okay. He's going to lock in the Hui. So Hui mid, most likely Nidalee jungle, and Ambessa top. I wouldn't be...
No, it's Hui AD carry.
Yeah.
We've seen that too.
Yeah.
We've seen some weird stuff this split.
Hui AD carry, definitely the least weird out of the three.
Also the least impactful.
Yeah. I think that's debatable.
Oh, no, that Hui bot lane did nothing.
Neither did the Ambessa jungle or the Nidalee top. So I think it is absolutely debatable. Rye's going to be picked up. Massive mid lane champ still open. Fate's going to be very happy with that. And ultimately, draft done and dusted. There's no clear winners. I think this Nidalee kind of sucks.
I think the response pressure from SHG is there between the Scion and the Rise. They can quickly turn what it should be an even fight for Talon on its head with the Realm Warp and the Scion just chewing down the river.
Yeah, I mean, the problem they'll have is they shouldn't really have priority. Rise can, but Ambessa should get priority against Scion until later on. We'll see. I mean, interesting. I don't think any team comes out better off in this draft. I think obviously now we're in Game 3. There's so many champions removed. It gets hard. Junglers especially just completely wiped from the face of the earth. 2 APs coming through, however.
Yeah, I just wonder if Nidalee was the right option here. Yes, look, it's been played. Yes, it's currently in the meta. But is it just a little bit too safe? There are still other junglers out there that you can pick. Not saying it would have been necessarily better option in the situation, but Nidalee a champion that relies on you having lane priority and acceleration.
Well, I think more so than that. She relies on you having setup, and the only person who does is Nautilus. So it does beg the question of the purpose of this Nidalee. Obviously, you came down so many junglers removed that maybe they just felt this is the champ we've practiced the most out of what is remaining. Let's pick it. And in fairness, it will put the pump to this Lilia early on in the game, and that might just be what Caster's looking to do. Make sure this Lilia cannot scale up and get to the sort of point of critical mass where it just takes over. But we'll see how he navigates that. Certainly in the LCP thus far, the only person to really pull off the Nidalee to amazing success has been Junja. The man who...
I wonder what's going on in this brush.
Yeah. Might not be the most sneaky invade. Fate is going to try and walk around with his team, but Arja going to be standing there awaiting possible fight, but not a result.
All the stealth of the Berserk Uryx running it down at Helm's Deep. Pretty telegraphed, yeah. And they realize, hold on, something's not quite going the way it should be. They clear out the ward as well. So, I mean, best intentions from Talon, completely zero threat of execution.
What is going on?
They can't lane swap, so I think they're anticipating an invade.
Oh. I mean, Evie's going to be exceptionally late to his lane. Yeah, they were clearly anticipating that there was going to be some form of invade. However, there wasn't, so Evie going to be late to his lane. A pretty detrimental start for him, but we'll see if he's able to get there in time for the XP is the most important thing.
I think he's going to be a little bit off the mark, if I'm being honest.
We'll never know. I mean, he might have got the XP. Ultimately, losing the CS doesn't matter really that much.
No, I think he didn't. You look at the XP bars. Oh, maybe. I think he missed out on at least one from the looks of it.
Right. Yeah, very possibly. I mean, that just makes the lane a little bit easier for RJ and should be able to get this lane sort of in a position that he wants it to be.
I mean, he's almost a... Jeepers, there's almost a level advantage in that top side alone now.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, it's 3 melee minions, so it's not the end of the world, but it certainly does mean that for the majority of this lane, it's going to be better for Arja. Outside of him making some misplay or possibly Courage coming in to even out the odds, but a good start for Talon. Unfortunately, just a misread that came through there for SHG, leading to this slight deficit he finds himself in. Now, Casa. Oh, okay. Well, he's not going to know. Courage lands the bowling ball. Smite fight easily secured there for Courage and takes a majority of those Krugs as well. Good pathing. I mean, aggression out of Casa. You expect that as an Italy. But a good read from Courage to realize what could be going on. Woody finds the max range hook. Fate might just be going down the ignites. Ticking, ticking, ticking. There's going to be aerial bombardment, but he clears the distance. Casa, though, he's going to be able to pick himself up a red buff. So, I mean, great early game out of Talon.
Triple buffed, unfortunately, poor Lilia. Courage at least started as blue, so he's got that going from... That's exactly what we want if you're Casa right now. You need to be playing a little bit more aggressive. You need to be forcing Courage down, which, to be fair, they have been doing since that drafting phase.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, Ambessa, what a champion.
Yeah, it's so fun to watch.
Not so much to play into, unless it's in the jungle, in which case,
Absolutely. You're not wrong. Casa, though, he's got a great start to this game. Finds himself some early aggression into Courage's jungle and benefits from it quite heavily.
I think a lot of it came down to Woody. If not for the fact that Woody was pathing mid, it had completely shut down Fate from having any real impact in terms of responding. Because you look at it at that stage, Courage was up, I think he was about a camp and a half. Oh boy.
Yeah, Fofo, I mean, this is the power of Rise, going to be able to get some pretty easy CC, and Gang being there this time. It's Fofo paying the price. No teleport!
Yeah, he's just teleported, but I have to say, Nerves of Steel holds the flash at least.
Yeah.
Doesn't waste that, and he could be in a worse spot for sure, but not the situation you want to be. Oh, okay, Fate's going to meet Arja.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, there you go. Fofo's just forced back. Doesn't want a bar of it. Again, since the changes, a bit of a bizarre lane state that we see these refs turn into around that 5-minute mark. Drake's alive, no Void Grubs.
Yeah, usually, last split, would have every single champion in the game top lane. Unless it was going poorly for one team, in which case 3 people would be bot trying to dive a top laner.
Yeah, and then Dragon at that stage was the consolation prize.
Yeah. Depends who you were. Some teams still preferring that Dragon, and I still am inclined to think the Dragon's better.
Oh, it certainly is now.
I mean, the 3 Void Grubs are just more powerful than they used to be, but the win con of, like, sure, maybe theoretically you play League of Legends to its absolute peak. Always, you never falter. Then maybe Void Grubs are better, but realistically, just having a surefire win condition in 4 Dragons seems to make the game a lot easier.
Yeah, there's definitely a level of surety. Oh, boy. Oh, never mind. The jib's up.
Oh, ugly, ugly, ugly.
Oh, my lord.
Oh, very ugly.
Someone call a medic. Woody's knees need to be checked. I think he's definitely had at least his Achilles torn.
Yeah, what a play out of Fate. Just dodging everything.
Ankle
flash out of
broken.
Woody. Dodges absolutely everything. Honestly, what a big win for SHG off the back of that.
Phase rush
so
gaming.
much pressure gone to the wayside. So much time used from Talon's bottom jungler.
And they get Woody's flash for it too. So that's very, very rough, honestly. And they just waste so much time.
Yeah, time certainly that could have been spent doing something a bit more proactive. Gang still, though, he might have...
Oh,
okay, good dodge.
They just can't connect. I mean, it's the second one in the space of about a minute that Gang is dodged.
Second wind, a pot going, and Doran shield. Plus 30, plus 30, plus 30, plus 30. And Evie was down to about 200 health. And
Scion's in his happy place.
Now up in HP. Hold up, Gang. He's going to get jumped on. Betty and Woody trying to search for the kill, and Gang's going to have to flash away. Marble even taking a pretty good amount of damage there off the back end of that bullet time. Bot lane getting punished here. Marble not feeling too bad in terms of CS, but going to have to take a hike back to his fountain. Now this is going to alleviate the pressure and allow Casa to pick himself up. Another first dragon, third time in the series. So all 3 games, it was Talon getting the first dragon, although Courage might not be so convinced. I don't think you can say much about it, though.
Has the info, but beyond that, I think they're pretty happy to just sort of leave it. First Drake's fine and all. I think the priority is very much around those Void Grubs. He was also a level down, so wanted to get that 6 online with the Lufting Lullaby. Yeah. Definitely going to offer a little bit more. Evie backs himself off, comes back to lane. Ajit hasn't had that same luxury.
Yeah, not going to get the recall off. Possible that he's choosing not to, being that Fofo's down the bot lane, so he wants to be the one sticking around for these Void Grubs, as they are going to be started up here by SHG. Gang, you see their marking, has that pink ward, gives so much control.
Oh, that brush has just been a death sentence. So many times a split.
Looks like Talon are just willing to give it. I think not the worst decision.
Casa is working. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Petty, how are you going to navigate this, bud? Flash away. Fate should be able to catch him. No. The strut. Woody. He's the next target. I mean, he's going to go down eventually, but how much time can he waste? That's a really important factor.
I mean, they still get the Void Grubs off the back of it. Maybe they get some tower damage, but beyond that, they're not finding anything.
Hold up. Oh. Do pick up first blood, so a nice find ultimately there for SHG. Talon, unfortunately, caught sleeping in the mid-wave. Casa contesting it on this red buff. Let's have the smite. I mean, they execute there for Nidalee. Unfortunately, Lily are not really having a secure in her kit. Especially not like the execute from that Nidalee Q.
Yes, auto-attack Nidalee. Classic.
Yeah, I mean, out-damaging Corki at this point with that attack speed steroid it does gain.
Fancy feet, Fate. He's really just putting it to them. He's making it look classy, this Rise.
He is. Unfortunately, he can make it look classy, be up a kill, and still barely ahead in gold.
Oh, missed it by that much. There you go. Back in, teleport up. He's not going to have full HP, but much of a muchness, honestly.
He is.
The frustrating thing, if Gang has Solar Flare there, there's potential for them to maybe make something happen on the Povo. I say that. Flash was up, so realistically, no.
Yeah, getting the flash, nice though. But yeah, of course, it's support in 2025, so level 5 still for both of them at 10 minutes.
It's red side support. It seems to be, historically, red side support seems to be nearly a level down though. Yeah, but Woody's going to hit it first. Blue side support always seems to hit 6 first.
I don't know that the side matters. I think maybe it's just how the game's playing out. One team has an Italy with pretty much free roam to move first, do whatever they want, and
no, it's more that it's crazy. It's happened more than once.
Yeah. Still, an even game. SHG, once again, third time. They're going to be slightly ahead here in the early stages of this one. Although, again, it's Talon once again trying to stack towards those dragon win conditions. 2 minutes until the mountain dragon does come up. That could be a second of the game, but I'm sure SHG realizing by now, you know, in the sort of context of this series, that Talon are very, very laser focused on trying to pick that objective up. They should be prepared for it.
The crazy thing to me is, on top of everything that's already happening, Evie is not only out-farming Ajit, but is up 400 gold. And you can't quite put that down to just the assist.
No, absolutely not. He's done a great job of recovering. It will get harder for him once this Eclipse comes online. That's really where Ambessa hits her stride. If it is even Eclipse, he could go for the Black Cleaver, which I think actually might just be the smarter option, given he's into the Scion. Even the what is it called? Spirit Shojin, probably better. The Eclipse just feels good because it makes that sound, you know?
There you go. It's going to be the Eclipse.
Yeah, okay. It makes the sound. Also cuts down max HP, so it has an added benefit against a champ that wants to just have infinite HP.
answered by the Sunfire Cape, which Evie picks up immediately.
It's not Arena. You don't get 200 magic damage per second with that one here.
It's not Season 3 where you can stack 5 of them in boots. Oh, what a wild time.
Season 3. That was like Season 1.
Oh, pretty much. Near enough. Back in that era.
Yeah. Good old days.
Before the evolution of combat.
Where, exactly. That was back kind of before people knew how to play the game. You get into solo queue, you pick the champ you want to play. No one really knows what's going on, so they don't care.
Yeah, it's because jungle camps died in like 2 auto attacks essentially at that stage.
Remember the old leashing? Your mid laner just auto attacks the blue once and it just keeps wandering towards blue buff as Gang misses the flash Zenith Blade and it might just pay for it. Good sword play, cleanse from Bid. He's going to have to flash away, but he does not. He does have it, actually. He's just getting knocked up and taking it. Spiring Despair is good, and Castle on the back end just picks up one, and Evie, unfortunately, falls! Woody with the flash hook, lands on the marbles, going to be flashed away from, however. And just like that, Talon turns what looks like a good look from SHG really on its head.
Where was Fate? That's the problem. I mean, yeah, look, he didn't have teleport, but the Realm Warp was up and available. All of a sudden, I mean, to be fair, yeah, Evie goes way too deep there. Finds himself under the tower. The bullet time turnaround, he just melts in the face of this misfortune. He's sitting pretty happy. And again, Talon, the masters of waiting, biding their time, and capitalizing on egregious mistakes. And they do it again in spades. And you look at it here. So Fate is working his way up. Has the Realm Warp available. Gang gets caught. So Fate's just undecided. He can't figure out whether he needs to come in or not, but by that stage, Evie's already pulled the trigger.
Carson just finds the assassination on the back end.
Yeah.
Even here, it looks like the crazy combination of the flash hook to pull him out of his Valkyrie into whatever Hui QW is, I believe. QE? I don't know. That guy's got like 16 abilities. It's really hard to keep track.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Fate just couldn't figure out whether he commits there or stays down on the bot side. And I don't necessarily know it would have been a huge difference maker. I think realistically that fight was already won by the time Evie had committed. But he could have definitely shoved in that wave down on the bot side. He could have done something other than just sort of wander around the river.
I mean, commendations to Betty for holding his flash there. I know if I was in that position and I saw a Scion come bounding over, I would have flashed.
Bounding over, not quite the... I would have said barreling.
Nah, see, I was just an ode to Australia, that was. You got to know the video.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's not quite 6 white boomers here, but...
I mean, Carson out landing them. Gang goes down to half HP without being able to see the Nidalee at any point. And oh my lord, okay. Carson's locked in.
I mean, to be fair, he's up a decent amount. He's got himself 2 kills to boot. He's got all the priority that he could want. He's got winning lanes too. So the ideal situation for the Nidalee, whether it was, I mean, the best decision in the draft or not.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately you want to find yourself a lead, and Casa almost single-handedly did it for himself. Realm Warp coming through though. Casa might be in a rough spot. It's going to be Betty stunned up. No, he's not actually. Rather, it's going to be Fofo, but Betty with the bullet time once again. I mean, just... Gang, unfortunately, he goes forward. There's not enough follow-up. The flash away from Fofo clears the distance despite the CC. And then Gang with absolutely no way out just eats the bullet time.
Oh, just look at that damage coming out. Bloodthirster and a long sword. Betty is just hitting so hard. And we did say, I mean, Misfortune has struggled a little bit in terms of just finding the right positioning. Betty's just finding it. He's finding it time and time again. Purely because SHG, it feels like offering it up to him on a spoon.
Yeah, it feels like maybe running out of wheels here, SHG. Obviously not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. It's a 1.4k gold lead. Certainly can come back from it. But the problem you find is, while the gold lead's not massive, they've lost the Rift Shield now. They've also gone down the 2 dragons. And here, I mean, I thought Fofo would be going down. Fate flashes on, gets another stun, but the damage just isn't there. And ultimately, Gang lands the Zenith Blade and just gets absolutely popped.
I mean, it's on top of the fact that they hold the depth charge, drop it onto Marvel as soon as he gets close. So not only was everything used really where it was best utilized, it just completely stopped SHG's forward momentum in that situation.
Yeah. Now, I mean, RJ not really yet able to get a piece of the action. Now, just trading against Evie. These are one of the games where RJ hasn't actually done anything, but you probably find by the end of it he's actually done the most damage because he's just constantly wailing on a Sion's health bar. There's a very real possibility that the two top laners are currently top damage.
Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised by any stretch of the imagination, just in terms of the bare knuckle brawl that it has been up on the top side, consistent fighting. I mean, just look at the damage coming out onto Marvel there. Has his Triforce, but he can't match the Bloodthirster and Coalfields at the moment, and pickaxe on too. So there's just insane amount of damage coming out of Betty. So every time that bullet time's up, anyone standing in it's just dead to rights.
Yeah, it's worrying signs thus far for SHG, but they have a lot of lockdown. If you are able to sort of isolate one of those key targets, sure, Betty has cleanse. Once you get rid of that, there is a realistic world where they can sort of lock down Betty long enough, take him out, and you're still pretty happy with your Sion quietly scaling away. The Lily is getting there too, as is Fate on the rise. So not out of it. You do need to buy yourself some time though. The Dragon stacking is getting out of hand, and it's something that SHG have really struggled with the entirety of this series, as I said earlier. Hextech Dragon, which would be Soul Point, once again on the cards here, and you know, putting down this Rift Herald all but ensures the ultimate priority over this mid lane, and usually the priority over mid lane means complete control over the river, and that's where this dragon will lie.
Just shy of the tower, unfortunately, but yeah, I mean, you look at it, yeah, Aja, there's definitely been a turning point up on this top side, and Aja is very severely bullying the Sion.
Yeah. Now, what do Talon choose to do? Fate hitting away at this tower, no one responding for the time being. So.
Oh, there is a very real threat of collapse here. Luckily, he does have the Realm Warp up, but if they can play this right, Fate might be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the protection of his team there. He should be fine. Actually, finding a nice trade onto Fofo. Deadly accurate with those overloads. And now he's going to have priority to come up and assist his team, trying to defend this river. Gang going to start that dragon up, and a nice bowling ball connecting onto Woody there. But unfortunately, resetting that blue buff. Courage would really like it, being that he is on the half mana.
Yeah, also not the target that you really want that bowling ball to connect on. You want it onto someone like Casa, Fofo, or Betty to try and initiate that Lufting Lullaby. There you go. They are looking to force Fate off now. Tell them to take the priority back with the TPs coming in.
Yeah, that's heavy coming. They're going to look to pull the trigger, perhaps. Bowling ball does go wide, and at least river control for the time being afforded to the side of SHG. You see Arjun on the top side. He gets his tower. He's looking for the recall. He's going to have an item on base, or at least the components of. Still, SHG getting this dragon down very low. Won't be a connection on that.
Oh.
But yeah, unfortunately, this is going to be one kill. Evie coming through, but is it going to be enough? He finds a nice knockdown, but there's no one following up. And here comes Archer. That dragon down deathly low, and the bullet time's great. And Caster's smite finds the dragon. They'll find Courage too, all but certainly. There comes the leap, the double kill. Everything coming up. The side of Talon. It was a rough game one, but my God, are they making a statement here following through. Evie with some smart play, putting up that shield to get him through that Hextech gate, but he's just going to be followed. And bam balam, old Talon Betty, it's a 7-1 lead.
I mean, once again, they sort of thread the needle. Gang in his death throws drops the Soul Fair onto Fofo, but they still cannot finish him off. You look at it, Woody has easily proved himself to be what I would consider the MVP of this series for Talon. He's just doing so much, and there you look at it. They get Fofo, but he's not the damage threat. They can't find anything significantly onto Betty. Betty does burn the flash. I don't think he necessarily needed to do that, but better safe than sorry in this situation. And Casa, at this stage in the game, is so accelerated. Evie burns his flash as well, trying to get away. It doesn't matter. He's still drugged down to the ground and finished off. SHG, they have just completely been shut down. Talon were on the warpath coming out of last week, and they start off on the back foot. They are you don't poke the sleeping bear.
Yeah, unfortunately, on this occasion, the sleeping bear has been poked, and Talon have arisen. They've risen up to the occasion, and really, it's a good sign that they are able to perform even after game one, but this is what we expected from the onset of this series. So I think when you're looking at what was our second place team in the season kickoff, start off the split so rough, it doesn't bode well, not just for Talon, but really the league in general, because someone needs to be up there to contest CFO, and certainly Talon right now, not the ones to do it.
Fate down on the bot side, does have TP.
He can't walk anywhere near Argus, so playing it safe.
Yeah. I just don't know. I think, again, Much like in game 2, it's just going to be SHG slowly bleeding out here. Artican, a risky gamble, but he's going to start taking it.
If ever there was a way for SHG rather to get back in it, well, we are sitting at that objective now. They're approaching. They have their ways into the pit. Evie, of course, being the easiest. This is going to do a lot of damage. Casa trying to find a way out. Still, Artican aggroed, 5k HP. Archer's arrived, but he's not going to find his way into the backline for the time being. He still has that ultimate. Gang's going to get taken out. Bullet time's great. Evie, oh my lord, that Scion is in no man's land. He's the target of everyone. Artican, though, being focused by SHG. Archie finds his way back, and it's the steal. They at least find the Artican. Can they get out alive? By God, no, they can't.
It only cost them the entire team. Yeah, look, at what cost indeed? Oh, 12-1. I mean, if not for the fact that Baron hadn't spawned, that would have been Baron.
Yeah, absolutely. Instead, it's going to be 2 inner towers, which 22 minutes into the game, you're pretty happy about.
Casa's 5-0-4. He may have missed the smite, but he's such a big threat. He might as well be Artican right now.
Yeah. I mean, you got that combat power coming through from Artican, so it's something for SHG, but ultimately it's nothing compared to the gold lead.
It also relies on you getting kills, which they just did not in that fight, so... Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, bullet time's great. It splits the difference. And unfortunately, I mean, I think a little bit of a lapse of judgment here from Talon, as Casa fully commits in to try and take down Evie, and he does get to the Artican. Maybe he just wasn't quite in range, and unfortunately, it does mean that the smite's able to be picked up there by Courage, and
he does smite. I think he smited Courage.
Oh, Gang, what are you doing here? Oh, I'm dying, I guess.
That's mobile warding at its finest, making sure the way was clear for Marble and Fate. Fun fact, it was not. It was not. It was a dangerous space. It was, like the man himself said, a danger zone.
Yeah. Currently, I mean, Talon, if Baron was available, they probably would be able to just take it and look for the end. Unfortunately, the wave clear is going to be there for SHG, so still holding on are the LJL representatives, and Evie's going to try and make some work on this top tower, get himself a shutdown, and maybe those extra tank stats can buy some time. I mean, you're still waiting on this Lilia to get to her place in the game, the Rise as well. You have 2 items on the Rise, but the Rod of Age is not quite stacked to its full potential. Evie, realizing he's under some threat, going to teleport away, but RJ's going to be completely fine with that and just head towards those minion waves. Teleport available there for RJ, and he's going to be matching, so looking towards this dragon. Keep in mind, this would be the Soul, and the Hex Tech Soul at that. A pretty rough dragon to try deal with. It's a great opportunity to try look for Fofo ultimately, but they're not going to choose to do so.
They've looked for him a few times now and just never been able to find him.
Yeah, Petey starting up this dragon. Keep an eye out. It's going to be the Realm Warp. They're going to find double angles. It's a really nice solar flare, and Evie finds his way in, but unfortunately the damage is there for Talon. Evie, he's in the middle, and RG finds his way onto Marble. Marble's got absolutely no hope in the world to make it out of this one. All that's left is going to be Courage and Fate versus 5 menacing members of Talon. There's nothing they can do but watch as Evie gets taken out for a second time in the fight, and the dragon goes down 16-1. Dragon Soul, and Baron sure to fall now.
I mean, this is just... You look
lacking.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a basting. We're about to stick SHG in the smoker and serve them in 8 hours' time, but I mean, you look at the champions that are being picked here. This is probably the weakest showing on every individual champion for SHG that we've seen this. I mean, you've got a Rise who's hit his 2 items and is doing next to nothing. He's just hit his 10 stacks, which is a bit late to the party, unfortunately.
Yeah, will mean he's now level 15, so at least he has that level lead on his lane opponent, but Fofo after this Baron surely will take over in terms of that XP, and we will see that now. But just a rough showing for SHG. Again, they got off to an early start.
Gang is just consistently being caught. That's the problem. Every single solar flare he's used this game has been a panic solar flare.
Yeah, I mean, he has no option. He's kind of got to be the guy that goes in first, but they're just too far behind. Honestly, any deaths from Gang from this point on, and honestly from the last 10 minutes on, isn't really his fault. It's the fact that SHG need to try and do things, and the only person that can reliably even dream to make them happen is Gang. You can send a prayer of a Scion ult, but that's generally not the most reliable.
Yeah. Even look at the spear damage, even onto Evie.
Yeah, it's pretty revolting how much damage anyone in Talon is currently doing. Just completely.
0 and 11 for Fofo right now.
Yep.
Oh dear.
They're looking again. Courage, he finds his way into the back, but are they going to be able to find anyone important? The flash from Fate, but the dredge line there, the depth charge as well. Courage, he's trying to find a way in. Lusting Lullaby comes down, but it's not going to hit on the key members. The bullet time's good. Betty trying to kite in the back end of the team fight. It's going to be Fofo picking up his first. Evie goes down as well. That's 3 quick kills. Marble, the only one standing, and he's going to go down for sure. All that's left is Evie Zombie. And with that,
20
Talon will get it done. It wasn't pretty, but game 3, they put their mark down on the series, and it is going to be them taking over SHG on the scoreboard and claiming their second series win.
Yeah, look, you don't mess with the Don and his crew, because you're going to end up sleeping with the fishes. And they, I mean, at 20-1, they are well and truly on the bottom of the river.
21-1.
Yeah, true. They're on the bottom of the river right now. And everyone who changed their scoreboard in the crowd got it right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I mean, it was a dominant game. I want to say that still concerns for Talon. Yeah, they got the series done. You expect this to be a 2-0. You expect both games to look akin to game 3. Maybe not as crazy as game 3. But realistically, you take stock of the series. They were trailing in all 3 games at the very start. Game 2, they probably should have just lost.
Yeah.
You can't be playing like that. What is now the latter half of the split, right?
You're coming into the latter half of the year.
Yeah, well, we are, I guess, technically in the latter half of the year. And when you're still having some of the same hiccups that you have seen from the very beginning of the split, which admittedly they looked better in the beginning of the split, it raises concerns because this is a team and the caliber of player on the team. You expect them to be able to go to the world stage and match somewhat the performance that CFO put on. But certainly in the current form, you wouldn't expect that to happen.
Yeah. I mean, again, unfortunately, it's that, well, it might look rough here in the regular season, but Talon activate going into playoffs and then look even better on the world stage. Unfortunately, we're not going to know until we get there, of course. But, I mean, the one thing for the rest of the teams in this competition, it goes to show that Talon are not infallible. In fact, they haven't been perfect for a good long while. In fact, they've been on the downward trajectory, strangely enough, for the majority of this year. But the fact that there's 2 spots up for grabs likely is going to be a huge motivator, and there you go, 40,000 damage in the top lane.
Yeah. What? Archer did the most damage? We barely saw him. When we did see him, however, he was literally one-shotting whoever he ulted. Whoever got ulted died. There was no 2 ways about it. I mean, he played a great game for himself, right? The early stage of Ambessa's game is not easy. You have sort of some movement, you know, you have ways to outplay people, but generally against a Scion, what are you doing? You're just hitting a health bar that's never going to go down.
I mean, the most criminal fact to me is that Woody almost out-damaged both Fate and Courage as a Nautilus.
Yeah.
That's pretty criminal. But, I mean, you look at it, just every single fight, Gang was so low that he just had to try and do what he could before he died to help contribute to the team. And
if he's just lost.
Yeah, he's well past it. I don't know where he's wandering off in the night with his slippers and gown on. He's left the retirement village without telling anyone.
He's found a spooky shed in the forest, that guy. Betty picking up MVP.
I think the argument could justifiably be made that it was Woody, in all honesty.
I also think you could say Casa. I think this has been one of Casa's better series. Outside of game 1, where everyone played reasonably poorly, I think Casa played a pretty good series. Ultimately, in game 2 and 3, they all played well.
Yeah.
So it was really up to interpretation who gets it. Game 3, you could say that Betty's positioning was pretty perfect, even when Sion was charging directly at him. Leona ults were coming at him, right? Everything is being targeted at Betty, and he's navigating them all perfectly. So I think it's fair enough. I think, again, you could just give it to anyone.
Yeah, I mean, this is the moment that you were talking about, everything just thrown at him. Suddenly, Evie comes barreling out of the bush on the top side. He cleansed out of the solar flare, holds his flash as Woody just face tanks it for him. I think that speaks more to the level of confidence Betty has in his support than any sort of, concern that suddenly Evie was barreling at him. And yeah, then Woody turns it around. Great hook onto Marble to force him out of the fight. Look, it was brilliant stuff. And there you go again, forces out another flash. He's just consistently throwing those dredge lines into position. He's body blocking consistently for his carries. Doesn't let them get anywhere near Betty.
Yeah, Betty in this game has found better bullet time timings than we generally see out of Misfortunes in the league. Once again, speaking to not only himself, of course, but his team play.
Another dredge line onto Gang, makes him panic, send out the solar flare because that's all he can really do. Allows the team to then turn around. I mean, everything, again, this is one of many fights where everything was sort of dropped onto Fofo only for him to just not die. So, yeah, I think, again, another game where Courage left a little bit to be desired. Again, this time not for lack of trying. Casa was just on him all game.
Yeah, I mean, you're Lilia into Italy. There's not a whole lot you can do early game, especially when you don't have priority, right? Fofo had the priority in the mid lane. RJ had the priority in the top lane, and much the same in the bot lane. It was Betty and Woody with the priority. So there's not a whole lot he can do. He's just begging to get his camps while Casa is doing everything he possibly can to make sure that doesn't happen. Again, another great bullet time, another great play from the entirety of the team. I think maybe an overstep here for literally everyone to jump on to Evie, but you could make the argument that if he's given enough time in the back line, he can wreak havoc. But yeah, they're just not really able to find much footing here in this game where SHG and Casa, to his credit, I had doubts of the Nidalee in this game. No real lockdown for him. He was finding those spears, he was finding impact, and he really put Courage very, very far behind from the onset.
I stand by it. I think Woody's easily the MVP. If you watch every single one of these fights, he's hitting Dredgeline onto key targets. He's saving the depth charge for Marble almost every single time. He's just making it so hard for SHG to play any sort of team fight cohesively or effectively. You look at it here. Immediately they burn the shield, hits the dredge line, drops the depth charge onto Fate, knowing full well that he is the priority target in this situation. Then body blocking as well, trying to deny a lot of that damage. And yeah, another great dredge line, lands it onto Fate, ensures his death, then turns and burns, looking to try and set up. And I think, yeah, I think definitely the argument could be made for Woody. Personally, he's my MVP.
The argument can be made for everyone, but you got to keep in mind it is a 3-game series, and I think Betty overall in the Israel game and the Lucian game did play better than pretty much his whole team. So I think the justifiable that Betty gets it. Game 3 was an absolute clinic from literally everyone on the team, so it's hard to separate. I mean, this is what Talon look like when they look good. They all cylinders are firing. Everyone looks like they're doing their part and doing their part well. And finally, I mean, it's taken a long time, and it took a pretty humiliating defeat in Game 1 for them to get it online. But you just saw there the results of today's games. It was GAM 2-0 over the Chiefs, and then we just watched it. It was Talon taking SHG down in a 2-1 fashion after going down in Game 1. And now we do have our standing as Chiefs down there in the bottom, and then finally there are no ties. We have a pretty clear top to bottom ladder. Of course, the score will shake up tomorrow.
I mean, the crazy thing is with how these matches work, Talon, if they win clean 2-0, they find themselves tied with Vikings, but because it goes to a 3 games, they just cannot escape the bottom 4.
Yeah, absolutely. And tomorrow's games, the big one, of course. That game number 1, MVKE up against Team Secret Wales. Team Secret Wales fresh off beating Talon. Vikings fresh off destroying Chiefs in 2 games, but getting completely humiliated in Game 1.
The crazy thing is, Team Secret Vikings are 2 of 3 teams that have beat Talon this year.
Yep.
That's crazy to me.
Yeah, both teams, incredible. Both teams going up against each other in that civil war. And of course, to end the night off tomorrow, it was CFO up against DFM.
I don't know, look, after today, maybe there's a world where CFO drop a game, but they are probably the team that has made the least mistakes this split.
If I've learned anything, that is that CFO, the Flying Oysters, can only lose to bigger sea animals. And that's the whales. They're not going up against them tomorrow. They're going up against DFM. But, ladies and gentlemen, that does do us for today. Thank you so much for being here once again. It was a great day of night. Talon maybe finally turning it back on. We'll be back here tomorrow, same time. See you there.
Did you find it with your luck? Got the remedy, we're right into it all. So let's make it last a while. Yeah, let's make it last a while. Let's go out. We can have it all. We can set it all. Take me where you wanna go, and I'll be waiting for you when it comes around. Feels so good. Feels so right in my mind. Let's stay up. Feels so good, I'm alive. Oh yeah. Let's stay up. Feels so good, I'm alive.
You aren't feeling well today. Your body aches with all of the stress and the pain. You say your heart's broken in two. No matter what, you can't seem to come through to me. No matter how soft I can be, no matter what I say or think, no matter how many bandages you tie, you're all tied up with your heart cut up, and I think that you're in some need of medical company. So lie down, boy, and let Dr. Love take a look, see. You're feeling ill today, boy. You look sad all over. Come on, let me help, lover. You should try to rest your head. Your heart's stranded now from lying alone in your bed. So let me put you back to sleep. No, don't say a word, just count your sheep. The doctor's gonna heal your wounds tonight. Baby, don't be afraid, don't put up a fight. You gotta rest a while, take your medicine regularly. So lie down, boy, and let Dr. Love take a look, see. Take a look, see. Oh, come on, baby, baby, I can patch you up. Oh, come on, baby, I can sew your stitches up. Oh, come on, baby, I can make it feel so good. Come on, baby, I'll
Do you remember 17? You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Boy, how wrong I'd be. Do you remember 22? I was going on my own and just trying to